should have my speaker on. I gotta remember to turn that on. Okay, we got a busy day. We got about 150 people that signed up, in support of the Constitutional Amendment we're doing at 3:30. Now, if at any time during this day you have to get up and go testify, like at 3:30, I have to introduce a bill next door. I'll turn the gavel over to Representative Moffett, and then I'll quietly walk out. So when you come back in, just quietly walk in and, take your seats there and, for any of the hearings. If we have a lot of people coming in, you're gonna hear me say that, bring it down to 3 minutes, and then if it's repetitious, we don't wanna hear it, if you have anything new to add. You know what I mean? So that way there, we're not being the same thing over and over and over. Okay,
I fell on the ice.
before we get started, any questions or anything, okay. If Phyllis Katsasaurus comes, I'm hoping she's gonna be here. There's a bill that, Ben Berube, who's a longtime friend of mine, and it killed me to tell him that I'm not gonna reschedule his bill, because it's a resolution, and I don't think I should bring you all in just for one bill. You know what I mean? So what we'll do is we'll have somebody, if Phyllis isn't here, we'll have somebody introduce the bill. And if you have somebody on your side that wants to introduce it, we can do that, okay? We'll adjust from there. But to bring everybody in for that one resolution, it's just, and it's too late for me to put it on the schedule for tomorrow. Oh, wait a minute, I wonder if I could recess to tomorrow. I'll have to think about this, I might be able to recess it, I don't know.
I think you can.
Yeah. Yeah, one bill tomorrow. But normally, we schedule, gotta be in the calendar. So I'll have to find out after if I can. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna open up the hearing on, House Bill 1411, relative to the transparency of federal agency operations within New Hampshire. And I'll introduce the sponsor is Representative Forrest Foster. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative William Foster from Hillsborough 5, which is the towns of New Boston and Mount Vernon. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1411, which is relative to transparency of federal agency operations within New Hampshire. In speaking with voters in my district, many had questions about the authority and level of activity of our federal agencies in our state. Upon investigating this, I made several interesting discoveries, some of which I was unaware of. These investigations led to the development of HB 1411. I personally was surprised to find out that there are currently 73 federal agencies employing full-time law enforcement officers in the United States. And these officers are authorized by law to perform 4 specific functions: conduct criminal investigations, execute search warrants, including no-knock warrants, make arrests, and carry firearms. When I began to look into these agencies, to which of these agencies were operating in New Hampshire and to what extent they were performing these functions, I was surprised again at what I found. Agencies of the federal government are under no obligation to provide any transparency of their past, present, or future presence or activities to citizens of any state. While most active agencies in a state, in the spirit of cooperation, develop relationships and share to some degree this information with the state and even local law enforcement officials, it is voluntary and only to the level they wish to. This lack of transparency leads to a lack of knowledge and understanding in regards to the presence and activities of the federal government agencies in our state. This in turn leads to fear, speculation, and misunderstanding. FB 1411 seeks to improve this transparency in a safe and voluntary way. It has the AG's office request non-identifying and historic data relating to the presence and level of activities of these agencies during the previous month or year on a monthly basis. This data is then compiled and put into a single location on the state DOJ public website. I believe by increasing transparency and public awareness in an easy-to-access location, we have an opportunity to reduce speculation and misinformation and improve the public's trust. I hope that these agencies will see this as an opportunity to improve and define their public image and improve the state and federal relations in the state of New Hampshire. I ask your support in moving this bill out of committee OTP.
Okay, thank you, Representative. I take it you will take questions?
Oh, yes.
Okay, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I teach at Keene State College, and one concern we've had is that federal agents from ICE can sometimes come onto campus and request or really demand, sometimes with a warrant, sometimes not, to get information on international students. You know, they'll walk into, say, the admissions office or the registrar's office and with ice jackets on saying, we want information on these students. And you have a secretary or administrative assistant there. It's very intimidating. And we're trying to develop some protocols because there should be a warrant and there should be a specific type of warrant in order to get that information. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. You have a person sitting at a front desk. Is this the type of thing, would your bill then help alert us that ICE agents are on the ground trying to collect information and that we should be prepared to ask certain questions or refer them to university counsel?
In reality, no, because what this will do is it will allow you to look and see to what level they have done it. The questions that are asked and that are written in this bill generally refer to what they did in the previous month. And this is in regards to operational security for federal agencies. It would be very difficult for a state to say, hey, we would like to know what you're going to be doing, because that affects their ability to operate. And we don't have the authority to do that. They have the authority to operate in the state. What this does is it provides transparency in about who is in the state and what they have been doing, so that we can look and see the levels of activity within the state over a year period. Right now, that data is collected across. You can get the data, some of it, if you go to the websites of those agencies and see, hey, are you operating in our state? A lot of times you would actually have to write letters to them. And as civilians, you may or may not get an answer because they're under no obligation to tell you. This is the AG asking them to voluntarily give us some of this data that is not dangerous to their operational security, so that we can have a running tally of what they're actually doing. So it's just a matter of increasing transparency and public awareness, and giving us something that we can look at and say, this is what's been happening in our state, and we can take different actions. We could possibly talk to the federal congressional delegation and see if they could, if we had concerns, and see if they could address those at the federal level. There's very little we can do at the state level when it comes to federal operations.
And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. In your bill, you include the total number of federal foreign refugee relocations in New Hampshire year-to-date, updated monthly. The first question I have is, why did you include that?
It's just a data point to see, because when they are bringing refugees into the state, there is different federal activities, the transportation, a bunch of different activities. And all this is doing is keeping track of the level of that activity. And so that was included in there. It actually is public knowledge if you can hit the right websites and the right agencies that are doing it. This just allows someone to look at that and see it in one spot, that's all. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So do you expect the locations to change monthly? Is that why you're having it updated monthly?
The locations?
Yeah, because you said
No,
the total number.
that will probably end up being static data within the database. But if they add locations or add facilities, then that would be recorded at that point. The additions, more than anything else, or the subtractions if they leave.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Moffett, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. And so I noticed the way this is worded, it asks that the federal agencies voluntarily verify and update. If they don't do that, I don't see any enforcement or mechanism.
We don't have the authority, well, thank you for the question. We don't have the authority to do any kind of enforcement on the federal agencies. What we can do is we can ask them for the information. If they don't provide the information, we can say they chose not to provide the information. And if they do that over a long enough period of time, the question may come up as to why they're not providing information. Right now, we don't have any of that. So this gives us just a little bit, it gives us as much as I could. But like I said, we are very limited as to what we can do at a state level.
Understood, thank you. And a follow-up?
Follow-up.
So if the FBI is conducting some investigation of, say, border violations or whatever they would be doing here, I suspect they would have concerns about OPSEC, operational security, and would be very reticent to share who's here doing what. Is that a fair concern that they would have about this measure?
Well, as far as a fair concern over operational security, yeah, with the units that I served with in the Air Force, and I understand operational security very well, and how a little teeny bit of information can actually damage the ability of an agency or an organization to get their job done. So when I did this, if you look in the wording, it basically is trying to say things that they've completed, not ongoing investigations. It's not, I'm not trying to target anything they are doing, because in doing that, it would compromise their investigation. So this is just a matter of, what have you completed? Because I don't see any danger to their operational security by asking them what they've completed.
Thank you.
Okay, before I go to Representative, one of the things we talked about earlier was the date.
Yep.
There will be an amendment on this here to change the date from July to probably January, I believe, 2023. Is that what your plan was?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My plan was to just do something like a 60 days after passage. That way,
My recommendation to you would be to do something like a January of 2023.
okay, I could do
To
that.
give them ample enough time, because you don't know what type of software. Is this a mandate, or, do they have to bring up a new website for this here, or what?
Right.
Design something? We don't know.
Yep.
And there's nobody here from federal government, to come in to testify on this. So something to keep in mind. That's why we try to put it out, to give them the opportunity. Okay, Representative DeShires.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I just had one question. Are federal agencies, so when the Attorney General of the state of New Hampshire solicits and they, request this information to be published on the website, are the federal agencies required, is it like an all or nothing? Are they required to give all this information? Or if they choose not to give all of it, then they can't give it all? Or could they just pick and choose, which information that they do give?
Well, they actually could pick and choose. It's 9 data points. If they give you the data point, you write down what data they gave you, and if they don't, then you write down that they didn't, that they didn't provide you with any data.
Could I have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just another question then, because this is the point that I'm trying to lead to. Is so federal agencies will have a certain amount of discretion over what information, if they choose to provide, what information they give, so then it protects their agency's ability to operate, and it can protect the public interest of them being able to operate on behalf of the public, or to provide as much information as they like, so they can have as much transparency and also fulfill that duty to the public too, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, thank you for the question. They would be able to withhold information that they felt was, a threat to their operational security, but could provide information that would let people know what they're doing. Because sometimes often what they're doing in our state is very good things, and even that would be a positive awareness. So this would allow us to hopefully improve the federal and state relations.
Okay, thank you, Representative. I mean, I like the bill, but I'm not sure whether we can hold the federal government, you know what I mean, in this here, because I wish there was somebody that came in to testify on this here. So even if we moved it over to the Senate, hopefully somebody from this, that will testify in the Senate, if they see that we're serious and want information there. Now, you had a great question there about at the colleges there, and I know there was an issue somewhere out in California or Oregon where they were doing the same thing. But it came out that the elected officials were telling people to leave knowing they broke the law before knowing that they were coming in. That's illegal, to really do that. So that's why I relate what you said there, but I believe this happened in other states. Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr.
With
Chairman.
that, does anyone else want to speak on this here or at all? Okay, with that, I'm going to close the hearing on 1411, and you're going to, what to do is, I guess anyone recommend any changes on this here at all, or amendment? He's going to do amendment to change the date. Yes.
I did have an amendment to strike one of the lines of the refugee resettlement, and I will hand that out.
Oh, you already have one?
Yeah.
Okay,
Great,
what to
let's
do
see
is,
it.
no, hold on to, we're not gonna exec it yet, hold on to that amendment.
Yep.
Okay, when we exec the bill, then you can pass it out,
Okay.
okay? And his will be a separate amendment, and then you do your amendment on the date,
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
okay?
Chairman.
All right, thanks. Okay, we got 9:30, next one, let me see, 9:30, yeah, 9:30. Now, Representative Phyllis Katsasaurus is not here yet, so if we have somebody on your side that want to introduce that bill, HCR 6 at 9:30?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
I see we have a very substantial amount of time for HCR 6. Are there a lot of people expected to speak on it?
No, that was probably a screw up on me. I'm not as scared as say I'm not perfect.
I didn't mean
Yeah,
to, I didn't
yeah.
mean to say that in
No,
front of everyone.
no, I don't care, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know why that happened, 9:30.
Yeah, that's a big,
Uh,
that's an hour and a half.
The last time that bill came here, I had about 30 people come in and, and testify, and, there was a representative from Manchester, Tommy, what was his name, you remember Linda? Good guy there and pushed it, and I actually supported it the last time, on the bill there to move it forward for him, but it didn't get anywhere on the House floor. But,
Can we fit anything else in there?
no, I can't, I
That's
mean,
what
I can,
yeah, it's gotta-
if
we're
we,
just- we're just
wait.
think- I don't know if we can exact.
Yeah, we can.
Can we?
What I can do is, once we find out, if you're all on board with 1505, we have the amendment. I can exec that bill in after that. We can knock that out. That's on the veterans,
Yeah, I don't have that in my
establish a
folder.
concurrent jurisdiction in juvenile matters with the U.S. Department of Defense. So, once you, Representative Massimo, you tell me you're on board with that, I'll move that forward. Okay, in that time, we'll kill it there.
I'm gonna go see if I can find
Mhm.
copies of.
Okay, all right, you want me to sit in with you and help you out? Okay, and then whatever else we have, if he gets the amendment on this other one, if you're on board with this bill, then we'll move that one forward too.
We also, we have the 1441 amendment.
Yep,
That one we can accept.
right, yep, we can do that one too, and you have the amendment done on 14, okay, good.
Yeah.
So have that one ready to be passed out then. And then that would make it easier tomorrow, you get out earlier, less bills we gotta exec. Okay, so we got a few minutes, so Okay. I'm gonna open up the hearing on HCR 6. And it's a resolution urging that the United Kingdom return the Parthian Elgin Marbles to Greece. And our representative?
Hello, committee. My name is Representative Manny Esvitia. I'm here to introduce HCR 6, which would urge the United Kingdom to return the Parthenon slash the Elgin Marbles to Greece. Yeah, I think it's in the name. So with that, I'll end my testimony.
Okay. I don't know if Representative Ben Berube is here. I mean, I know he's not here, but I'm saying, what I will do for Representative Berube is, when we exec this bill, I'm not gonna exec it today, I'm gonna let him know that I will give him an opportunity during our executive session to say a few words out of respect for, I've known Berube for a long time, he's a very honorable guy. So I will let him say a few words on this bill to explain everything, you know, to you all on it. Yes, Representative.
I talked with Ben yesterday because I met him in the hallway, and he has pneumonia. So
Yeah.
he was not feeling well. He was here just very briefly.
Can you check with him and see if he can be here tomorrow?
Yeah,
And
don't
I will
think
give
he
him the
will.
opportunity to introduce his amendment, and I will let him speak to the committee, which we normally don't do, but it's it's up to the chairman to do.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah,
to
well, he
representatives?
probably wouldn't know.
You don't have any written?
No, I
Okay,
asked,
okay, I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure.
I asked him
Okay.
to open up the bills, you know, that way there, I don't have to bring these in another day. But like I said, out of respect for Representative Berube, we
Okay.
will give him that opportunity, so you'll be able to check with him? I will. Okay. All right, with that, I'm gonna close the hearing on HCR 6.
And it's 9:34.
Yeah, okay. Give me,
Free for an hour and 15 minutes?
yeah, wait, we're gonna,
Exec 15.
yeah, we're gonna take a look at some bills that we have that maybe we'll exec. One, what's it, 20?
Does anyone need a copy of, should I ask them about 1505?
What's that? Yeah, on 1505, do you all have that amendment?
I don't have the 1505 amendment. I don't have an amendment to it.
I have a copy if you want to make copies of it.
I'll make copies.
Okay. You don't have one? Who else needs copies?
How many copies do I need for amendment?
Thanks.
Amendment on.
For 1505.
You have it? Yeah, but you don't have the amendment.
Copy of the amendment?
How many, you need a copy of the amendment? One, two, how many, who needs a copy of the amendment for 1505?
Izzy does.
Do you have a copy of the amendment?
We all have copies except for Representative Piedra.
All right, I'm gonna make like 4 of them.
Yeah, I think that would be fair for Representative Berube to be able to,
Yeah,
you know,
no problem.
he would have done the same thing for me when he was the chair.
Yeah, he was really sick. I mean, I asked him why he was even here.
Mhm.
He was, he said he got practically bleeding and, all of a sudden,
Yeah.
I shouldn't have been here, but I had to come because of whatever reason.
I'm gonna open up the hearing on HB 1505, an act establishing concurrent jurisdiction in juvenile matters with the U.S. Department of Defense for coordination with the Military Family Advocacy Program. And I am gonna introduce Amendment 2022-0115H as ought to pass. Linda, me, and then Mass Miller. Linda. Okay,
And Al, you did, who seconded that?
Representative Mass Miller.
Thank you.
Okay, and the amendment is what we discussed here in the committee, that we all made some, to make the changes on the actual bill. Let me see what we did here. Enter it. This is a pretty good, amendment here. For those that don't know, we do have a military school compact that we passed a few years ago. And it helps out with veterans that moved in here to the state to get stationed here. And when their kids go into the schools, if their football games are being already established, baseball, that they able to get on those teams if they played in other schools. Because a lot of times the militaries move, they try to move them during the summer, but it don't happen. Like my kids for the 22 years always moved during the school years. So they've always showed up. When I moved here they brought them here to New Hampshire, they turn around and, they were like 2 months they were bored here in New Hampshire because they went to military schools throughout the country, so they're a little more advanced in their education. So, and it's very important for these military kids that we make sure that they're not pushed aside when they come in. So it's just a fair game, that's all. Okay, anyone else want to talk on the amendment? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it's a good amendment. I think it fixes all the issues, and it changes the name, which I think was one of the things we wanted. So I think it's a great amendment and for a great bill.
All right, thank you. Okay, without no further delay, I'm going to ask the clerk to take a roll call on Amendment 2022-0115H.
All right, Representative Moffett,
Yes on the amendment?
Representative Katsoukaris. Yes. Representative Delanus. Oh, sorry, Representative Rollins, sorry to skip.
Sure.
Yes, on the amendment.
Okay, on the amendment, yes. Representative Foster.
Yes on the amendment.
Representative Duchesne is not here. He's busy. Representative Massimilla.
Yes on the amendment.
Okay. Representative Piedra. Representative Wilhelm.
Not here.
Oh, he's not here. Pardon me. Representative Espitia.
Yes.
Representative, Griffiths is not here either. Representative Toll.
Yes.
Representative LaBranche.
Yes.
Representative Welkowitz.
Yes.
And have I missed anyone?
Yes.
Oh, always. Representative Baldessaro.
Yes. Okay, what's the vote?
The best is last. 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 yeas.
12-0, okay.
Yes, 12-0, yes.
All right. I'm gonna make the motion not to pass as amendment, but I will give somebody else an opportunity.
Yes.
If you wanna write a blurb on this here, to put your name in history, rather, cause I don't like it always be me. But I write a lot of them, it should be share the wealth, but I'll do it if I have to. So if nobody else wants to make that motion, then I will make the motion then. Okay, I'll make the motion as ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1505. And is there a second?
I'll second.
Me and Mass Miller. You got that, Rep. Mass Miller, second?
Yeah, just a second. Yep, let's see. OTPA.
Okay, and I will speak here. This basically is on, which we're all familiar, is on juvenile matters, that get reported to the Department of Defense, and depending on the, issues that are going on at the bases, really. And a lot of times, if there's kids with problems that are out in town, you know, the DOD wants to know if there's any, you know, problems with active duty or military kids that are here within the communities and stuff. So it's a pretty good compact, you know, advocacy program there. Anyone else want to speak on? Nope. Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to take a roll call on ought to pass as amendment, Amendment 2022-0115, which is establishment concur in jurisdiction in juvenile matters with the U.S. Department of Defense for coordination with the Military Family Advocacy Program.
Okay. Representative Moffett,
Yes on OTPA.
Representative Katsoukaris. Yes. Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative DeLamus, yes. Representative Foster, sorry.
Yes.
And Representative Deshay is still not with us. Representative Massimilla.
Yes.
Representative Piedra. Yes. Representative Espitia.
Yes.
Representative Toll. Yes. Representative LaBranch.
Yes.
And Representative Olkowitz. Yes. And Representative Baldessaro.
Yes. So we're
And I
still at
believe that's
12.
12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 12 yeas.
Okay.
No nays.
12-0. Any objection on the consent calendar? No. Okay, consent calendar. And I'll write the blurb.
Okay.
With that, I'll close House Bill 1505. Let's see, is there any other? We're not gonna touch HCR 6, 1140, 1411, we don't have the amendment on that, do we? Oh, that's one we're gonna wait till tomorrow, disregard that. Okay. Was there anything else on the other bills?
We accept your bill?
We accept 1505.
Yeah. I didn't wanna get you another blurb, you know? See, I'm beefing. I'm gonna open up the executive session on House Bill 1441, which is establishing a commission to organize the observance of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And I am Representative Deshays, you have a motion on an amendment?
Yeah, I'd like to motion, we adopt the amendment for House Bill 1441. I think that's what I'd say, correct, Mr. Chairman? Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Representative Deshays has a motion to adopt 2022-0148H. And you want to speak to your motion?
Do I need a second, Mr. Chair?
Do we have a second? Representative Massimilla? Good question. Actually, a second by Mason is not required, but I always.
Oh, okay, I didn't
No, but
realize
that's what
that.
I'm saying, I always do a second, but you're right. Oh, but go ahead, you can speak to your motion.
Yeah, of course. So the amendment in front of us today to House Bill 1441, 2022-0148H, it would essentially amend the bill to exactly replicate 2007's Senate Bill 221. That was a suggestion by Representative Wall, who actually introduced that legislation back in 2007, establishing a commission to organize events in celebration of the Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial. So some of the basic changes is the makeup to the commission. I decided to make it so then there would be one person from the Senate appointed by the Senate President, one from the minority, one from the majority caucus, from the House appointed by the Speaker, one from the majority, one from the minority office. We left in the Native American Affairs Chair, their designee, and we then added the State Veterans Council as established in RSA 110-B:89, or their designee. That was in an agreement that was came up with the majority caucus and the minority caucus of the committee. We also changed, instead of having it so the Board of Trustees of the college system and the community college system, we changed it so then it would be the Chancellor of the university system or the community college system, because that's what it had in the formerly the Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial Commission, right? So then instead of having the Board of Trustees meet and have to appoint someone, having the Chancellor who's already been appointed to, basically run these institutions, have them or a designee do it would make more sense and, saves everyone time. So that's kind of the change of the makeup, and it would be 15 people on the committee. We also changed a little bit of what the duties were and made them a little bit more precise and more in line with what historically has been done with commissions like this. For example, like the Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial. One thing that we added that isn't in Senate Bill 221 that's going to be in this legislation is making it so that there's a publicly noticized and publicized event for July 4th, 2026. That wasn't a requirement in the Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial. I think it's important for a requirement in this that we have a specific day of when a celebration will take place and when in that the public is notified and told about it. And one last thing that some people had asked about, that even OLS had asked about, and I had to explain to them based on what Representative Wall explained to me, is the trust fund that was established. This wasn't done in the previous bill. This was done, though, in the Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial. Purpose of this is so then there can be a certain amount of funds if the Finance Committee chooses in future budgets to put some money aside, or so the state can solicit donations. The commission can solicit donations from organizations, within the state and across the country, or accept federal funds if federal funds ever become available for helping states. The fund would be run by the treasurer of the state, and it would lapse into the general fund any extra dollars in 2027. And one last thing to just clarify too is that I believe we have the organization, and this is the same. This was one question I couldn't find answered by Representative Wall, which is they meet this commission even after the celebration. That was something the Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial did too. Why they did that, I'm not sure. I couldn't get a hold of anyone who was on that committee. I actually think Senator Hassan might have been involved. So, and when she was a state senator then, to give it some perspective, right? So that might be for creating a final report. I'm not entirely sure, but I know that it could also just be because they said, well, what if we couldn't have it on that date and we need to reschedule for a date in the future? I don't know, but I copied the exact how the Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial, how they established their commission. It worked. It was successful. They had a good program. I think, we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. This amendment just mocks that.
Thank you. Are there anyone else that want to speak to the representative?
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that probably that final date, to your point, is probably to debrief and probably come out with a final report and like look at, oh, how did this work out? I'm wondering if the Lincoln Memorial team, like if they came out with a report after, might be good to ask maybe either our researcher to look into. But no, I think this is a great amendment. I think let's not reinvent the wheel. I think this is the right way to do this. So support it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to do a roll call on amendment to HB 1441 2022-0148H.
Okay. Representative Moffett? Oh,
Yes on the amendment?
okay. Representative Katsoukaris?
Yes.
Representative Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Delamus, yes. Representative Foster?
Yes.
Representative Deshay?
Yes.
Representative Massimilla?
Yes.
Representative Piedra? Representative Espitia?
Yes.
Representative Toll?
Yes.
Representative LaBranch?
Yes.
Representative Volkowitz? Yes. And Representative Baldessar?
Yes.
All right. And that is
13, is it?
13.
13 to 0.
13 to 0.
13, 0. Okay, amendment.
Paper here somewhere.
Okay. Representative, who's doing the blurb on this one? Are you? Who's doing the blurb on this? Is it Republican or Democrat that wants to make the motion? Ought to pass as amended.
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'd like to motion House Bill 1441 ought to pass as amended.
Okay, we have a motion ought to pass as amendment. Is there a second? Massimilla? Okay, you got that, clerk?
Yep,
All right,
I sure do.
Massimilla. Give us a second to catch up. Second. Okay, I have an amendment, I have a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended, which as 2022-0148H. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'm gonna add something to it for the record. There was the emails that went around to the whole committee. This here was as nonpartisan as nonpartisan gets. The only thing is it got a little bit out of control because it went to the whole committee, which goes against the 91A because there's a quorum working on legislation. So I compliment Representative Walls and Representative Horrigan and being involved. So what I did was to cover, if anyone wanted to see those emails that went around under the 91A, those emails, Representative Deshaies brought them in, and we put them in the file. So that way there, we're in compliance with the, under 91A rules. So I wanted to put that out there for the record. Since there's no one else that's going to speak, then I will ask the clerk to take a roll call on ought to pass as amended in House Bill 1441.
Okay. Representative Moffett?
Yes on OTPA.
Representative Katsoukaris?
Yes.
Representative Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Delamus, yes. Representative Foster?
Yes.
Representative Deshay?
Yes.
Representative Massimilla?
Yes.
Representative Piedra? Representative Espitia?
Yes.
Representative Toll? Yes. Representative LaBranch?
Yes.
Representative Volkowitz? And Representative Baldessaro?
Yes.
All right.
So 13 and nothing.
13 to 0.
Without objection, we'll put this on the consent calendar? Okay, consent calendar. Okay, I will close the hearing on 1441, and we'll be back in here at 10:45, I think,
Are
right?
you going to do a report on that?
10:45. Representative Deshaies.
Okay, let me give you the paper.
I'll write it down real quick.
All right, I got it.
Okay.
Let me
go
get
back
this
to
done for you
education,
then.
10:45.
I'm going to be very
Yeah,
kind.
bring it back for a few minutes.
Yeah,
There's some hot stuff there.
Oh, good. I hear you. All right, thank you, and we'll be back again.
Well, you got to keep track of it all, you know.
God bless you, I couldn't.
Linda, that was one bill
yes,
that
you
was a
could.
great
No,
team
too
effort
much,
on,
too
between the sponsor And Rep. Walls is a walking book of history.
Oh, Lori.
Thank Representative Wall.
You're at the top of the
She
list.
called me up and she told me, she said, this is how you're gonna do it, and this is how it'll
I lost
succeed.
my
I said, yes,
Barbara Shaw
ma'am.
used to do that.
And it did.
It's- I said, yes, Representative Wall, yep, that's exactly what we'll do.
We didn't disagree a lot of stuff, but she was the school choice. But she was,
That's what happens, you get yourself all set up and busy.
you haven't elbowed me this time. Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to ask the chair about that.
Phyllis, we thought that you would have a bunch of
You have
people
to get them tomorrow.
testifying
I
on
bought my
your
plane ticket.
We thought you'd bring the whole
Saturday
Greek
morning.
community with you.
Okay, so we have to be out of here by midnight,
Yeah, I gotta be up by midnight. Well, no, by five in the morning, I gotta be at the airport.
Okay, well, I mean, I want to
Yeah.
have a little time to relax, right? So midnight. We'll
No, I had to go to town hall and
So I
sign
think
off on
that's
some
probably
papers
the
before I got
CACR
here,
one's
and
gonna
I'm
be
saying, oh, I should stay here.
Board where
Don't get involved in everything.
I'm trying not to.
Oh,
It's
God,
not an easy thing.
Yeah.
So they made much of it. They're supposed to get freezing this afternoon.
Phyllis, would you hand this to,
So-
Thank you.
Thank you.
speakers, looks like.
And I'm done with 1505. I don't even know why I have it now. This is going to be tomorrow. Put that right there. Okay, and then you need to, did I give you your sheet to?
Yeah, I got it right here.
All right, okay.
I'll write that out.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not trying to bug you about it, I'm just trying to organize. And I believe, whoa, we are about to deal with HRC, HCR 7. Right, right.
Some people, it's complicated because some people, they think it's more of a gray area because of how they're treated in Palestinians. I don't think it's much of a gray area, but, I get their perspective. I just don't agree with it. Yeah. I would think they should go to consent calendar. If you can't go to consent, though, you want to wait.
Oh, wait a second, right here. 1411. 1411.
No, it's a house concurrent resolution.
Okay, that goes from my own file. And this is, that's HR 6.
Mr. Chairman.
One sec, I'm sending something to our assistant. Can you point me?
Has your amendment come back down from 1411 for 1411 yet? No? Okay.
Idea.
Thank you.
Oh, they already wrote it. I'll vote however you want us to vote on that. It's your bill.
Okay, what was it?
I'm not, I could, you know what I mean?
Okay, we're gonna get ready to start.
Yay.
You had something quick?
Yeah. What, does a senator, so how does it work when it's a concurrent resolution? Because I know the Senate has rules for what they permit and what they don't permit to come, because I know they usually don't take these unless,
They're probably gonna take this because the GOP wants it.
oh, they're gonna, okay,
They
all right,
probably
that's
will.
what, I was gonna ask that clarification too. Are
Yeah.
they just gonna,
No, just don't ask.
yeah. I won't
And-
be asking
yeah.
publicly, that's why I asked you.
They want them on record. with the
I know,
vote.
I know.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna open up the hearing on HCR 7, which is reaffirming support for the nation of Israel in the location of the embassy of the United States therein. And the prime sponsor, Representative Spillane, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the committee. I'm here today to present to you HCR 7. It's already been read by the chair. This is a simple resolution, but I think it's an important and powerful statement because at this time we have generations who are forgetting history. We have institutions that are trying to rewrite history. We have nations and people who are more and more attacking the simple existence of one of our most steadfast allies in a region of great upheaval. And as we recently saw in Texas, terrorists are becoming more brazen. New Hampshire should stand firm with Israel and tell the world that we remember and we support our democratic ally. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. We take questions from the committee?
I will.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Spillane? Representative Massimillan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm just curious, what precipitated this bill?
As I mentioned, we've got more and more statements from countries throughout the world and actions taking place within our own borders that are disturbing. And we have recently located the embassy into Jerusalem where it belongs, and there are many, many people trying now to fight to not only tear down Israel itself, but to remove the capital and remove the embassy.
Thank you.
Representative Branch?
My question, and thank you, Chairman, for letting me ask a question. Why, in this House resolution or House concurrent resolution, why does it make the specification that we are supporting the change in the embassy's location?
because it is now located where we had for generations promised it would be moved, and although 4 or 5 different presidents came and go without it moving, we finally have it in the right place, and it should remain. We fulfilled a promise that was made long ago.
Yes.
Okay, Representative Katsouris, you have a question?
No.
Oh, Representative Deshaies?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Spillane, for bringing forward this important concurrent resolution. My question is it true that it was President Bill Clinton who originally had the law passed that the embassy would be moved from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and that it's just been Congress constantly suspending that change until finally the President of the United States, President Trump, allowed it to be moved to Jerusalem?
That would be my understanding.
Thank you.
Any, Representative Bryce?
Thank you for the follow-up. Do you think that this House concurrent resolution is unjustly picking a sign in a conflict between the Israelis and Palestinians, and do you think that it could interfere with the peace process?
No, I don't.
Any other questions around? Representative Moff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did the Obama administration also support the move from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay, Representative, I got a couple here. I believe President Obama also, in his speech, when he first ran, was in support. Because, as a matter of fact, my understanding is many presidents that did support this here. And President Trump was the first one to, finally do it, make it happen. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. My other question is on, there's a lot of concerns over why now. Why did you put this in now versus a year ago?
Because we've seen the attacks and the drumbeat around the world, and especially at the UN, to try to subvert and make Israel no longer a nation of its own.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Since no, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will recognize our great House Whip, Representative Janine Notter. My former assistant.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman,
Welcome.
and good morning, members of the committee. I'm the House Majority Whip, and I represent Hillsborough 21, the town of Merrimack. So my testimony today includes a bit of history, or a history lesson, rather. I stand in support of HCR 7. I've always known that the land of Israel belongs to the Jewish people. It says so in the Bible. For the non-believers, the Bible is a history book. For the rest of us, it's God's holy word, and the Jews are his chosen people. When I was a child, I remember going with my mother to see the movie The Hiding Place. That must have been my first introduction to the Holocaust. As I got older, I started reading books on the topic and watching documentaries and other movies. I also learned that my father witnessed the horror as a young GI in Patton's Third Army when he helped to liberate the concentration camp Dachau during World War II. 6 million Jews were killed during the Holocaust. After the war, among those who survived, many immigrated to the Holy Land. Israel has been our strongest ally in the Middle East. I don't know if you've heard of Brigitte Gabriel, but she was born in Lebanon and had to live in an underground bunker for 7 years during the Civil War and destroyed the peace in that country. It was the nation of Israel that interceded to rescue her and then helped to get her to the United States. Today, she is an American activist for freedom and liberty and obviously supports Israel. On a personal note, I have always had great respect for Judaism. I learned a lot about the faith from the Guf, which is said to be the repository for all the unborn souls, to the mezuzah. The latter is a decorative case that contains specific Hebrew verses from the Torah. It looks like a scroll, and you'll find it on the doorposts of Jewish homes. Before entering the home, you touch the mezuzah and then kiss your fingertips. And that is what I do out of respect when I visit a Jewish home. When I went to a synagogue, I had a profound sense that I was in a holy place. I can't describe it, but I've met others who have said the same. So when I first visited the Orthodox church that I've been attending for the last 20 years, I remember thinking, wow, it's almost Jewish here, except they're Christians. So knowing how much I revere the ancient faith, explains why I asked to co-sponsor HCR 7. And I thank the prime sponsor for adding my name. I remember seeing him wear an I Support Israel pin when he was a freshman legislator 4 terms ago. I also remember asking him where he got it because I wanted to get one too, but I couldn't find it this morning. I would have wore it. I too support Israel, and I believe that having the U.S. Embassy in Israel is prudent and just, and it needs to stay there. Lastly, a resolution may not be a bill that has sharp teeth, but it's the strongest statement we can make on any given subject. So I ask that you please support HCR 7. Thank you.
Will you take questions, Representative Nota?
I'll try.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Nota? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. So, for those that don't know, Representative Nota has been on this committee for a few years also. Thank you. Okay, the chair. Let me see here, wait a minute. The chair's going to recognize, I'm saving another rep for the end, but the chair's going to recognize Wharton Sinkler, who opposes the bill. Welcome, Mr. Sinkler.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to oppose H.R. 17. I'm here to oppose H.R. 17. Is that, okay, since we were just on a
Can you
different.
give your name and where you're from?
Yeah,
Different bill, Mr. Chair.
Oh, wait, did you say HR?
He's got 17
Okay,
there.
I'm sorry, I had that in the wrong pile there. All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
We'll hear you
We'll get
shortly.
back with you. Okay, the chair will recognize Representative Aaron, who I always like to hear from, and I was saving her for the end. See what we learned today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning, committee members. For the record, I'm Representative Judy Aaron. I represent Sullivan County District 7, but I'm here for myself. This bill, HCR 7, offers a concurrent resolution reaffirming the General Court's support for the nation of Israel and the location of the Embassy of the United States therein. As a co-sponsor of this bill, I believe this is an extremely important statement for our New Hampshire House to make, and especially to communicate to our federal delegation at this time. First, the support of Israel is something we should declare. Israel is our ally and the only free and democratic country in the Middle East. Second, the movement of the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem was an affirmation that the Holy City is indeed the political seat, secular heart, and religious soul of the country of Israel. Jerusalem has been fought over for millennia by its inhabitants and by regional powers and invaders. It is sacred to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and each religion has sites of great significance there, which Israel recognizes and protects fiercely. Israel's government regards Jerusalem as the eternal and indivisible capital of the country, and the United States recognized that important historical, political, and religious claim. So do 32 other countries in the world. I believe that we must, as a legislative body, make a bold statement in support and solidarity of the Jewish people and their homeland, Israel, as well as the decision by our government to move the U.S. Embassy to the rightful capital of Israel, Jerusalem. Watching the hostage situation unfold at Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville, Texas last week was another reminder of the unfortunate rise in anti-Semitism throughout our country and the world. It reminds us all that we must take a stand against anti-Semitism and discrimination of all kinds. Indeed, we have even had a bipartisan statement broadcast taking a stance against anti-Semitism on December 2nd, 2021, by our Speaker of the House and minority leadership. So this bill seems a natural follow-up to that letter to House members. My husband has family that live in Israel. Members of his family immigrated to Israel before it became a state, when it was the only place Jews could go to escape persecution in Eastern Europe. Both of us personally have many family members who perished in Hitler's concentration camps. We as descendants are considered survivors. And thank God our relatives survived those awful times and were either able to come to America or go to Israel to be free.
We'll take the time, Representative. will you?
But still, my husband and I have seen the ugly realities of anti-Semitism. We grew up with it, and unfortunately it still lingers even since Hitler's defeat. And we've heard the ugly words of people wanting to push the House of Israel into the sea. Instead of working towards peaceful resolutions to this kind of awful division and hatred. And so, I would like to see our New Hampshire House take a leading role to affirm support of the Jewish state of Israel and the Jewish people as one way to combat anti-Semitism. And so I'm asking you to pass this bill out of your committee with an OTP recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
And pardon me for my emotional,
Oh, take your time.
thank you.
It's worthy of a motion.
Yeah, please, if I may, thank you. Representative, will you take questions from anyone if they have questions?
Sure.
Does anyone here have any questions? Representative LaBranch?
Thank you, and thank you for coming to this committee and testifying today. In your testimony, you talked about a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Would you support an amendment to this House concurrent resolution that would keep the majority of the resolution the same, but add a section calling for or reaffirming our support to the peace process between Israel and Palestine?
I think the bill is fine the way it is.
Thank you, Representative. I wouldn't support it either, but I appreciate the representative bringing it up. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Representative. Representative LaBranch, if you want to bring an amendment forward, I mean, that's, you could do that. You know, I just can't guarantee it will pass, but you have that right.
Yeah, I have an amendment, and it's being printed by House Committee
Okay,
Services.
thank you. Is there anyone else who has not spoken, that wants to speak on this bill? Representative Nam Silva, you can submit a card after to us.
I will submit a card afterwards, yes.
Okay. Welcome to the committee, Representative Silva. It's always an honor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I wasn't intending to speak, but I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. There's been the statements about in support of this bill, and I think that one thing that has been absent in the testimony so far is that a couple of months ago, a member of the General Court actually publicly espoused the motto of the terrorist group Hamas: from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And when you examine that statement from that terrorist group, designated terrorist group, it means to wipe out the state of Israel and kill all the Jews by pushing them into the Mediterranean Sea. That's what it means. That's the subtext of that statement. Wow. And we need, by passing this continuing resolution or concurrent resolution, to say that this is not an acceptable thing for the state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Would you take any questions from any?
Certainly.
Any questions for Representative Silva? No. With that, Representative, I'm kind of glad this came forward, because for many years that I kept hearing and hearing it's going to happen under Republican and Democrats. And of course, as you know, it took President Trump to finally make it happen. So would you agree this would be a win-win for the relationship between America and Israel?
Absolutely, and it's our only true ally through thick and thin in the Mideast, yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for the committee.
Is there anyone else out there that wants to speak that did not sign up? I don't see any. With that, I am going to close the hearing on House Concurrent Resolution 7. And let me see.
I have 11
At 11:15 will be HR 17, so it'll be about 15 minutes. Thank you. If you're going to be speaking on HR 17, please fill out a pin card and submit it to. Thank you.
Fred.
be on good behavior today?
Never, but, you know. Thank you, Al.
Oh, I forgot something upstairs. I gotta go grab something. I'm gonna leave my purse here. I'll be right back.
I'll let you. I know the clocks are off and off in these buildings.
I'm gonna say that again. One sec.
Don't look at me.
I didn't have my mic on.
Is that right? Yep. That's him.
Okay, so move him.
Yep.
All right. You didn't put representatives. Okay. Once again, I'm going to open up the hearing on H.R. 17, House Resolution opposing all federal and state efforts to establish a carbon tax on fuels for electricity and transportation. I'm going to welcome Representative Bernardi to the committee, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman and committee. For the record, my name is J.D. Bernardi. I'm representative from Rockingham 16, which is Southampton, East Kingston, and Kensington. So why would anyone want to propose a carbon tax on fuels and transportation and for transportation and electricity? Nominally, because burning carbon dioxide-based fuels releases carbon dioxide into the environment. And what's wrong with releasing carbon dioxide, the gas that we exhale when we breathe, about 2 pounds a day, into the atmosphere? Well, the environmental crusaders say it will cause global warming and manifold attendant consequences, adverse weather, sea level rises. This is predicted by computer models that were first reported by the UN Environmental Director in 1972. But then it was global cooling because of all the other pollutants that are part of combustion. Since 1982, 89, 90, 2007, 15, 18, and last year, the world is just another 10 years from a global warming catastrophe. Additionally, the computer models focus only on man-made sources of carbon dioxide and completely ignore significant uncontrollable contributions like volcanic eruptions. Importantly, none of the Crusaders' models correspond to the actual observed climate on Earth. Global temperature change has been about 0.5 degrees in the last 50 years. The most disastrous model scenarios have pushed by the Crusaders and a complicit media and big tech say that these levels will be 1.5 degrees to 4.5 degrees. Disasters sell and support the need for big government solutions and support the need for more government grants to study the quote-unquote problem. Mankind has easily adapted to this modest half-degree temperature change. We lived through warmer periods in the past. The highest recent temperatures occurred during the Dust Bowl eras of the 1930s. Previous warm periods occurred in the Middle Ages when they grew barley in Greenland so the Vikings could survive. During the Roman era, they grew grapes in England for wine. The sun's warmth and carbon dioxide allow plants to photosynthesize to grow and produce more abundant grasses, trees, and crop yields. Not remotely an emergency. It's been a positive thing agriculturally for this planet. Le Chatelier's principle tells us that when a settled system is disturbed, it will adjust to diminish the change that has been made to it. Despite the modest carbon dioxide increase, storms, floods, droughts have reduced 80% from 1980 to 2016. Yet this doesn't stop demagoguing these events. They have always occurred and will continue to occur. There is no climate emergency, and we should not be stampeded into adopting a Climate Crusaders prescription for raising carbon taxes to lessen the use of these fuels for transportation and electricity. Unfortunately, since the time that I drafted this bill, the Biden administration has effectively added an overwhelming carbon tax by various anti-energy initiatives. Natural gas production and distribution has been discouraged. The Keystone XL pipeline was canceled immediately at the start of the administration. Dominion and Duke Energy canceled the Atlantic pipeline due to quote-unquote legal uncertainties caused by progressive pipeline opponents. The Penn East pipeline was canceled for similar reasons. All new drilling was prohibited on federal lands, so as existing wells are closed, supplies become more limited and prices go up. Note, about 56% of the electricity generated in New England is from natural gas. Supplier portions of our electric bills have more than doubled. New Hampshire pays the 5th highest electric rates in the continental U.S., and they're skyrocketing. Natural gas prices for home heating are jumping over 50% as well. On top of that, gasoline prices have surged from $2 a gallon to $3.30 a gallon, and even more today since I wrote this. Effectively, the Biden administration has already implemented a massive carbon tax. Earlier this legislative session, the Transportation and Climate Initiative, TCI, was rejected by this legislature and the governor. TCI was another carbon trading scheme that was intended for 13 states from North Carolina to Maine. Carbon emissions were to be capped for transportation fuels, and carbon credits were to be sold to fuel suppliers. The TCI was designed to achieve the same carbon reduction by making gas and oil prices more expensive, forcing consumers to ride share or take mass transit. Rising gas prices caused by the Biden administration effectively killed the TCI plan, resulting in the governor formally rejecting the initiatives and all the other governors following suit. Finally, the last federal plan, Clean Energy Performance Program, is another carbon reduction program in the pending Build Back Better legislation. It is also designed to make electric prices rise. Bottom line, we don't need to accept false climate models and extremist solutions that cripple our economy and our people. Say no to carbon taxes and send that message to our federal delegation. With that, I will take questions.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. I got a few things myself, and while you were speaking, some things that popped. Will you take questions from the committee?
Absolutely.
I had flashbacks of my younger days with Tip O'Neill and the Kennedys. My grandfather was a four-term mayor in Cambridge, Massachusetts, so I grew up at the mall. And back then, as a kid, the sky was going to fall. It was called something else back then. Then I joined the Marines.
Global cooling.
Yeah, warming, that's right. Then I joined the Marines, and all I kept hearing in a few years, we're done. The sky's going to fall. Then I listened to Vice President Al Gore when I was in the Marines. And for the record, I retired from the Marine Corps. And all I heard was it's the end of the world. In a couple of years, we're done. But since then, I've seen the light, and my grandfather used to tell me, read the almanac. Is the almanac, that they always say, if you want to know what's going on with the weather, read the Farmer's Almanac. Is that a true
Yeah.
statement?
Well, there are a lot of people that take that point of view.
Okay. My other thing was on this here is, why is it always the United States that has to do a redistribution of people's money for this carbon tax, where China and other countries, no big deal? We bow to them. How come?
Well, these carbon tax initiatives are driven by people like John Kerry and others that want us to, quote unquote, lead the way, and are not willing to force the same requirements on China or India or other third world developing countries into second or first world countries to accept the same costs. So I can't explain their illogic, but that's what they want to do.
Okay. For the record, do you sit on science and technology?
Yes, I'm on science,
Okay,
technology,
so you're
and
one
energy.
of the big geeks that keeps us straight in this information. I appreciate it. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, Representative Walkowicz?
Sure. Well, just to wax nostalgically, I remember Mr. Koffler in 7th grade teaching us about something called the greenhouse effect. When I was born in 1958, there were 347 parts per million of carbon dioxide. There's now 417 parts per million of carbon dioxide. 98% of all climate scientists tell us that sort of contrary to what you're saying. What do you know about the greenhouse effect, and is it just not true? Was Mr. Koffler wrong in telling me about that?
Well, Mr. Koffler's not wrong in telling you about the greenhouse effect. I think some of the things that you might be remembering are wrong. The greenhouse effect is caused by the shortwave radiation coming in from the sun being easily passed through the atmosphere, but once we do a little heating of the Earth, the long wave radiation that is emitted, it does not all escape, and that causes a warming. And there was a recent paper in the International Journal of Atmosphere and Oceanic Sciences, December of this last year, that describes how the Earth itself would be 33 degrees Kelvin, which is centigrade re-indexed to absolute zero, cooler if we didn't have the greenhouse effect. So 33 degrees of the Earth's current temperature, centigrade degrees, we would be cooler. Now, of that, they analyzed what are the contributors to that greenhouse effect. The biggest greenhouse gas is water vapor, all the stuff in our clouds, and that's responsible for 29.4 degrees of that greenhouse effect. I have the numbers here. 3.3 degrees of that are caused by carbon dioxide, and 0.3 degrees of that are caused by methane, why they want to have cows no longer fart in the fields, and nitrous oxide. So those are the facts of the circumstance. So the rising of the greenhouse gases that you've described are demonstrated to cause 1/2 a degree centigrade rise from carbon dioxide and the attendant water vapor changes that happen with that because of more cloud formation. 0.06 and 0.08 respectively of the methane and nitrous oxide. This is a de minimis amount, a de minimis effect. Additionally, there are 2 other papers that have recently been published that basically describe the effect of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and its and how it impacts the temperature rise, and it effectively says the higher the amount of carbon dioxide, the less the carbon dioxide has an effect. I reference Le Chatelier's principle. Basically, what this would say is the first 100 parts per million causes 70% of the impact of temperature. The next 100, going from 100 to 200, you get up to 81% of the effect. Going from 200 to 300, you get up to 96% of the effect. And above that is your remaining 4% is that last increment of carbon dioxide. Essentially demonstrating the more you add, the less the effect.
Well, thank you for that. Of course, when they speak on the floor there, a lot of us are lost, you know. But you know, they're the knowledgeable ones there. Any other questions? For Representative? Yes, Representative Loomis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I know that plants give off carbon dioxide, and they do
Use carbon dioxide.
they use it and they expel it,
they
right?
also-
So,
yes.
right. So at night they do it, and sometimes and parts of the day when the sun comes out, then you've got photosynthesis. So,
Is there
if
a
we cut
question?
down my question is, if we cut down all the trees in the rainforests, would that help with global warming?
I
By
d-
eliminating the carbon dioxide that they would emit,
well,
since the plants are large contributors.
I understand your point. I think the greater impact of cutting down the trees is going to cause less sequestering of carbon dioxide. In fact, one of the methods people talk about addressing CO2 buildup is planting more trees, so that the trees, when they photosynthesize and grow and capture that carbon in their wood and whatnot, they are reducing the net carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. If you remember in my testimony, I made the statement that agriculturally, increased levels of carbon dioxide have been a good thing for this planet. And if you go to sophisticated greenhouses and you want to understand how they can push plant growth and get things ready for the season, one of the things they do is tightly isolate those houses and add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere so the plants grow faster. So it's a net positive for plant growth.
Would you take one more question?
Absolutely.
Well, I am a gardener, and I just wanted to ask if you feel that there's a good natural balance that we have on Earth, that our balance is between the oxygen and the carbon dioxide is fairly static, and would sustain life as we know it and has been for the next few thousand years, or?
Well, I would agree with that. I think that, you know, even though the modern industrial society is clearly contributing to a modest increase in carbon dioxide, one of the other recent papers that has been published, this time in Climate, describes what the levels of carbon dioxide have been in the atmosphere. They've looked at stable isotopes over the last 435 million years. Okay, so in that paper, they found a modest but negative correlation between the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and warming. There are times in the ancient past when the carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere were significantly higher than they are now. And I do not believe that the modest amount of carbon dioxide change that we're now seeing is going to have any significant impact on humans. In fact, one of the things that humans are very good at doing is adapting to their environment.
Thank you for answering my
All right, thank you, Representative. Seeing that there are no other questions, we thank you for your testimony. It was definitely a learning process for me.
That was wonderful.
Yeah, it was wonderful testimony there, and most people really don't look. Oh, do you have a? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Representative Massimilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you see any parallel between the consequences that resulted as the denial of the pandemic and its resulting consequences could be a parallel to the possibility of longer-term effects of denial of the carbon emissions?
Short answer, no. But first, I would not agree with your initial premise that there was a denial of the pandemic. I think what there has been is a disagreement as time has gone on about what the proper methods to address the pandemic are. And that has been characterized by those that don't like that as denial. I believe that is inaccurate.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative.
Any other questions? Seeing so, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair will recognize Representative Janine Nodder, our whip.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Like Representative Bernardi and Representative Vose, I too am on the Committee of Nerds and Geeks, also known as Science, Technology, and Energy. I know it's riveting, so wake up, everyone. So the past 4 terms now, I've been on the Committee of Science, Technology, and Energy, and many times now we have heard arguments for and against a carbon tax. I keep some of the past testimony in a folder that has the Eiffel Tower on the cover. It serves as a reminder of the crowds that took to the streets to protest the carbon tax that was imposed on the people of France. Serving in the New Hampshire legislature, we often hear the same bills over and over each term. In this committee, it was the honor and remember flag that kept coming back. So let me tell you what a carbon tax would mean for New Hampshire. New England Convenience Stores and Energy Markets Association testified that every cent the state charges through this plan will get pushed down the various supply chains and ultimately end up hitting New Hampshire citizens in the wallet. It will affect anyone who drives a car, heats their home or business, or anyone doing construction projects of any kind, anyone who buys groceries or eats out in a restaurant, and on and on and on. This tax will touch everyone in the state multiple times each and every day. This domino effect was further explained by Representative Michael Vose. The collapse of the New Hampshire economy is what this carbon tax will likely induce. Since surrounding states will not have adopted this tax, energy prices in those states will become lower than those here. People will drive to neighboring states to buy cheaper gas. Renters, especially those who commute out of state for work, will move there because apartment utilities will be lower. Since all goods and services vendors in New Hampshire will be subject to the carbon tax, the price of everything will go up. This inflation will cut back on other expenses, such as labor. Jobs will be lost. Companies may eventually be forced to relocate out of state. New Hampshire will fall into a death spiral of economic chaos. At a task force meeting at the American Legislators Exchange Council, a slide was presented to highlight our state and the ridiculous carbon tax proposal. New Hampshire is among the lowest in the USA for carbon emissions, less than 0.0029%. Wow. So let me repeat that, 0.0029% of the US total. So how could anyone possibly rationalize taxing the people of New Hampshire? And we're talking $300 to $800 million for such a minuscule return. In 2019, the majority party at the time tabled the carbon tax bill to avoid having the public hear the debate on this disastrous legislation that spells government overreach to the extreme. So as legislators, we sometimes receive literature from the Heartland Institute. You may hear testimony later today from someone who will try to convince you that the Heartland Institute is just a tiny little outfit that knows nothing. On the contrary, the Heartland Institute has the respect of tens of thousands of scientists worldwide who dispute that we are in a climate crisis. Keep in mind that the public is only told what those in charge of the media and/or administration want you to know. During a previous administration, only the climate alarmists got federal grants, and those in opposition got canceled. I had the opportunity to attend the International Climate Conference this past October. I took home stacks of books and read every one of them, and I filled up this entire notepad with notes just from that conference and those books. And I kept hearing, no, carbon is good. You need carbon. You need carbon. Right. And we've had more carbon in the air in times past. So true science dictates that questions must always be asked. Is science ever really settled? New information pops up every day. So to sum it all up, A resolution is not a bill that enacts change. It is a political statement that we do not want to ruin our economy with an unsustainable carbon tax like they implemented in France. Put the granite staters first and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative. Do we have a copy of your written testimony, too, if we can?
Yes. I have to meet a Girl Scout, so quick.
You know, sitting here, just listening to this stuff here, and I think of, the number came up, if I'm not mistaken, was $308 million coming in, you know, on this redistribution of money. What is this doing to our electric bills?
Keeps going up and up and up. Well, let me tell you, there was a scientist named Holger. I have his name here somewhere. Holger, I can't remember his last name at the moment. But he's from Germany, and he told me that there are people in Germany, because they have the highest energy costs in the world, followed by Australia. In the United States, it's California that has the highest. People cannot afford electricity in Germany. They're freezing, and they want to do that to us here? Why? If people want to sit in the dark alone and freeze, I mean, they're welcome to do that, but we shouldn't be forced to.
Right. They could move to Germany. Yeah, another yeah, they can move to Germany, yeah. My next question would be is, one of the phone calls and different things I get from business owners from out of state that would love to come to New Hampshire, but they always complain about our high electric costs.
Yes.
I mean, what can we do to straighten this out? Because, I mean, to me, this is a redistribution of money.
It is.
And we've been doing great here in New Hampshire for many, many years. The sky is not falling. So what can we do to attract more business that are complaining about our electric bills? I mean,
Well, on science and tech and energy, what we try to say is we have to chip away a little bit at a time, because we keep getting told every time there's a bill or something, oh, it's only the price of a cup of coffee. It's only the price of 2 cups of coffee. Well, you know, we're talking about gallons and gallons of coffee with all these little taxes and fees, so it keeps going up. So we have to chip away where we can. Also, well, this is another committee, but I just put in a bill in Ways and Means to continue lowering the business profits tax and business enterprise tax, because that will help get businesses to want to come here. And also, you don't have to be a nerd or a geek to want to know what the energy prices are. So there's this little app called ISO to go. So it's free. You download it to your phone, and you can see real time what the energy costs in New Hampshire. So right now it's $168.05 per megawatt.
my last question here, maybe you can help me out to understand this here, is what that $308 million,
300 to 800 million.
300, 800 million?
800 million, yeah.
What does that money go, what do we, I mean, besides helping low income with their homes, that's an awful lot of, what are we doing with that money?
That's a good question. Why don't they just leave it with the people where it belongs? They take it and they like redistribute it. Like they'll give it to someone here, and it's like you spend $100 today to maybe get 70 back later on. It's a big, long, complicated system. So just leave it alone. Just no carbon tax. Just, you don't need it.
But what are they, how is it making a difference in the carbon tax? I mean, in the carbon? I mean, with that, you know, with the money they're taking from because they're producing carbon or trees, is somebody taxing the trees or, you know what I mean, where it's producing all this carbon? I
They
mean,
will.
on
They'll
properties?
tax the air we breathe, so shh, be quiet.
Okay, I mean, that's why I'm confused on why so much money's coming in, and that, I mean, elderly in my district are complaining, you know, it's the same thing. They're putting the heat down to 65 or 60, you know, just to stay because of the cost and electricity and oil and other. Okay, that's it. Any other questions? Representative Deshays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Nodder, for taking my question. So let's assume, right? Let's entertain the idea that this issue could be solved via carbon tax, right? Let's make that assumption. My question though is, don't we already have a regulatory system, RGGI, right? The regional greenhouse gas initiative.
RGGI is an energy tax.
It's an And so, has that been effective in reducing greenhouse gases? And how has that money been reinvested in New Hampshire? Right? Is that current system? Is that working? Is that successful? And if that is successful, would it not prove that we don't need a carbon tax? We already have our own system. Or if it isn't successful, wouldn't it just further prove that a carbon tax probably wouldn't work if Reggie's not working?
I'm lost in your question, but I always sponsor or co-sponsor a bill every year to try and get rid of Reggie.
Yeah, we tried to kill it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a disaster.
Okay, okay, anyone else? You had a question? Well, thank you very much, Representative Notter, appreciate your testimony. The chair welcomes that opposes the bill. Wharton Sinkler, we finally get him up here. All right.
Written testimony, Representative Notter?
Notter, you have written,
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
welcome to the committee.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name's Wharton Sinkler, and I'm from Sandwich, New Hampshire. And I was curious, do we have numbers on the record of how many opposed and in favor of HR 17?
No, I don't have the numbers. I will, I mean, I'm sure.
They're online and also in-person indications of the numbers of pro and con.
I can tell
I'd
you.
like to know those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I can get the numbers there. Our
Okay.
assistant there will get it for us.
Okay.
But I can tell you myself, as a legislator for the town of Londonderry, I look at what it's costing my elderly and other stuff. So even though there's people all around the country calling in and opposing us here, emails I got from out of state, and I'm saying, oh, they want us, and then there was some from in-state too, don't get me wrong, but they would love for us to, you know, keep redistributing people's money, and all I'm doing is hurting my seniors and low-income people, but go ahead.
So my comments are as follows. We in this country have always embraced good science and good technology, and it's served us extremely well. Right now, we've done things like addressing the ozone layer destruction very effectively by phasing out the chemicals that were causing that damage to the ozone layer and exposing people to UV light. We have a problem right now. The scientists are telling us that, as the representative to my right here pointed out earlier, 98% of climate scientists are in agreement that climate change is real, it's happening. It's caused by our carbon dioxide emissions primarily from the use of fossil fuels, and it's having profound effects. Right now, those are not modeled effects, they are real. We are experiencing sea level rise. We are experiencing a large loss of ice from glaciers and at our poles. And we are experiencing severe heat waves and record temperatures and wildfires, all of which have been scientifically related to the climate change that we are causing with our carbon dioxide emissions. This is something that, I would like to think that we as a society can grasp science and address and solve with good, sound policy. I'd like to point out that HR 17, in its points opposing carbon taxes, essentially paints a caricature of a badly designed carbon tax. It's not really related to real proposals of carbon taxes or carbon pricing. For example, the HR 17 suggests that with carbon pricing, we would end up hurting our competitiveness. But in reality, the bills that are actually being considered that implement carbon pricing as a means of creating the incentives to use less fossil fuels, those bills all include measures such as a carbon border adjustment mechanism, or CBAM, which would basically it would force exporters to the U.S. who don't have an equivalent carbon price to pay a border adjustment on the goods they're importing to us. So this would protect the competitiveness of American manufacturing by levying essentially the equivalent carbon tax on goods as they're imported. That's real carbon pricing policy, and what HR 17 discusses isn't real. It's a caricature of poorly designed carbon pricing meant to scare legislators and to mislead the public about what carbon pricing really is and what it can accomplish. Another example is that it talks about electricity prices as being immediately and substantially increased by a carbon tax. Well, obviously that depends how that carbon tax is introduced. Does it start small and go up over time? We in New Hampshire, we already generate more than 60% of the electricity we consume with non-emitting sources. So we're actually already quite far ahead of the curve. If you have a small and steadily increasing price on fossil-based carbon, you'll promote the utilities to move away from fossil fuel energy, and you'll give them time to do it and an incentive to do it. And by doing that, in fact, they avoid the tax completely. So the tax may not really even show up that much, but by being present and creating incentives, it leads us in the right direction away from the use of fossil fuels, which are causing this problem, which I discussed earlier, due to global warming. Global warming, these are facts. We have sea level rise. We have, the warmest years on record have all been in the last 7 years. That's real data, and I think by slamming the door on carbon pricing without carefully considering what a good carbon price would entail, we're really throwing the baby out with the wash water, and we should not do that. This bill is misguided, and in trying to preempt a policy without carefully considering, the nuance, the caveats, how it can be structured positively for our citizens and for our residents. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Will you accept questions?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, some of you brought up there that on the use of, you said we want to use less fossil fuels. I'm no, Representative Branch, who's one of our gurus and, brilliant on this issues here. And I know when I look at studies, you say 98% of the scientists, but I see other studies that disagree with many studies disagree, okay, on this area here. But my question is, what the electric cars that they're pushing, and what does that do to the grid? And what does that do to the electric companies that have to produce more electricity, and they must be put more in the air, or carbon or whatever in the air? I mean, what does that do? I mean,
I own an electric car, and I charge it overnight. And in the state of New Hampshire, between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., almost certainly the electricity I'm using to charge my car comes from our nuclear plant at Seabrook. It's completely emissions-free. As we transition to more electricity in our transportation sector, we will need to improve our electric grid. We will need to add supply, but we should get going on that. That's something that putting a price on the problem will really encourage us to do aggressively. We need to move fast with this because the threat to our children and grandchildren is real. We will not have the same climate here in New Hampshire. We're already seeing last summer heat waves that wouldn't have been at all common, or they would have been extremely rare 30 years ago.
okay, I'm hoping Representative Branch is taking notes, because I'm going to ask him to come back up, if you don't mind, at the end, to help my committee out and decipher some of the things that have been said here when we go to exec this here, to make a difference. But with your electric card, one question there would help us on some of the votes that we get. You're not paying any road tax anymore because you're not getting gas. What's that gonna do to the highways?
I mean, the highways are funded from gasoline taxes,
Yes,
but they're also.
but you wanna get rid of fossil fuel.
But they're also funded in very large measure by regular income taxes, federal income taxes, because the gasoline tax, the federal gasoline tax hasn't increased since 1992. So, so you and I, when we pay our income tax to Uncle Sam, we're actually supporting transportation.
Now,
So,
if I may,
mean,
because
you know-
we're moving along, I have a lot of time here, but if I may, I just need you to answer me. I'm talking New Hampshire. New Hampshire maintains their roads by the gas tax, not by the taxpayers, the gas tax, which is used, and then we bond to fix certain roads that are paid by those general fund then and the gas tax. So with all these electric cars, I'm just asking your recommendation, how do you how do you recommend us to tax you to make, because you're driving a car that you're not using fuel?
I mean, I do agree with you in principle. The roads do need to be paid for, and at some point, it will be appropriate to levy tax to, on electric vehicles to help pay for the roads. Right now, the sector is extremely small, and it's actually important that it be allowed to grow. So prematurely slapping punitive tax on electric vehicles is, I think, a bad idea right now. That's my personal opinion. Yeah, I mean, the principle you bring up there about paying for our roads and services is important, and I agree with it.
Okay, because we're losing money in our gas tax, that's why I'm bringing that up. But you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your testimony. So, would you believe that that our, in December was it was 9 degrees warmer than the average? Would you believe that this year it was, 9 degrees warmer than the average in Massachusetts or in New Hampshire?
Our December, I don't have at my fingertips the state climatologists' conclusions for the month of December. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I saw on the news the other day. So.
Right. Yeah. It was a very warm fall and right into December. That's correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? I can tell you, I left, went to Florida there because it was too cold. It was colder than normal in my book, but go ahead. Representative,
Yeah, and I want to thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask a question. I too drive a hybrid vehicle, and I drove here today, and I got about the equivalent of 78 miles to the gallon with my hybrid vehicle. So I guess I am contributing to the demise of New Hampshire roads by not burning enough fossil fuels. No. But I want to ask you, in previous testimony, we heard that the United States produces a very small amount of the CO2 in the world, but I'm seeing, according to the Union of Concerned Scientists, that we are the top CO2 emitting country in the world, that we emit 24.5% of the CO2 compared to 13.9% produced by China. Can you resolve this? Do you know anything about this? Are we actually very tiny contributors, or is the Union of Concerned Scientists data incorrect?
I believe we were passed by China not long ago. Without actually looking up numbers, I'm afraid I'm not exactly the expert on this, but we are certainly, as a nation, one of the largest emitters in the world of the gases that are causing global warming.
thank you. Mr. Sinkle, for the record, are you a scientist or are you?
I actually am a materials scientist, so I have a PhD in a field that's not related to climate, but I am scientifically trained. I have some background in chemistry and physics, and that's I'm a retired researcher.
Okay, one last, Representative DeLumis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. And it's going to probably be a silly question to you, but considering that we've had an ice age, and do you believe that there was an ice age? Okay.
Absolutely.
Considering we've had an ice age, and considering that Greenland did in fact grow crops, and I think that's fairly common knowledge, how would you explain the warming that it took place from the ice age to the heat that it would take to have Greenland produce plants, and then now you're saying that with the infinitesimal amounts of carbon that we were just told about by my esteemed colleague, that we're able to affect any change. If globally the sun probably had a fair amount to do with the warming of the planet for that, are you suggesting that by having hybrid cars and stopping the emissions that we produce now, which also do benefit the growth of plants, that we're going to affect, we're going to all drown in the raising waters from the ocean? I'm confused.
I mean, there are a lot of questions. You asked actually quite a few questions. Some of
If you
them,
can make it, you know,
some of them
quick
would
answers.
require a lot of
Yeah.
discussion to resolve. You know, I think there are certainly some very good sources on the causes of the ice ages. It was actually more than one. And a lot of them have to do with Earth's orbit around the sun and angles of inclination between the axis of the Earth and the sun. But you know, I think this material is something that scientists, climate scientists, are well aware of, and there are good scientific explanations for ice ages. And in the context of our fairly complete and rigorous understanding of the Earth's climate system, we are still able to say that our carbon dioxide emissions are disrupting the climate that we have today and will be causing substantial warming, have already caused substantial warming, and that's a dangerous thing, that we can't let that just go on unabated and expect to enjoy our cool summers and wonderful climate here in New Hampshire. And you know, other parts of the world will really suffer very unduly because of heat and sea level rise. So,
Thank you.
big topic.
Representative, you have a question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you for your testimony. As a scientist, do you believe that there is a correlation between the availability and cost of energy in a society and the average standard of living within that society?
I think use of energy does certainly contribute to our well-being, but putting a price on fossil-based carbon is not the end of energy use as we know it. That certainly would be unacceptable. But again, this goes back to overgeneralization about carbon pricing in terms of well-designed versus poorly designed. And if we are careful and deliberate carefully about how exactly to implement something like a carbon price, we can accomplish what we need to accomplish with respect to climate change without, sacrificing and having our citizens sacrifice in their standard of living.
One thing
Real
I'm
quick follow-up?
wondering. Yeah, no, I'll give you a follow-up. I was just wondering, when you tax them on the carbon, does the carbon automatically go away because we took their money? You know what I mean? So, but go ahead, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that said, do you think that a carbon tax would have a positive or negative effect on the average standard of living within our society?
I mean, I think a well-designed carbon tax, is an economic question, really. So it's a question of properly designed carbon tax. Does that increase GDP, or does it increase jobs, or does it increase our population's health? And I think there are economists who've carefully considered this question, And the answers that they have come up with is that what a carbon tax will do is effective at reducing carbon emissions without sacrificing jobs or standard of living. Or if there are sacrifices, they're very small and negligible. Certainly on issues such as health, you know, transitioning away from fossil fuels removes a lot of, you know, air quality burdens that impact Americans, and not so much in New Hampshire, but certainly in our big cities and adjacent to our highways. You know, having less air pollution is a beneficial side effect of you know, moving our energy use away from polluting fossil fuels.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, you know, we're here concerned with what's going on in New Hampshire, since we're taking people a bit money out of their pockets. But thank you very much. A very, very interesting
Okay.
testimony, and I like listening to both sides anyways. And
Thanks.
Since I
Thanks
listened
for
to
allowing
it
me
for years.
testify.
Is it Phil or is it
Yeah, that's
Brown
Phil Brown.
who opposes the bill?
Phil Brown, yes.
Oh, hi.
I'm opposed to the resolution.
Yes.
And
Oh,
it's
by the
not-
way,
it's a
your other answer, you were asking how many supported or 140 opposed and 4 support, which is normal for this type of bill because they come in from all over the place and on these bills, and a lot of them, I want to pull the list. A lot of them are all activists and they come from out of state too. But thank you.
I'll take Mr. Brown's card.
Yes, welcome, Mr. Brown.
Good day. My name is Phil Brown. I'm a retired science teacher from Concord High School. Taught science at all grades and in all science areas for 35 years here in the state. And I'm in opposition to this resolution. And I gave you a piece of paper that I actually brought to bear for House HB 1657. It was about local foods for local schools. But if you look at this side, did all of you folks get one of these?
Yep.
Okay. If you look at this side, there are 2 data tables here. The first data table relates to a 20-year period from roughly 1981, or 1981 to 2000. And this is a data table that was created by looking at the NOAA, which is the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, does every year. They study the number of billion-dollar disasters. Billion-dollar disasters in this country, right? In the 20-year period from 81 to 2000, there were, I don't have my spectacles, so I'm hoping I can read it correctly. There were, if you look at the vertical line with the yellow bar on it, in that 20-year period, there were 84 CPI adjusted, computer price index adjusted, $84 billion disasters, and the total cost to the country was roughly $456 billion. Okay? In 1986, down at Goddard Space Flight Center, Jim Hansen, after looking at the data that came from the Mauna Loa Observatory on the island of Mauna Loa out in the Pacific, he was studying the levels of carbon dioxide. And 350 parts per million of CO2 was initially monitored that particular year. Well, the ice cores, somebody was talking about ice cores in Greenland. They've been taking ice cores out of the ice in Greenland, and they go down a mile, 2 miles deep into the ice. And they can study them, and they can figure out for a particular year, like 25,000 years ago when was our last ice age, that the greatest amount of CO2 in the atmosphere at that time was 300 parts per million. And now we're at 400 and, I'm going to say close to 20, I'm not sure. So 350 in 1986, which is in this 20-year time period. Okay, so what we have is a situation where if you look at the second data table below that, which is just the last 5 years, from 2017 to 2021, the total number of disasters, roughly the same, but a 5-year period as opposed to a 20-year period. There were $86 billion disasters in the United States at a cost of roughly $742 billion. So the cost of having this disruption to our climate and to our earth and to our social system is ever increasing on our society. I'm not even talking about the $10+ billion or trillion dollars that we've spent on COVID over the last 3 years, right? So we're talking here about disasters that we see, and you would really have to be somewhat out of it not to notice that when we have rain events, we don't just have rain anymore. We have deluges. When we have wind events, we don't just have breezes. We have wind, right? We have wind. Now, that wind can be used offshore to generate electricity, which could reduce the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. We need to seriously think about what the cost is to our society by an ever-increasing dependence on fossil fuels. When I was born in 1948, there were only 2 billion people on this planet. 2 billion. Today we're approaching 8 billion. And all of them want to live like we have lived here in the United States for the last 70 years. We have lived as kings and queens. We have lived a life that no one could have imagined growing up in the Depression, like my mom did. We need to think about what we can do to preserve this planet for my children, your children, our grandchildren, into the future. And so I would really like to think that you would want to consider them in not supporting this resolution. So that's my testimony. And I will
Thank you.
take questions.
Do you have written testimony?
Just this.
Okay,
Oh, do you
that's
mean-
right, you did give
just
this
what-
that, that's
I
right, I'm
didn't
sorry.
write down what I just said.
Disregard, no,
No, I
disregard.
just
We
referred to
appreciate
these
written
data
testimony you got. But anyways, would you take questions, sir?
Of course.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Branch.
You brought up, thank you for coming to testify today. You brought up renewables and wind power. Do you believe that renewables and carbon neutral power sources such as nuclear, wind, solar could make up for the loss in electricity production from fossil fuels?
Oh, I certainly do believe that. I mean, the offshore wind program for the Gulf of Maine stands to create an enormous amount of electricity. We are so far behind in that kind of electrical generation compared to European countries and even China that we need to think seriously about ways to catch up. And that's an ideal way to catch up.
Question, when we do this carbon tax, I mean, I don't know where the money goes with it, but I'm pretty interested now. I'm gonna have to dig into this a little more. Educate me, when they pay their carbon taxes, like their carbon go away, or what happens?
I'm sorry, sir?
What I'm trying to figure out in my mind, when we charge a business a carbon tax, what happens after that? Does the carbon go away, or or we just keep taking their money?
Well, do you mean, is the carbon diminishing in the atmosphere?
Yeah, because we're taking their money. I mean, what happens then? Do they have to invest in something that cleans? I mean,
Well, if you reduce the amount of carbon dioxide being generated by fossil fuel.
My question is, real quick, if I may, how do you reduce it once you take their money?
Well, what you're doing is you're trying to push the economy towards more renewable sources of electrical generation, like offshore wind.
So we take their money just to push them?
It motivates them, right? They know how to do this, right? The industries know how to generate electricity using offshore wind, but they don't want to necessarily do it because right now there's no monetary incentive to do that. But by passing and utilizing a carbon type tax, and it's only a tax in the sense that the people pay it initially, but then they get it back. They get the money back. It's
How?
returned back to the stakeholders, the consumers, if you will.
If I may, if you can, real quick, because I know scientists, they can go on and on, and no disrespect, but because our Science and Technology Committee, when they can really educate us, but it takes a while for us slow people, like myself.
No, sir, no, you're not.
So
a
I'm
slow
trying to
person.
get educated. I'm
I'm
still
an educator.
confused on, so why we keep carbon tax? This is where I'm getting at. Why I'm leaning to support this here is because I have elderly and I have, in my district that are suffering, you know what I mean, with the electric bills and stuff. I got people on oxygen that are paying more money, but yet we're gonna put this carbon tax in, we're raising the cost of electricity, and yet it's hurting people. Help me out to understand what this,
Well, the only thing that I can say relative to that is that the way that the plan is designed, and I'm not sure, Catherine or John, are you going to testify in regard to this? I might want to defer your question to me, to either John Gage or his wonderful daughter, Catherine, back there.
Okay.
She's one of the children that I'm advocating for with clean energy, with renewable energy. So
Okay.
they might be able to better answer you that question.
Okay, but thank you very much then. Without any other questions then, okay.
Sir? That I do not know. I would like to think probably 30 years. I would like to think that that would be, which is kind of what a nuclear power plant without some retrofit is designed to last 30 years. And I am definitely in favor of nuclear energy. You know, I know there was a lot of huff and puff about Seabrook many years ago, but there are ways of doing nuclear energy that may result in a significant amount of less polluting electrical generation today than what we are seeing now with Seabrook.
Okay, thank you. Okay, follow up, go ahead.
Probably the same thing that we do with the old automobiles. We would recycle the metals because there's a lot of very, very valuable materials in the windmills themselves.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your
Pleasure.
testimony.
Thank you, folks.
If you want to see what they do with those windmills there, take a ride out to Yucca Valley where I used to go train in the desert. Hundreds of them all rusted out and just sitting there. They look beautiful. You know?
Also, at the bottom of that sheet too, by the way, there's a little point of information about the amount of FEMA money that New Hampshire has taken over 2 different intervals. And that's gone up significantly over the last 20 years.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, I'm going to invite John Gage and welcome him to the committee, and he opposes the bill. And I'm going to ask the next few speakers, because we're running out of time and I want my representatives to go to lunch. But if it's anything that you've already heard that's been spoken, please don't be repetitious. We want to hear something new testimony that hasn't been already said. Now, John, are you a scientist?
No.
Huh?
I'm an amateur scientist. I have a biology degree from college, but instead of watching professional sports on TV, I read science books for fun. So I'm an armchair
It's
scientist.
hard for me to hear with that mask. Can you put the mic down some?
Yeah, sure. Oops. How's this? Yes. I'm submitting that as information. I tried to submit my written testimony after I had registered my opposition to this resolution, and it didn't let me. So I don't know if I couldn't do it again. It gave me an error that I'd already registered my position. So I either have to send my written testimony to you or get it to you some other way. Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, so that's what I said before I heard the first two speakers. I added about 10 more minutes to what I could say, but it's up to you how much time you want to spend. So my background is in computer science, but as I said, I love to read science, and I started off reading biology and chemistry and physics and astronomy, and about 7 years ago I shifted to climate science just for fun. I have worked in a biology lab, so I knew how to read research. I know how to identify reputable sources and evaluate information from multiple sources. So what you have right there is the 4th National Climate Assessment, the executive summary from Volume 1, and the overview from Volume 2. This is produced by law by the United States Global Change Research Program. It's a combination of climate scientists and other scientists from across a wide range of scientific organizations: NASA, NOAA, the Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, the EPA. It's reviewed by the National Academy of Sciences. The whole purpose of this is to do a survey of what we know about global warming and climate pollution, write it down, and produce a report that is supposed to be used by the legislative side of government to make decisions about what we should do about our climate pollution. So Representative Nader mentioned somebody might come up and talk about the Heartland Institute, because I have seen her handing out copies of a booklet called Why Scientists Disagree About Global Warming. There's a bunch of shadow organizations that are funded by the fossil fuel industry, Koch brothers, Exxon, others, to produce misinformation. They take a bit of science and then they exclude a bunch of other science, and they produce documents that try to convince you that the science is not science. But they're not science, they're propaganda. So propaganda is marketing made to influence people's opinions and decisions. It's not based on what we know through science. It's based on how to convince people that we should behave a certain way, not pass certain legislation. So the first volume of this is the causes of global warming as we know through science. Now, there's not a scientific organization in the world that disagrees with the conclusions in here. I'd like to read just 2 paragraphs. There's a nice, so it's a very large report. This is the executive summary, 25 pages or so. There's a 2-page highlights of it. And I'm going to read you 2 paragraphs from the highlights, which is 2 pages long.
What page you reading from?
It's page 1.
Page 1, thank you. That way the clerk can underline it for the committee.
Sure. So remember, this is from all of the science organizations in the U.S., and they surveyed all of the science from around the world for the last couple decades. And they say it's the second paragraph on page 1. Global annually average surface air temperature has increased by about 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit over the last 115 years. This period is now the warmest in the history of modern civilization. That's the last 10,000 years. The last few years have also seen record-breaking climate-related weather extremes, and the last 3 years have been the warmest years on record for the globe. These trends are expected to continue over climate timescales. This assessment concludes, based on extensive evidence, that it is extremely likely that human activities, especially emissions of greenhouse gases, are the dominant cause of the observed warming since the mid-20th century. For the warming over the last century, there is no convincing alternative explanation supported by the extent of observational evidence. So extremely likely in scientific terms means 95 to 100% confidence that it's right based on all the evidence. So the Heartland Institute will say the science isn't settled. Science is never settled, which is true. We can become very confident that we know something through science when the evidence becomes overwhelming. And that's what it is about human-caused pollution and global warming. Okay, the volume 2 is about the impacts of the problem. But I want to talk to you directly about what you asked. Why carbon tax? How does putting a price on carbon reduce emissions? It's a lot easier to understand how a regulation can reduce emissions. You say you can't release that pollution, so they don't. If you tell a coal-produced power plant that uses coal that they have to reduce their emissions by a certain amount, they produce less electricity, or they have to install something that pulls CO2 out of the air. It raises the cost of that electricity. So you've legislated a regulation, and you've indirectly affected the cost of energy. That cost, it goes into producing electricity. The consumers of that electricity pay higher costs. So that's why people don't like regulations. It increases costs. You can also use subsidies and incentives. We can help people buy electric cars, give them a tax break. That helps the people that buy the electric cars, which is kind of a regressive thing, because that's more the wealthy people that are able to buy a more expensive car, get some tax help, and they get electric cars. So the reason we want to do that is that they then produce less pollution, which is good for everybody. They also expand the market for electric vehicles, which over time makes them cheaper for everybody. But that's also a regressive policy. And it's one particular thing. We've got a lot of pollution from everywhere. Vehicle transportation is 40% of US emissions, but it's less than half. Then there's a carbon price. Let me talk about a really good design for a carbon price, a carbon tax. There's 3 parts, and they work like the legs of a stool. The first is a steadily rising fee on the production of fossil fuels based on the carbon emissions paid by the fossil fuel producers. So when they sell coal, oil, and natural gas into the economy, they pay another line item on tax to the IRS for the carbon content of their fuels. There's a bill in Congress to do this called the Energy Innovation Act, which would start at $15 per ton of CO2 emitted from the fuels and rising by $10 more a year. So it'll reach about $100 in about 10 years.
If you could wrap it up, please, because you're 4 minutes away over, but
Sorry.
go ahead.
The second part is the dividend. All the money that's collected is rebated back to all American households on an equal per capita basis. So we will start paying trickle-down higher prices from that carbon fee. If all the money that's collected is put into a carbon trust and rebated back to households on an equal basis, 1 share per adult, a half a share per child, most people will come out ahead. Most people, especially low-income and middle-income households, will receive more money in their carbon rebate than they pay in higher prices total.
Mm-hmm.
This helps low-income households affect higher energy prices. It doesn't hurt them. We advocate for carbon fee and dividend, but that's a carbon tax according to, legislation. Even though it's not raising revenue for government spending, all the money is going back to households. If you like this resolution, you're saying we don't want carbon fee and dividend. The third thing that this stool needs is to protect U.S. manufacturers and to hold other countries accountable for their pollution. How do we do that? With border adjustments, as one of your previous
If
speakers.
you can wrap it up, because I'm trying to, out of respect for my committee, because otherwise I don't want to recess there and put it to the end of the day. That's why I want to give respect, because you all came here.
Oh, sure.
Because I have another hearing at 1 o'clock, and I want them to eat lunch.
Okay. I teach a class to high school students called Help Solve Climate Change. It covers the science, economics, policies, and politics of global warming, and it teaches them to advocate for effective and equitable climate solutions. Carbon fee and dividend is the most powerful, effective, and equitable policy we have. As part of that in New Hampshire, we did a carbon cashback coalition project and put a warrant article in 44 town meetings in the last 2 years. 33 of those towns voted to ask their state and federal legislators to pass carbon fee and dividend legislation, including Londonderry, because you mentioned that your voters in Londonderry wouldn't like this. But if you explain simply that if we put a price on pollution, we'll get less of it through efficient market forces. If we rebate the money back to households, we have a revenue neutral policy. It's not a tax. And in fact, most people come out ahead. And it's the only way that we can use border adjustments to hold other countries accountable for their pollution. If you say we're not going to do a carbon tax, you're saying
Right.
we're taking away our tools
Okay,
for other countries.
I want to thank you for your testimony. I can tell you right now, while you were speaking, I brought up my solar usage because I fell into the trap. And I had 30 panels on my house, thinking it was gonna save the day. Like today, I'm very low because of a cloudy day. But during winter months and other, cloudy days and rainy days, I produced nothing, very limited. But I got sucked in on it and thinking it was the best deal in the world. And I've got these big panels on my roof, which does save me money, but I gotta wait for the sun to come out. You know what I'm saying? So I thought I'd throw that out there on my feelings on this green energy there that I thought was the best thing since peanut butter, and I feel like I got used.
Well, that's the difference between subsidies and letting the market figure it out.
I didn't get the subsidy. The company that put them in took the subsidy. I was more looking to save money for my family as somebody who lives on a budget.
So if we have carbon fee and dividend, you'll actually come out ahead. You will end up with more money each month in your carbon dividend in your bank.
I haven't seen it yet in 7 years, but
What's
thank you
that?
anyways.
Well, it's happening in Canada. They're doing it there.
Right. We live in New Hampshire. This bill is interested in the state of New Hampshire, the people that live here, not next door Massachusetts, anywhere else. We're concerned about New Hampshire.
Well, the resolution says we want our state and federal governments to not carbon tax. And
Right.
what I'm saying is what we need is a federal carbon fee and dividend with border adjustments. So the resolution, it doesn't say just state. The resolution also says federal, which, according to the experts, is our best first step to reduce pollution around the world in a way that protects family budgets and helps U.S. manufacturers be even more competitive in a global marketplace.
Right. Well, I thank you very much for your testimony, and is there any questions? Okay, go ahead, Representative DeShays.
Yeah, so I decided to save my question for, because I knew you had you'd sent calls and sent emails to the committee. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me ask. Thank you for your testimony today. So, obviously, a big reason why people want a carbon tax and a big reason, why so many people came here today was that they want to see less carbon-based energy being used in our economy and on our energy grid. But however, I'm a little confused, and if you could just briefly explain. The reality is we can't, to my understanding, and we can't fully move our entire energy grid to be carbon neutral or carbon zeroed out because a lot of these energy sources like solar and like wind, right, they're very dependent on natural and, what the climate is, right, what the weather is of the day. And even things like nuclear, it takes a lot of energy to get the plant going. And the energy is pretty, it stays stagnant at a current level, right? To deal with the troughs that happen throughout a day or even based on months of the year, you need to be able to, increase energy or decrease the amount of energy. And the only fuel source, the only kind of energy source that can do that is coal, natural gas, and oil, right? You can control, it's very easy for a coal plant to control the amount of energy that you're putting into the grid or to decrease the amount of energy. You can't really do that specifically with the renewables like solar and wind. It's very dependent on the weather. And with nuclear, it's completely stagnant, right? Once you get the plant up, that's it. So I'm confused, like, do you really think that a carbon tax could completely make our entire grid carbon neutral? Because I just don't see it in any way being possible.
Yes, I do. I think it's the only way we can make it happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Because, can I respond?
Yeah, real quick, please, if you
Yeah.
may.
Well, if we had started carbon fee and dividend 30 years ago, we would have all the solutions that you're saying we don't have right now. we have a market failure. When you have a market failure, the market doesn't produce all the things you need to get the maximum benefit. The market fails to account for the costs of using fossil fuels in their price. The pollution that comes out of fossil
Right.
fuels is free. And economists say, in order to correct the market failure, you can do policies, lots of different policies, but the most direct way to affect this
you
market
can
failure
wrap it up,
is to
please.
put the price of pollution into the cost of fossil fuels. So, yeah, nuclear takes a long time to ramp up and ramp down. But when you're not using electricity, you can generate hydrogen. You can split water with the extra electricity that you're using, and then you can use that later when you want electricity more than what you're getting from nuclear. We
Okay.
need to get
Thank
the
you very much.
market solving a lot of these problems in a lot of different ways, and that's why carbon price is a better solution than any of the specific chipping away at the edges.
I'm trying to give as much leeway as I can out of respect because you took the time to come in. But I'm asking you, you know, because otherwise, I don't want to have to recess this committee and then come back this afternoon for it and have
Sorry.
you sitting all day. That's why I'm trying to push you, so I
Okay,
don't
sorry.
have to do
I
that. You know what I'm
apologize.
saying? Out of respect for the other speakers. I thank you for your testimony and appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
I have to let my committee eat lunch, that's why. Okay, Catherine Gage, 3 minutes, opposes the bill, and welcome. If it's repetitious on what was already said, we appreciate if it's anything new.
Oh, thank you so much for hearing my
How old are you,
testimony.
by the way?
18.
18, God bless you. We like when we see the young people involved.
Oh, thank you so much for listening to me.
And I want to thank you, is it your dad?
Yes, that was my dad.
I want to thank him because, you know, I'm going to look through these here because I'm in the learning process. This should have went to state and, you know, to science and technology, you know, because they're the duty experts, but we're trying to deal with it here in my committee, but welcome.
Thank you. So I oppose HR 17 because I think a federal carbon fee and dividend with border carbon adjustments, which is the 3-part carbon price done correctly, is really necessary for our safety, and it will also really help the people and the economy, because with the dividend coming back, 85% of all households and 99% of the poorest households will either come out ahead or break even under this policy. They'll be getting more money in their dividend than they'll be paying in higher prices due to the carbon fee. And meanwhile, this policy is getting us 90% of the way to net zero by 2050. And there's a bill in Congress called the Energy Innovation Act that's carbon pricing done well. And another problem we would have with opposing carbon pricing at the federal level is that border carbon adjustments can be used by other countries that have carbon prices, and they can put border carbon adjustments on us so that when we trade with them, we have to pay them money because we don't have a carbon tax. So we have to pay the carbon tax to them if we don't have a carbon tax here in the US. So for example, the EU is going to start doing this on us in 2026, and Canada and the UK are also talking about it. So if they're having a carbon tax, if we don't have a carbon tax, we'll be paying money for our carbon to other countries. Whereas if we have a carbon tax in the US, we'll be able to keep that money here in our economy and give it back to citizens. So I think that's why a lot of citizens support it, and I hope you will consider opposing this resolution because it limits our options, especially at the federal level.
Well, thank you. They're very impressive on your testimony. I appreciate it. Do you have written testimony?
I submitted something online.
Okay. Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supposed to ask a question. So my question is, did you know that I read your Concord Monitor piece yesterday and that I thought it was very well put together?
Oh, thank you.
And I did speak with your dad on the phone last night, and we're out of time, and there were a lot of pieces to this I wish we had time to get into, but I will say that we will have an executive session scheduled on this at some point, and within this committee, we will be able to talk about some of the things that we just don't have time for now, and I believe it'll be on YouTube, so I think you'd be interested to tune into that.
I'm going to give her a little leeway, so if you've got some questions for her, please ask her. Because an 18-year-old that come in here and get involved, I owe I owe her that, so go
Well,
ahead.
well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will ask one. I was going to ask you, Dad, but I know we have some time constraints. But global warming used to be the term that we heard a lot about, and it kind of morphed into climate change because there was questions and data that maybe global warming is not happening. There's a spectrum of. So my question is, did you know that 800 years ago, Greenland, which eventually became a big ice sheet, 800 years ago, there were many settlements on Greenland, which indicated that the world clearly was much warmer then than it is now, or since then, because obviously you get cold and those settlements went away from Greenland. Did you know that? Did you have any thoughts on that?
800 years ago?
800, 900 years ago, many southern Greenland Viking settlements.
That's all my family, the Vikings. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't know much about that. I just know that the world's set up as we have it now. Like, for example, with all the people living on coasts, it's not really going to be sustainable to live with a warmer climate and the problems that'll come with it.
Okay, I kind of ambushed you, but that's something that we'll probably get into an exec. Thank you,
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
You're welcome. I know I had
you.
some concerns, like on my property. I have, somebody, insurance companies already figured this out. I've got a 100-year flood plan, and then there's a 50 flood plan year and 25 on my property, you know what I mean? Because I have wetlands and everything behind me. So they know exactly when that land flooded over many years through climate or whatever, to the shifting of the moon and sun and all that other stuff. So I just, so you know, it was pretty interesting to me when I bought my property, you know, because whether it was in a flood zone or not, you know, in accordance with the studies over the years. But I want to thank you very much for coming in here, and I hope you tell your friends there, and your dad took a picture of you testifying, you know what I mean, for history there. All right?
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, 5 minutes. I'm hoping he can narrow it down to 3. Walter Payne from Exeter, and he opposes the bill. And and if it's something we have already heard, if you get anything new, please bring it forward.
There's been a lot of talk about the specific bills.
Talk close to the mic
Yeah,
because
sure, maybe I'll keep this
my
thing off,
hearing's bad and I'm retired.
No one's here, so,
Yeah,
right?
much better,
Okay.
because I look at lips, you know,
Okay.
when you're speaking, so that's why you see me looking.
Sure. Yes, I do oppose H.R. 17, but before I look at what it does say, I'd like to talk a bit about what it does not say. It does not deny that the climate is changing. It does not deny that burning fossil fuels is the main reason for that. It does not deny that climate change is already causing extreme weather that is making life in America and the rest of the world both less safe and pleasant, as well as more expensive, which is a bad combination. It does not deny that we therefore need to quickly phase out fossil fuels in order to avoid ever larger reductions in our standard of living and ever greater expenses to protect us from extreme weather and to repair the damage we cannot prevent. Indeed, it implicitly acknowledges that carbon emissions are a problem wherever they occur, even across the globe in China or India, which is of course true. 10 or even 5 years ago, such a resolution might well have denied one or more of these statements. That's progress. All it's taken is an unrelenting string of record floods, fires, heat waves, hurricanes, and tornadoes for most serious people to accept that climate change is real and is wreaking havoc all around the earth. Some of this damage can be quantified: destroyed homes and businesses, reduced crop yields and fish catches. Other damage is impossible to price: lives lost, natural wonders erased, as well as smaller losses such as cool evening breezes in the summer, more mosquitoes and deer ticks, and fewer days for kids to play in the snow or skate on ponds. While these costs are not being imposed by government, they're at least as much a burden as a tax, and a steadily arising one. So we need to act today to avoid the worst effects of climate change and eventually regain the benefits of a stable climate. This is the type of problem familiar to every parent, farmer, business owner, indeed anyone who wants to improve anything. You have to sacrifice something today for a better tomorrow. And here, a better tomorrow is in comparison to the do-nothing default, which is continual climate catastrophe. There are 2 reasons this is politically difficult for climate change. A stable climate is a global public good. It exists for all, or it exists for none. So any individual's action is insignificant and even small countries can free ride on the efforts of large countries. Secondly, the time between sacrifice and reward is much longer than between planting and harvesting a crop even. While immediate action is necessary, the results of reducing emissions will not be apparent for more than a decade. H.R. 17 offers no solutions. It simply wants to rule out taxing carbon, even though that's widely considered the most efficient and fairest way to reduce emissions. It objects that a carbon tax will, quote, manipulate consumer decisions, suggesting that the switch to renewables, which of course is what is needed, will be a nefarious process, rather than the stated goal of public policy, though it will work its way through economic incentives, the way market economies work all over the world. While no one wants to unnecessarily pay more for anything, the relevant question is whether a fossil fuel tax, an explicit one, will cost us less than the climate tax over the long run. The resolution raises two issues that are addressed by well-designed carbon taxes, and there's been a lot of talk of this, so I'll just mention at the end of that paragraph that more fundamentally, the current price of fossil fuels does not include the cost of damage they do now through conventional pollution that harms the health of millions of Americans, and in the future, climate change. Every time we fill up our cars, we're getting an artificial bargain at the expense of future generations. A carbon tax will shift energy-intensive manufacturing. This was also mentioned without reducing global emissions. This is, of course, the global public good problem that's dealt with the border carbon adjustment. Whether this resolution passes or fails will not alter the atmosphere by one molecule of CO2. But it sends a bad message by trying to score political points when we need to begin working together to solve the greatest challenge in human history, and one that has no political affiliation. Most of us are not going to be around to pay the climate tax by the time it becomes prohibitively high. See a couple of people here, but not too many. But our children and grandchildren will be, along with everyone else who comes after us for centuries to come, even though they will have played no role in creating or in ignoring the problem. An intergenerational form of taxation without representation. If your child wasn't feeling well and a doctor discovered a tumor, would you ignore it, hoping that you might not
Can
be
you hold
around
one
by the
second,
time
please?
it caused serious harm?
Can you hold 1 second? I apologize.
Sure.
If any member here wants to go grab a sandwich before 1 o'clock, okay, because apparently they don't, it just keeps going, please go get something to eat, because I know some have to eat or drink. So I'm out of respect for my members here.
Sure.
Okay, so just get up and go to the cafeteria, grab something quick for the 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, go
Anyway,
ahead.
Yeah, sure. So if your child wasn't feeling well and a doctor discovered a tumor, would you ignore it, hoping that you might not be around by the time it caused serious harm? Do you knowingly let a drip in your roof become a stream and ruin your house? So that's it. I submitted this electronically. I have some links at the end to the subjects I discussed, which obviously can't go into a great length, but the links are from actually people far more knowledgeable than I that can discuss, that mention public goods and negative externalities, border carbon adjustment, that sort of thing. I also, just quickly, in the earlier testimony, had very short answers to some of the questions that were asked. So for instance, you asked earlier what to do once significant numbers of people are driving EVs, how do we pay to maintain our roads? The answer is through a vehicle miles traveled tax, which every year when you get inspected, which we're doing every year, they take the miles, subtract from the previous year, how many miles you've traveled, multiply by some factor based on the weight of your car, and whatever it costs to maintain the
Yeah, I
roads.
think that's what they're planning on, something like that there, because we're actually losing money on the gas tax to maintain the roads there.
A little bit, but as was noted,
Right.
At the federal level, I don't know about the state level, the federal level, the Highway Trust Fund is not even paying for our roads. We're already subsidizing them from general revenues. Not a great idea. The other thing regarding the elderly in your district who complain about their energy bills, yes, a true carbon tax would raise their energy bills. Very little at first, but after 5, 10 years, it would be significant. However, as long as all of the revenues from that fee are rebated back to households in America on a per capita basis, the average elderly person who's living probably not in a large dwelling, probably isn't flying around the world, probably doesn't have a speedboat, is using less fossil fuels than the national average, and therefore would get a payment back from the government monthly under the bill they discussed, that actually would exceed their increased cost of energy. So they would
So
actually
they'd have
come
to
out.
depend on the government, you're telling me, and hope the government comes through, like a welfare? Is that what you're saying?
Well, people who are over 65 generally do get their Social Security payments.
Well, they
pretty
paid
reliably.
into that Social Security, that's their money.
Right, and very much the same way.
Same thing with Medicare, that's their money coming back
Right,
to
and
them.
very much the same way, the money would be coming in from the carbon fee every day, and once a month, it would be divvied up and rebated out, and that's a condition that is built into the bill. It's not like it's like put in and then they come back 3 years later and try to extract
Right.
it.
All right, well, I thank you there, appreciate that, yeah. Real quick, okay.
Yeah.
I know we're running. My question has to do with Mother Nature and climate change, and I admire your passion, your knowledge. There's just recently a volcano eruption in the Pacific.
Right.
I'm sure you're aware of that. So around 1818, there was a gigantic volcanic eruption. You may or may not be aware of it in Indonesia. And it was so incredibly powerful that it changed the climate for a couple of years. In New Hampshire, after that happened, we had 12 months. It snowed every month. And this is when all these people got the heck out of New Hampshire because it was so cold. Farmers went to warmer places. So given that Mother Nature changed the climate in that way, when that happens again, we just had a volcanic eruption.
Right.
When there's another Krakatoa type eruption that's going to lower the temperature of the whole world, like as has happened, is it possible that if there is global warming, which we can debate, might that not be a good thing if it tempers the next Mother Nature volcanic climate change cooling?
Well, first I'd like to make a general question, a general comment. I'm not a scientist, okay? I took high school biology and chemistry and physics. And frankly, I don't think the New Hampshire legislature is the place to discover the truth or falsity of scientific concepts. That's generally done in our leading universities. And I'm sure that when you take your child to the doctor and he says he has condition X, Y, or Z, and the fellow has gone to medical school, or fellow or gal has gone to medical school and gone through a decade of training, you probably don't say, hey, my buddy at work told me that that's not a real phenomenon. Maybe you do, I don't know. But myself, I generally trust experts in certain fields who have smart people who have spent their lives studying stuff. I'm not going to be able to prove or disprove climate change to anyone in this room. But regarding the specific question, I think it's very important to understand that data from any phenomena, whether you're talking about weather or stock prices or political popularity, has perhaps a trend. And around that trend, it also has noise, right? So if you look at the stock market on any given day, it's like zzz all day long. Most of that is noise. It means nothing. However, if you look at a long-term trend and you see that the Dow is wherever it is, it's tripled in 15 years, that's significant, right? And that's something that we need to look at. But the little anyone who's trying to manage their investment portfolio by trading stocks at their lunch break is probably not helping themselves. Likewise with climate. Yes, you'll get people who find these little anomalies and say, oh, this on January 3rd, 5 years ago, it was actually much warmer than it was today. So obviously we're not getting climate change, we're not getting warming. Is not very useful. Now, a volcano, kind of a random event. I don't know that there's any trend involved in volcanic eruptions related to climate. Sure. So yes, that volcanic event will temporarily suppress global temperatures. In the same way that when our cars spewed out all sorts of particulates, all that stuff in the air suppressed warming, which is why after we cleaned up our cars from conventional pollution, we actually started seeing more true warming because there's less of that stuff blocking. So to answer your question, the trend in temperatures and other effects, sea level rise and all the things that are correlated with rises in CO2 are unmistakable to people who do this for a living, okay? And yes, the volcano that just erupted might have some slight temporary reduction, a little bit of noise, but it's not going to change that trend. As long as we continue to emit CO2, the CO2 in the atmosphere is going to continue to rise. The methane is going to continue to rise, and we're going to continue to get warming with all that entails. So, you know, we really have to focus on the trends, not the noise, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony.
Well, thank you very much.
Appreciate
I
it.
appreciate you missing some of your lunch.
Okay, I'm gonna close the hearing on House concurrent, where's the bill? On HR 17, and I thought we'd have more time, but when you testify, I don't know how many, we don't have anyone testifying on your bill, so I'd like you to talk to us a few minutes after on some of the, that's going on, because I'm willing to, this is out of my area, and I'm willing to get educated on it here, because, yeah.
Are we gambling? Gambling on the cafeteria? I will say it's a bit overpriced.
Yeah. I got the same thing. I put in a solar panel myself, so I know. It's not, I did that too. Yep.
Sticking around for Jeffersonian principles?
Of course.
Representative.
Next one, I gotta go get lunch.
Have you seen this?
Have I seen one?
Yeah. Have you seen the Fourth National Climate Assessment?
I have. Yep. And I'm very disappointed with the executive summary because it doesn't follow the facts of the report.
Okay. Well, I guess.
It's written by politicians, it's not written by the scientists. If you go back and look at the actual scientific
Actually,
data
no one of the climate scientists who did that.
supported in the IPCC report, it basically, they in there say, oh, we got one and a half degree change to 4.5 degree change, depending on what the model is, and they say, we've been saying this for years and it's wrong.
In all due respect, I know one of the climate scientists that was a lead author on this report.
Yep.
And she is a legitimate climate scientist. And it's the climate scientists
The
of
climate scientists
NASA.
that get the money from NASA,
No,
DOE, whatever, they're all being funded by the same cabal that says, we are gonna give grants to those that support that point of view, and we're giving nothing to anybody else. And I really resent the comments that you made about the Heartland Institute. There's a
I can prove that.
legitimate
I can prove the funding flow.
group of people that are doing solid
It's
research.
propaganda. And I can show you the money flow. I'm sorry, but there's a Exxon Mobil had a science group in the 70s and 80s, and they found the same thing that these reports say now. They
doesn't-
shuttered their climate science group down. There's documentation. There's a Pulitzer Prize series of articles by Inside Climate News where they looked at what Exxon decided around 1990. Rather than go with the science and admit that the carbon that they have in the ground is not going to keep growing in value, they decided a misinformation campaign.
Is that carbon dioxide increase a problem of the significance and the hype that you guys want to make it?
It is.
Is it?
So the gray
Okay,
shaded area.
I referenced to you a climate report that looked at carbon dioxide over the last 435 million years by looking at stable isotopes. Okay?
105
And
million years.
basically,
Do you know what the temperature of the Earth was then?
and
There was
basic-
no land-based ice then. It was 10 to 20
we
degrees
went
Celsius warmer.
we went through glaciation periods
Not
over that.
humans. We weren't here. Sea level was 200 feet higher. All of our coastal cities would be under hundreds of feet of water.
Lower, that's why they were able to come
No.
across the Bering Strait and come into
So
North
that's
America.
during the glacial period. When more ice builds up on land, the seas go down. Yes, that was that way 15,000 years ago. That was, when that melted, seas rose hundreds of feet. They did.
The perspective that you guys are pushing is that the world is going to come
I'm
to an
very
end.
disappointed.
And I am not buying into it, period.
You
I
are
use
buying
the-
into misinformation from Koch Industries, a fossil fuel producer, and that's not good for New Hampshire. That's why we advocate for it. It's nonpartisan. It's been in Congress for
So I'm going to ask a two-part question. Is one, I assume you know about the nullification crisis, I believe, of 1837, and how that would those legal precedents would kind of play into what you're kind of describing here in this House concurrent resolution. And I'm also wondering how you would imagine, in your mind, how states would be nullifying what you would view as unconstitutional acts by the federal government that would possibly violate the state's sovereignty over specific issues that the federal government doesn't have sovereignty over.
Well, I'll answer by an example. We recently have had two Supreme Court cases addressing actions by the federal government in implementing vaccine mandates. One was trying to use the powers of OSHA to have that vaccine mandates relevant to anybody who worked in a business over 100 people in size, and the other one came from the medical side, saying that vaccine mandates can be implemented in the medical community. One was viewed by the U.S. Supreme Court as unconstitutional. That is the OSHA derived standard. And the other, the medical standard, was allowed to stand. So now, states have, and many states have passed resolutions or state laws saying you cannot mandate people in our state to get vaccines. And I think the state that's leading the charge on this right now is Florida. Florida says no vaccine mandates allowed, yet the federal government's saying you must mandate. So how do you, where does the state, and how does the state deal with that issue? And I think the
follow up. He's not done yet.
The proper the answer is the state continues to stand up and say the state of Florida is not supporting this, and we will not permit prosecution of this particular issue. And it may go to further court decisions, but the voice of the people must be heard, and the only place that voice can be articulated is out of state government. People on their own as individuals don't have that authority. That's what this testimony had said. The states have to stand up for their citizens.
Follow up, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess so. The reason why I ask these questions is because we're going to be addressing a constitutional amendment later that would try to make New Hampshire independent. And a lot of the ideas in this are kind of related to that. So that's kind of the reasons why I'm asking some of these questions. And so to clarify regarding, and I'm going to ask a question about the court cases that you just asked. So obviously the OSHA case was specifically regarding the federal authority to use the OSHA to mandate within businesses, right, that are regulated by the federal government. And obviously that was ruled, unconstitutional. They couldn't use OSHA for that mandate. But with the medical requirement, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but would you believe that it had to do with the fact that states have taken federal dollars, right, Medicare and Medicaid dollars, right? For example, New Hampshire has taken those, and we established the Granted Advantage healthcare program. And by taking those dollars, there are certain strings attached. So if we wanted, could we theoretically, if we wanted to, just forego those Medicare and Medicaid dollars and not implement any federal mandates regarding, any kind of healthcare mandates that they want regarding attached to those monies? Couldn't we just forego that money and, preserve our sovereignty? Haven't we kind of given, by adopting that program, we've given away our sovereignty by choice?
I think that is the problem. The federal government implements programs and said, all right, if you want this money, you have to agree to these conditions. If you want the road tax money, you have to agree to our speed limit rules and our other rules associated with your highway system. So the federal government has illegitimately put constraints on these in order to pull power from the states and aggrandize that to the federal government. And at some point, you come to the place where you say, no, we're not going to do it. We're not going to permit this, and we're going to stand for our state's rights.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, are there, okay, Representative McGinn.
So, thank you for taking my question. Thank you. So, in the case in New Hampshire, for example, at University of New Hampshire, the president of the university felt compelled, or actually I think he probably wanted to do this. He supported a vaccine mandate because UNH was receiving millions in National Institute of Health and other federal funds.
DOD,
So
DOE.
Right. So, and this wasn't contested by the USNH Board of Trustees, or I didn't hear any strong opposition to this, but are you saying that by adhering to Jeffersonian principles, if the people of New Hampshire said, we don't want this to happen at UNH, that should take precedent over a federal law or federal edict that's not been contested in the Supreme Court?
At a minimum, I'm saying the state of New Hampshire has an obligation to say, stop with that nonsense.
Yep.
Stop it. At a minimum, the voice of the state should be heard. We disagree with your mandates. And I agree with you. I think the president of UNH and the board, they all went along with it because they probably were in agreement with it. But I don't believe that is the position of most of the citizens of this state.
Right. So, may I have a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
So how would we do this? Would we poll
State
the
legislature is responsible for making those statements by resolutions, and we have a resolution that we just discussed here before this on carbon tax, telling the federal government, no, we don't want your carbon taxes. We don't want any of that nonsense. It's the obligation of the legislature to be the voice of its people and say no.
Any other questions? If you take a look at what I had that researcher do, Christina's did a good job on it. 15 years in this committee here. I've probably seen this, I don't know, 8 times, 9 times. We've passed it under Republicans, and ITL'd it under Democrats. Okay, and I mean, it's just the nature of the beast there. That's the way elections have consequences. So, and I mean, I have all the blurbs and everything else over the years that were done, and a lot of them are my name. Okay, just so you know, on this here. I'm a true believer in, under states' rights and the federal government getting out of our homes and our life and pockets. But at times, others, and no disrespect to my friends on the left, always prefer the government to be the answer when it comes to this here, and I'm sure my friend Coffin down there. But anyways, and that's been my, throughout the years in here, for the committee members, read the different statements in there, and you'll see. One of the most put in there was a great guy that served there, Democrat, Mike Rollo, really did his homework, on this here many years ago, and he was a pretty sharp guy, Mike Rollo, but we disagreed on that. So I thank you for bringing this forward, and I don't have a question. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware, which you already said it came forward, and we'll take it and see where the committee's at, and hopefully. So are there any other questions? Okay, with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HCR 8. And we do have written testimony from Representative.
I love this guy.
Mm-hmm. What did I do with mine? I'm looking for my testimony I had. You didn't pick up mine, did you? Oh, right here. You got another one there?
There's a bunch we passed down to the left. I can catch up to it. Go ahead.
Okay. HCR 8. This HCR 8. Okay, that's that one there. The branch, you ready? Representative? Is here. Okay. All right, we close that one, and I'm gonna open up House Resolution 15, a resolution condemning the Communist Party of China and the People's Republic of China. And the sponsor, Representative LaBranch, welcome, member of the committee, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello, members of the State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Tony LaBranch, and I represent the town of Amherst. I'm here today to introduce H.R. 15, condemning the Communist Party of China and the People's Republic of China. I will now read the resolution just to give everybody an understanding of what the resolution is. Whereas the Communist Party of China has ruled over the People's Republic of China with an iron fist for 73 years since its founding in 1949. Whereas the People's Republic of China has illegally occupied Tibet since 1951, and whereas the People's Republic of China has illegally occupied Xinjiang since 1949, and whereas the Communist Party of China and the People's Republic of China are committing genocide against the Uyghur population and other ethnic and religious groups, whereas the Communist Party of China and the People's Republic of China have harvested organs of Falun Gong practitioners and other political prisoners, and whereas the Communist Party of China and the People's Republic of China have violated one country, two systems policy, which gave Hong Kong special autonomy, whereas the Communist Party of China and the PRC have violently and undemocratically clamped down on dissent in Hong Kong and across the country, whereas the People's Republic of China has illegally constructed artificial islands in the South China Sea and have laid claim to other countries' sovereign territorial waters, and whereas the People's Republic of China is increasingly becoming a threat to global democracy, whereas the Communist Party of China and the People's Republic of China have made it their goal to destabilize America and its allies, and whereas the Republic of China, Taiwan, is one of the world's strongest democracies now, therefore be it resolved by the New Hampshire House that the New Hampshire House of Representatives stands with the people of Hong Kong and commends the Republic of China, Taiwan, for its strong democratic system, and that the New Hampshire House of Representatives condemns the Communist Party of the People's Republic of China in the strongest possible terms and calls on the federal government to do more to curb the Communist Party of China's global influence, impose more sanctions on the Communist Party of China, and to either eliminate the One China policy or to recognize the Republic of China, Taiwan, as the official China. The House Clerk will forward copies to all the parties listed below. And I have an amendment to add the People's Republic of China's ambassador and the Taiwanese ambassador to that list. Now, I think we can all agree that what China is doing
Do you
today...
have the amendment now?
I do have the amendment. I
Okay,
can
no,
pass it up.
that's all right, go ahead.
Yep. I think we can all agree that what China today is doing is horrible. And that's actually something I agreed with former President Trump on, is that we need to do more to limit China's global influence. I believe that we in the New Hampshire House need to use our voice to call on the federal government and our delegation to do more. And with that, I ask that the committee pass this resolution with an ought-to-pass motion, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Wow, I'm very impressed with this. So that's all I'm going to say on that one. Any questions or anything on this? Okay, yes.
I just have a question. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you. About the harvesting of organs from Uyghurs. It's the first I've heard about it when I first read your proposal. Do we have, has the UN provided support for this, or is there some sort of validation? I mean, if it's going on, it's terrible, obviously, but, and can you do a little deeper dive into, are they actually like killing live people and then pulling their organs out, or are they blood testing them for when they die that they can harvest their organs, or putting them on wait lists for organ donation, or I would just hate to say, yeah, I support a resolution that might have something that might be contested. So.
I can definitely get the committee more primary sources on that. I can read a little thing just from my research on this, is that since 1984, the removal of organs from executed criminals has been legal, and the fact that criminals in China include political prisoners and religious minorities, that is definitely problematic, and that is what happened with these Falun Gong practitioners. Falun Gong was not even a religion, it was just it was sort of like yoga as we know it today. It was used by people to, as a sort of spiritual release, and the Communist Party of China saw it as a threat, and therefore outlawed it, and because of that, they harvested the organs of those Falun Gong practitioners, and like I said, I can get more articles and raw data on that.
If I may, just to ask and help you out on that there, while you asked that question, Representative, my clerk, all she did was type in China harvest organs.
Which I've known about.
And yeah, and we've heard about it before, but there's so many articles on it. NBC has China forcefully harvest organs from detainees. Tribunal concludes. Okay?
And that was 2019.
19, yeah. There's so many articles that are out there.
It's been going on for a long
June
time.
14th, 2021. UN human rights experts alarmed by organ harvesting allegations. 20 July, United Nations concerned, okay. I mean, just, and then there's videos and other stuff there on, you know, what's going on.
I know
So
what-
it's all out there,
Just ugly.
you know what I mean, on,
They're nasty.
Wikipedia even has, Falun Gong, like you were, practicing, practitioners in China, what's going on.
It's common
So-
knowledge, actually, in my circles.
Just so you'll know, rather than, it's out there, you know, the information in front of us. Okay, any other questions? Yes, sir, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great work on this, but I do have a couple of questions. Do you think that the Wuhan virus and or what some folks call the China virus or whatever, or the way that the communist leadership in that country handled and has handled and is handling the pandemic crisis, do you think that one of the whereases maybe should address that development, or what do you think about that?
To that question, thank you for the question. Specifically, I have not done much research on what is happening over in China in response to COVID-19, so I do not know the specifics, but I just know that this is now in the committee's hands, and the committee can do whatever it feels necessary on this bill.
If follow-up, you did say there's an amendment percolating, though, right?
Yes, I have an amendment that would add the ambassador of China to the United States to the list of places the House Clerk will forward this copy of this resolution. And I also added the Taiwanese ambassador to that list, because if we're condemning China, we should probably be actually telling them that it needs to get to China somehow.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. I get, my point is that if there is an amendment percolating, if you wanted the amendment to include something about the pandemic, this would be an opportunity for that, if that worked for you. It's up to you with the amendment that you're working on.
Well, you hit it right. It's the committee's amendment, bill right now. And if we
I
wanted to
see.
put something on there, we could very easily do that.
Yeah, and the OLS amendment's already drafted, and it's just sitting on the desk over there.
Be
Yeah.
a different
Got it.
amendment.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? With that, okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wanted to speak on this that has not submitted a card? With that, I'm going to close House Resolution 15. What's the census on that, what Representative Moffett brought up? Okay. I'm going to open up the hearing on House Resolution 16, a resolution calling for the federal government to construct a nuclear waste repository to permanently store our nation's nuclear waste. And the prime sponsor is here, Representative LaBranch. Welcome once again.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, members of the State and Federal Relations Committee and Veterans Affairs. For the record, my name is Representative Tony LaBranch. I represent the town of Amherst. And I'm here to introduce H.R. 16. This House resolution, very short, very simple, and I'm just going to keep my remarks short and not waste the committee's time. All this says is that we want a permanent place to store our nuclear waste. Currently in the United States, we were building a nuclear waste repository to store this waste because, nuclear waste stays radioactive for thousands of years. We were building a place to store that waste permanently in the middle of the Nevada desert, and that plan got defunded under the Obama administration. So currently, the United States has no permanent solution to its nuclear waste. And the reason that this is important for the state of New Hampshire is that we do have a nuclear power facility in Seabrook. And all this says is that we don't want nuclear fuel and spent nuclear fuel in our backyard. We want it to be stored underground in the middle of the desert, not close to anybody, so that it can degrade slowly and be away from humans, because we don't want, nuclear waste. Currently, it's stored right next to the nuclear power plant. If something goes wrong, not only do we have the nuclear power plant to deal with, but the waste that's next to it that could be affected by whatever event occurs. So this is saying that we would like our waste to be stored somewhere out of the state, not anywhere close to us, or any, human civilization. So that's all this House resolution calls for, and I know it doesn't say specifically where we would like it to be built, but it's at least asking the federal government to step up on this issue. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Moffett.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you for taking my question. Representative Yucca Mountain, I think, in Nevada was sounded like the best possible place, but Senator Harry Reid and some of other folks with him said that they would never support that, and I guess I understand that. My question is, you call for federal government to construct a nuclear waste repository. If a foreign country, I could name several possibilities, Kazakhstan, for example, ironically, but if we can't put it anywhere in America, and if we can't do Yucca Mountain, I don't know where we're going to go. What about a foreign repository? Have you looked into, talked about that, thought about that?
I personally, and thank you for the question, I personally have not heard of any foreign waste repository plans, but I definitely do think that that could be a viable solution, because we want this to be as far away as possible from us, because we don't want to have to deal with any of the leakage or possibilities of contamination to the general population. So I definitely think that that is a possibility, and the federal government should look into any possibility for permanent storage of this waste.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other, okay, did you have a question? You all set? Anyone else? Okay. I'm not sure where I'm at on this here. Do we have nowhere, Seabrook, are you saying that Seabrook is the only area in New Hampshire where they store?
To my knowledge, the nuclear waste from Seabrook is stored on Seabrook, but I do not know of any other locations in New Hampshire that nuclear waste, such as nuclear fuel, is stored in New Hampshire. At least that is my understanding of the situation.
Okay, thank you. I got to look into this a little more. We don't have anyone else speaking. Okay, thank you then. Well, if anyone else wants to speak, Then I'm gonna close the hearing on HR 16, and the next hearing is at 2:45. That went quick. So what I'm gonna do is a couple of
Thank you.
bills.
Do you have any written, did you give me written testimony?
Okay.
But I can get more resources for
No, don't worry about it, Tony, if you don't want. Fine.
because it's just a simple resolution.
You know why Harry Reid put a stop to it with Obama and the rest of it? It's because they've got minerals out there and they're buying up all the land and the government's calling it monuments. And they're going in and taking the mineral and the Chinese own it.
Oh, yeah? Oh. Wow.
Part of the reason Jerry went to prison.
I didn't have that on? No. I'm gonna have to say that again. I didn't have this thing on. Okay, open up the hearing on H.R. 18 and on a resolution urging Congress to remove the exception from the 13th Amendment, except as a punishment from crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, and welcome Representative Amanda Bolden, who supports the bill and the prime sponsor, and said 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for hearing about this bill today. I sent around a handout of the 13th Amendment for your reference, because sometimes when bills reference a portion of an entire text, you need the entire text to understand completely. I come from slave-owning people. Recently, the Washington Post put out an article of a list of every congressman who's ever served in U.S. Congress who had slaves. And I searched the word Bolden, and yep, there were 2 people that I'm related to who served in U.S. Congress and owned slaves. My 11th great-grandfather landed on this continent in the early 1600s. And my 5th great-grandfather was one of the congressmen that I'm related to who was a slave owner serving in Congress in the 1800s representing Virginia. And you know how here we write down a lot of we'll print the remarks, the speeches that are made on the House floor and record them. I've read speeches from my very boring 5th great-grandfather, James Wood Bolden, and he argued passionately in defense of slavery. And he said that it's a man's natural right to own another man. And he compared the ownership of another person to the ownership of a horse. So he was also super irritated with women being involved in politics. And I'm really sure he wouldn't like me. But you guys wouldn't like him because he's also the kind of representative who talks forever and ever and ever. And it's literally pages and pages of his stupid speech. And it's so boring. And I'll try not to be like him today. But he was the kind of congressman that as soon as he went up to the well, you'd leave to go to the bathroom. So I'm sure that he would be disappointed to know that just a few years after he died, the 13th Amendment was ratified, freeing the slaves in the United States. So the 13th Amendment banned slavery, it nullified the Fugitive Slave Clause, and it nullified the 3/5 Compromise. But there was a loophole in the 13th Amendment. You can read it on the handout, it's in bold. It allows forced slavery still if the enslaved person has been convicted of a crime. And this interpretation isn't just mine. In the case of Ruffin v. Commonwealth in 1871, the Supreme Court declared that an inmate is a slave of the state. Due to this loophole, almost as soon as the 13th Amendment was ratified, states and municipalities began passing petty crime laws, which at the time were known as the Black Codes. These laws criminalized actions that were most likely to be committed by recently freed slaves, such as loitering and vagrancy, because if you had a home and you left it, now you have no home. If you had a job but you were freed from it, now you have no job. Some of these laws prohibited former slaves from holding certain types of jobs and then punished them for being unemployed. Plantations accustomed to slave labor were suffering a labor shortage as a result of the ratification of the 13th Amendment, so area prisons sold prisoner labor to the plantations on the cheap. The prisoners themselves received no money for their work, as returning to their former slave life was considered a fair punishment for the crime of loitering, vagrancy, unemployment, etc. The Black Codes have been expanding ever since, albeit under different terminology such as the war on drugs, mandatory minimum sentencing, and so forth. In the early 1900s, the Black Codes were used to justify over-incarceration and harassment of Italian Americans during a period of time in which Italians were widely hated in the United States. So effectively, my ancestors defended a system that likely resulted in the harassment of the chairman's ancestors. The exception in the 13th Amendment laid the essential groundwork for the mass incarceration we see today. In fact, the prison population in proportion to the total population has increased by more than 10 times since the ratification of the 13th Amendment. In other words, the prison population is outpacing the US population by a multiplier of more than 10. And while my 5th great-grandfather didn't live to see it, many of the people he served with ensured that the 13th Amendment didn't really have teeth. So today it's my hope that this body can reject everything my family stood for and ask our current Congress to close the loophole in the 13th Amendment. Let's make James Wood Bolden roll over in his grave. And by the way, here's how much James Wood Bolden is my ancestor. His middle name is my grandfather's first name, my father's middle name, and my brother's middle name. So this is like literally my bloodline. And as an aside, I just want to mention that support for closing this loophole in the 13th Amendment is supported by Kanye West, who went to President Trump in 2018 and asked for the same thing that I'm asking for today. And I also want to mention that the bill has bipartisan co-sponsorship, or I guess because of you guys, tripartisan or something. So thanks for your time, and I hope I was brief enough.
Okay, thank you. Will you take questions?
Of course.
Okay, any questions for Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Bolden, for your testimony. That's a couple of questions. So first, do you we're talking about the black codes, and do you believe in the school to prison pipeline for African Americans in our country? Do you believe that exists? Sorry.
Yeah, I absolutely. It's unfortunate that I think that. So I had a nanny when I was a kid who insisted that if you put baby oil in your belly button, it can help with a cold, And so sometimes there's things that the people before us believe, and they want to implement. And as time goes by, we realize it doesn't make sense. But if we let those things kind of grow and expand, they become unrecognizable compared to their original version, and totally out of control. And I think that probably the people who wanted to reinvigorate and enable slavery through the loophole in the 13th Amendment didn't anticipate that one day the white people that would be born after them would also be caught up in the same sort of system of mass incarceration. And it's certainly seen largely in New Hampshire, where the war on drugs and the issue of widespread heroin abuse and things like that wasn't much discussed when it was, I think, just a black problem, for lack of a better term. And now when it becomes an issue in New Hampshire, which is mostly white, suddenly people and politicians want to talk about it. So I think it's definitely one of those things where it started in one format, it was just a dumb baby oil in your belly button sort of thing. And, if you keep listening to and implementing that line of thinking, there's just more insanity down the line. So I do think that in the long term, it affects every aspect of our lives.
Can I follow up? Do you know the name of the largest prison in our country?
No, I don't. What is it?
It's the Angola State Prison in
Oh,
Louisiana.
yeah. I've heard of this, yeah.
And one final one.
Follow up? Good.
And just my last question, did you know that we're in this pandemic, and we're trying to make sure that we can speed up the production of things that would hopefully keep us safe. So would you believe that the state of New York used prison labor to basically produce hand sanitizer at $6.10 a gallon?
I believe that. I know that even today there's a lot of products that you can purchase, for example, in Walmart that are made by slaves in American prisons and in foreign prisons. And there's the story of this guy who was he was tried 6 times for the same murder. This was just in like the late 90s until recently. And over the period of the 6 trials, many of which ended in a mistrial or hung jury, he spent 20 years in prison, and oddly, during that time period, was picking cotton in fields in America. And this is, in the after the year 2000. And he was an innocent man as well, as far as anyone can tell. His name is Curtis Flowers. He just got out of prison and out of that cycle, I think, in 2020, and he's putting his life back together. But he was a slave of the state, as the Supreme Court noted in 1871.
Okay, Representative Moffett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to understand this. So are you saying that the people who made our license plates on our vehicles are our license plates are the products of slave labor? Is that kind of what I'm hearing, or am I not hearing it right?
My knowledge of the rate of the wages in the prisons in New Hampshire is limited. I know that there's been legislation to give prisoners an hourly wage that's reasonable, but in most prisons, prisoners receive little to no pay for the work that they're required to do. I hope that answers your question. But our license plates and our badges, I think not our badges anymore because I guess we couldn't get a good price, that's what I heard. But our badges used to be made by prisoners in New Hampshire. And you can go down the road to the showroom on, what's it called? When you get north on Main Street, and it's called Fisherville Road instead, here in Concord. On the right, across from the prison, is the showroom where you can buy, and I bought like a coaster there that was painted and is made of wood. And my understanding is that the items that are sold there, the money doesn't go to the prisoners. So the concept that people were sold was they're being punished, and this is a fair punishment. But most of the time, even then and now, the reasons that people end up in prison, the idea of slavery as punishment isn't really justified.
Thank you.
Representative Branch?
Hello, and thank you for bringing this very important legislation to our committee. My question is, the reason that this is before our committee and before the New Hampshire House of Representatives is because that we need to pressure our delegation and pressure the federal government to do something on this issue, and is my understanding of that correct?
That's correct. It's just a House resolution. It's a statement. But I think you guys know that, being on this committee. I was on this committee for a long time. And a resolution is just a letter that you write, and maybe someone reads it, maybe nobody does. But at a minimum, it's a statement representative of the views of the body and of the state.
I'm sure you're aware, of course, this is, I don't know why you did it as an HR versus CR or joint, because this is only, even if we pass this, it only shows just one part of New Hampshire, the House. Has no weight with the Senate, you know.
My understanding is the Senate doesn't take up House concurrent resolutions, so there'd be no point. It would be a waste of taxpayer money.
They have a rule there. They have taken up resolutions, but you have to work them and go talk to the senators to get the support. They do take them up.
So they do have a rule?
Yep.
Yeah,
yes.
that they don't take up House concurrent, so that'd be why.
Okay. Yeah, because you have Senator Waters on there, and he could have talked to Senate into what, I think if you get 4 or 5 senators to prove, say they want to take it up, then they take it up.
It's good to have Senate support on this resolution, yeah.
Yeah, I just you kind of mentioned that you talked about this not being a fair punishment, but so what would you propose as a replacement for this punishment? And I also, you know, to kind of twofold this is what would do prisoners that partake in this labor, even if they're not compensated, do they not get some kind of benefit out of it if they're developing skills, and if it's preventing recidivization later on, if they're able to develop skills and help to honestly to pay for some of the costs that the state has to incur to ensure that there's justice and that, you know, they serve out a specific sentence. So I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts on those kinds of things would be.
Thanks for the question. I think there's a palpable difference between skill building and slavery. And I think that a similar argument could have been made by my ancestor in Congress, arguing that that enslavement was better for the people that were enslaved at the time, because then they'd have something to do. They'd have work to keep them busy, and that it was character building. And the slavery is a different experience than skill building, because if skill building and slavery are not different, then what was elementary school, you know, and what is having a job at Dunkin' Donuts? But the difference is being compensated. And so it's not to say that someone shouldn't be skill building in when they're in confinement in a penal institution. And it's not to say that someone shouldn't be learning new things or working, but it is an issue of not being compensated. And as far as what I would propose as punishment, I don't have all those answers. I'm 1 in 400, and that is something that an entity like this one decides through the representative democratic process, and similar entities in every state, as well as in the U.S. Congress. And I think that deserves a well-rounded democratic conversation and debate. So I wouldn't propose any particular thing, but but it just seems like an outdated, backwards idea that's it's overdue for elimination at this point. That
Okay.
particular portion of the 13th Amendment.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, Representative, I've got a few relatives that done some time in jail, and I always told them, you do the crime, you do the time. And on the compensation, and I mean, some are 20, 30 years, should...
Can you speak a little louder? I'm sorry. I want to hear you, but I'm having trouble.
I should be on the speaker here. How's that? But what I'm saying, I have a few relatives that done 20, 30 years in prison, and I've always told them when they get out, whether you do the crime, you do the time. But anyways, my question with you is, shouldn't they compensate the taxpayers back for paying for those years? Because they did the crime, not the people in the, outside the prisons.
That's a pretty big philosophical debate. That's a big can of worms. What the design of someone's punishment should be, whether they should compensate the state or compensate the person that they harmed. But when you're talking about crimes like the sort of crimes that were created out of thin air not long after the passage of the 13th Amendment with its loophole, you're talking about crimes like being a former slave with no job, being a former slave with no home. That's just breathing. That's just how their lives were for a period of time after the end of the Civil War. So that's not a situation in which someone, arguably from like an ethical perspective, a moral perspective, has offended the state or its people and ought to make some kind of compensation for that. That's just racism, It's just a world and an economy that depended on slavery, and it was having trouble adjusting to the lack of slavery as part of its economy. And the labor shortage that was created by the end of the Civil War. So that's not really the same as making right after you've done wrong. And there's nothing that would prohibit a legislature from creating and passing laws that ensure that someone can and should make right when they've done wrong. And we have laws on the books that already enable that. I think... So I'm in criminal justice, and I vaguely remember seeing, we've had a lot of bills lately, but I remember seeing some bill that had, it was changing a portion of existing law, and the existing law mentioned a requirement that the offender pay compensation to the victim. We already have laws like that in place, and I think that there's Supreme Court history in New Hampshire about the issue of making prisoners pay for their confinement, and I think that it's illegal. I think that it may be I think that we have laws against making prisoners pay for their own confinement. But as far as making right with the person that they've harmed, we have laws in place to allow for that. And when the thing that you've done wrong is being homeless, who are you making it right to,
Now, you do know that we have prisoners now that while they're getting out, they're paying for their halfway house. They're paying for their bracelets that they have on their ankles. All that's being paid for by the individuals. You do know?
I don't think that this resolution, if it were even adopted by Congress, which I know is exceedingly unlikely, would change that.
Okay, my last thing for you. Even if Congress adopted it, wouldn't that still have to come to the states for ratification?
That's a big debate, and I think you're talking about the
It's
Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, basically
Yeah.
it is a Fifth Amendment issue.
Yeah.
And the bill says...
there you go, Article 5.
and-
Thank
yeah,
you,
and
not the Fifth Amendment.
And the bill says nothing about Article 5 at all on I mean, on what's in there, because the Congress with 2/3 can
There's
make.
two methods described that I'm sure you all know
Right.
from being on this committee that there's a lot of debate as to the intent of Article 5 and whether or not
There's two
the
ways.
drafters left to get pizza while they were working on it and forgot that that's what they were working on and started on the Article 6 after that. But it does seem unclear and unfinished, Article 5, but this encourages Congress to use whatever means that they'd like to adopt to
Okay.
execute this.
Thank you. Representative Lee?
One last question.
You guys are really thorough.
Oh, I appreciate it. One last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is kind of following along Representative DeShays' comments, and that is, or question, sorry. Would you believe that in California, the inmates who helped put out the fires there were not allowed to become, were not allowed to go through the process of becoming firefighters following them finishing their sentence?
I would believe that. That is one of the issues, is that even if this enslavement that occurs is skill building, there's no certification, there's nothing that someone can take with them and say, yeah, I'm a felon, but I learned how to do carpentry, so you should hire me. The fact that you're a felon certainly supersedes any interest in your qualifications, and it's not like jails are handing out certifications. So you can build all those skills, but if you have nothing to show for it as far as qualified education, and they're not providing that, then it's not really useful for when you're in the general population in the world.
Well, thank you. No other questions?
Thanks for your time. Thanks for your time.
Oh, you're welcome.
On my committee, we don't ask a lot of questions, so this has been fun.
Well,
lively.
this here we do. Yeah, you have
I
written.
don't. Are you the clerk? Do you want my bullet points?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I just printed them for me, but I'll give them to you if it makes your life easier. Yeah.
Well, as you know, we deal with a lot of constitutional issues, and it pays us to understand Article 5. And the legislation, I think, if anything, doesn't say anything in there concerning, the Article 5 on the legislators making, with 2/3 or anything like that. It's just, it's recommending or asking.
Yeah, which is
You know what I
probably why
mean?
you're not going to get a lot
Right,
of testimony
yeah.
today from all those folks.
I just-
debate.
I
We'll let them
myself
figure it out.
just wish it was the House concurrent or House joint resolution, and then you worked it behind the scenes, because you do have a good senator. I like Senator Waters. I've worked with him on legislation
He's a nice
before.
guy.
That he would work it with the other senators in the Senate to show the state of New Hampshire versus just part of New Hampshire.
Well, we can also do this just as one body.
I understand
that's
that, but you know how
worthwhile.
I've been on House resolutions with just one body versus the whole body. But thank you.
Thanks
Okay.
a lot, guys.
With that, my good friend, Representative Peter Smith.
Schmidt.
Yeah, Smith. Yeah, right.
No, Schmidt.
Schmidt. He's also a Marine. So just for everyone's information here. And he supports the bill. How are you, Representative?
I am well, Mr. Chairman. It's always good to see you. I see you got, I don't know whether Representative Salinas is also affiliated with the Marine Corps in some fashion.
Yes, her
'Cause,
husband.
she's out of step with the other two, where you got a colonel, you got a top sergeant.
You got the first sergeant there leading the charge with the colonel backing him up.
That's right. So the last time we had any involvement was with the colonel pitching me softball and me lining a hard grounder down the third baseline and you making a diving stop. And it's all caught on video. I view it every once in a while.
Before you get
notice
started here,
you notice the beautiful swing I put on it.
Before you get started here, I just wanted for the record here, the Marine man sitting right there could hit that ball, softball, to the almost to the fence or over the fence. So I just wanted.
I didn't hit it over the fence.
Yeah, well, you came close. All right, but go ahead.
I gave it a couple of good raps the 2 games I played. I thought it's not too bad for an 80-year-old.
Yeah.
Now I'm all the way to 83. I don't know if I could still do it or not. But anyway, I'm pleased to be before you. So I do support this resolution. And even though I understand your reservations with regard to HRs, but it does say on line 5, the House Clerk shall forward official copies of this resolution to the President of the United States, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, President of the United States Senate, and to all members of the New Hampshire congressional delegation, because the reality is that this amendment is not exactly a particularly reputable addition to the Constitution, in my opinion, because it did lend itself, and it still lends itself. That's one of the reasons I support this, because it lends itself, even today, to abuse with regard to people being sentenced to involuntary servitude. I will answer some of the questions you raised to the previous witness, because I do think that people who are imprisoned for whatever particular infraction or crime, they should not merely be kept away from society. There obviously is, in the case of certain criminals, a need to protect society from people who are killers, rapists, and other violent acts where people are harmed or killed. Society needs to be protected. That's why we have life imprisonment. And at the same time, that clearly is that society benefits from having those people locked away, obviously, because they're not free to continue their depredations, crimes, and misdeeds, but that they are getting, clearly people are sentenced to life, they're not getting out, so society is being protected to some degree, but by and large, most people are not sentenced to life, they're not executed, they're going to get out. And so rehabilitation, we all know, rehabilitation is an equal part of the idea of people being imprisoned, that because they're going to get out, it would be better if they have learned some kind of a skill. And in point of fact, as you probably know, we're all members of the county delegations in our individual counties. I happen to be the chair of the Stratford County delegation now for, I think this is my 12th year as the chair of the county delegation. And one of the things that our prisoners do, but they're not sentenced to involuntary servitude. They are imprisoned for a period of time, and many of them are gainfully employed in the county House of Corrections, and they are learning. Representative DeLemus is a member of the Stratford County delegation. Looking around, I see that she's the only one other than myself here who's a member of the Stratford County delegation, but we know that our the individuals who are incarcerated in Stratford County have the opportunity to work while they're there. They're not exactly well paid, but they earn something. And again, to your point, Mr. Chairman, to your question, they shouldn't be they shouldn't be paid, even minimum wages, because they are receiving room and board and paying their debt to society in some fashion, so that they're not making, top dollar. I understand that, and I support that. Although, sometimes I think the wages they're paid are sometimes anti-competitive. You're also aware of that, right? That some of the outside businesses engaged in the same profession or occupation have issues with regard to things. You may know that the badge, this type of badge that we all can buy, that they're produced in the New Hampshire State Prison, to my knowledge. That's the case. But one of the things that I happen to know in Stratford County is that a number of our people are learning laundry skills, which is quite in demand, I'm informed. So they're learning a trade, that they're serving a useful benefit. The laundry for the nursing home in Stratford County and also for the prison itself is done by the incarcerated individuals, but they are learning that skill and that trade, so that is a benefit to them. And as I understand it, that's fairly well paid and in demand. So it's a combination, right? They're low paid. That's the give back in terms of or take back, if you will, to the county taxpayers who are paying the cost of maintaining their incarceration and their room and board, so to speak. But getting back to the language itself, this was clearly and historically put in place in order to take advantage of people, and very often the convictions were of a questionable nature. I won't say that they were plucked off the streets because they needed 20 people for the chain gang, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were not the case in many cases. I'm currently reading a book called Devil in the Grove, like an apple grove. And it tells the story of people down in one of the southern states, and they were actually, in many cases, picked up and incarcerated because they did need some slave labor. And we all know the song about the chain gang, sweating on the chain gang every day. And the chain gang, and I'm sure many of us are familiar with the movie Cool Hand Luke, where they're out there on the road gangs. And in many cases, they had prisoners who were very conveniently available. So I think that it certainly was abused in the past. Look at the history, not just in movies, but look at the history, and you'll see that many of people of color were definitely, put to work involuntarily because this, except as punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. It lends itself, even in this day and age, to abuse. So I think I've made my case, and since I'm playing hooky from my own committee, which is running late, I will take no questions.
Okay.
But it's very good to see you, Colonel, Top Sergeant. Very good to see you, and all of you as well.
Thank you, Representative Smith. Appreciate it. Okay, is there any other testimony? Anyone there? With that, I am going to close the hearing on H.R. 18, and at 3:30, we'll be doing a Constitution CRC 32. Now, my plan is to have the hearing here, and then if we overfull, then I will move to the Reps Hall, but otherwise, we're going to be right here.
Just so you know, Jerry made $30 a month, and he worked full-time and was teaching construction and doing construction and jobbing, costing out jobs for the prison that he was in, and that's federal. And there was no rehabilitation in that prison.
Yeah, on that last bill, I was trying to find the difference between in the Constitution. Maybe somebody will be able to educate me. I was hoping you'd answer my question. I don't see any effect. I mean, slavery's gone, and this is just, I don't know, we'll discuss it, I guess, when we do our
Basically, a
exec,
feel-good.
yeah. Can I have your attention, please? What we're going to do here in a minute, when we open up the hearing, I'm going to ask each one of you there, it will be 3 minutes to testify. If you have written testimony, can you please submit it to the, up to there, and they'll pass it up to us after you're done. If it's repetitious, I'm going to ask you to stop. Okay? If you have new information to pass on, then I appreciate it if you can pass that on. We're going to give everyone an opportunity to speak. If I got to be here till late myself, whatever time, we're going to make this happen. Okay? And but I just appreciate it if you can keep it to 3 minutes, and that way there we can move on. I'm going to open up the hearing in a minute, and then I'm going to turn it over to Representative Moffett because I have to go next door to testify on a bill, and then I will be back. Okay? Anything else? Okay. What time is it?
3 minutes, it's 27 past.
3:27. Okay. I'm hoping I don't have to move the legislative hall, that we can fit, because we can put people in the back standing there, rather than, and we can just move right along. Rep. Foster, are they still going on? Are they done? Huh? Are there other speakers? Okay.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, just put them on the bottom. 29.
Are we going to Reps Hall?
No, I'm going to stay right here. Mike, you can have a seat. Relax and. Okay, being that it's 3:30, I am going to open up the hearing on House Bill 1195, an act related to the public comment periods. No, wait, I'm sorry, disregard that, wait. Disregard what I just said.
Yeah.
That's a bill I got to go testify on.
CACR 32.
Okay, I'm going to open up the Constitution Amendment on Resolution 32, and it's the state peaceably declares independence from the United States and proceeds as a sovereign nation. And I'm going to welcome my friend, Representative Mike Sylvia, to testify. The floor is yours, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. For the record, I'm Mike Sylvia, representing Belknap 6, town of Belmont. Happy to be here today, my first time in your committee. We're here today to see if our legislature will allow a question to be put to the voters of New Hampshire. Should New Hampshire peaceably declare its independence from the U.S. federal government? Some believe that this is a laughable question. Do they fear the answer? Some believe that the question of independence has been settled. If so, then our state's sovereignty has been stolen. In my path to liberty, I have learned that our state was created by the people in 1784. Prior to forming our government, in Part 2nd of our Constitution, the people reserved to themselves the rights of the people in Part 1st. Our Constitution places the Bill of Rights, the rights of the people, above and before the establishment of government. Part 1, Article 7 reads, "The people of this state have the sole and exclusive right of governing themselves as a free, sovereign, and independent state, and do, and forever hereafter shall, exercise and enjoy every power, jurisdiction, and right pertaining thereto, which is not or may not hereafter be by them expressly delegated to the United States of America in Congress assembled." The United States at the time was under the Articles of Confederation. In 1789, the first peaceful revolution in America disposed of the Articles of Confederation and formed a new government under our current U.S. Constitution. Remember, the people of our state reserve to themselves every power not expressly delegated. Disposing of our state's sovereignty was never allowed. For the federal, now national, government to consider the state of New Hampshire to be nothing more than the local office for the District of Columbia is to destroy the independence of our great state. While the people reserve to themselves the right to revolution in Part 1, Article 10, we are here today to head off any consideration of anything but a peaceful formation of a new government, independent of rule from Washington, D.C. Today, we will ask our legislature to allow the people of New Hampshire to express their by putting the question on the ballot. This November. And with that, I have a lot of supporters who will tell you all the various reasons why this CACR needs to be on the ballot in November. And if you have a question for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Representative. We have a good pile of pink cards here, and we're looking forward to hearing testimony. And you will take questions. I have one and maybe a couple of follow-ups, and there may be others. Presumably, you no longer recite the Pledge of Allegiance because that pledge does refer to one nation indivisible. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
So you do still say the Pledge of Allegiance?
I do not. I have a belief in a higher power that does not allow me to pledge to some other authority.
Okay, thank you. Did you know that over 4,000 New Hampshire men died or were killed during the Civil War fighting to preserve our Union, and that thousands more were wounded? And some of the regimental colors here at the State House still are bloodstained from that conflict. Do you think that this CACR does their memory or their service a disservice?
I think it actually does them an actual honor if they were here to see what has become of Washington, D.C., and the lack of freedom that we have as a result here in New Hampshire. I think they'd be horrified. I think they'd be very proud of this group of supporters here that pushed to have this brought to the legislature and to the people of New Hampshire.
Thank you. One more follow-up from me. There is a good crowd here. We'll see. Looking forward to the testimony. Do your constituents generally support this measure, or have you polled them, or do you know?
I haven't polled everybody. I've had certainly a good number of supporters. Obviously, I've had some detractors. It's not universally considered a wonderful idea, but we'll find out if the people get a chance to vote on it in November. We'll find out exactly how the people of New Hampshire feel.
Thank you. Looking around. Yes, Representative LaBranch.
Thank you for taking my question. My first question is, do you believe that New Hampshire could support itself and sustain itself as an independent country as an independent democracy if the CACR were to be passed by the people this November?
I do. New Hampshire has great resources, great people. Currently, we are among one of the top economies in the country. We are net donors to the federal government. If we had that drain relieved from us, we could do all kinds of things that would be quite possibly phenomenal.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
My follow-up is, I understand that in New Hampshire, the only way to get something on the ballot, at least to my understanding as a representative, is through a CACR like this. Why not introduce a House bill that would allow for referendums and to make this a non-binding constitutional issue?
People have toyed with the idea of referendum, and I don't know that that's necessarily the best way to go. I think our tradition here has lasted for the duration, and it seems to work very well.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Okay, at the top of our pink list is a practice. We generally try to allow legislators first chances to testify, and I'm looking at Representative Jess Edwards.
Did I just, no, I didn't unplug it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing Auburn, Chester, and Sandown. Today is my testimonial. At the end of it, will feel a little bit like, you know, on one hand, there's this, on the other hand, there's this. I can empathize that. It really goes without saying that our federal government has grown its powers grossly beyond any that were intended or limited by our Constitution. And I think they jeopardize the growth of the federal government, jeopardizes the harmony that comes from governing with the consent of the governed. I think if this trend were to continue, whether it be decades or 100 years, I don't know, I would say that we're on a very bad trajectory, and that it's this kind of involvement in government that can help us turn things back around. To answer a question, you know, would our founders be proud of this initiative? I would say they would be. This is what it's intended to be. We're peacefully getting together. We're having a discussion about something that's very important to us and to our children. I want to go back. I'm just got a couple things out of the Declaration of Independence I'd like to read. We know the section about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers, the just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter it or to abolish it. I think that's the spirit of why we're having this discussion. But as I continue of independence, I find a tremendous wisdom in our founding fathers that should speak to us in this moment also. And that is that prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. So in my assessment of where the American society is and where it's going, I don't think there's a sense in the population of New Hampshire that the evils that we're subjected to by an excessive government, federal government, are insufferable. And so I just don't see a public will to support this if there were to be a vote. And since I get to vote on this as well as a member of the House of Representatives, I just want to be on record now as saying I will vote no, and I hope this comes out ITL out of the committee, and I would hope that not because this is some kind of an illegitimate, scary conversation, but just because I just don't think that this is really in the consciousness of the majority of our citizens. It's certainly premature, and I wouldn't put a timeline on when it will become ripe. I haven't given up on the great American experiment. If all these folks would just go run for office, run for town, run for, city, run for state, run for Congress, just get involved, run, make it our country again. And with that, I'm done. Thank you. But they heard me.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Representative Lang, if that was you who fixed that. Let the record show. For anyone who testifies, including the prime, and I should have mentioned this, if you do have written testimony, if you do want to share it with our clerk for our permanent record, please share your remarks if you have them in writing. You can also submit remarks online to this committee, in the legislative section of that. Are there any questions for Representative DeLamus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If we were to put this on the ballot for the people to vote on, wouldn't that show the desire of the people? I mean, if there were the majority of the people here in the state who actually did vote for secession from the United States, wouldn't that be the voice of the people by allowing to have that on the ballot to be voted on?
Thank you for the question. I think that's an exceptionally fair question and one that I've had to think about as I've been lobbied on this. And as I've come to look at it, is the process under which we amend the New Hampshire Constitution is not meant to be easy. It requires a series of separate steps, all of which have to be in alignment and in agreement in order to pass. And as a representative of 3,400 people, I would vote to not put this on the ballot in 2022. And I think I get a vote too. My vote as a representative is part of the process, and that's where I'm at. I would just say that 2022, I think, is a pivotal election for New Hampshire and for the country. And from a political perspective, I'm just also very concerned that we muddy the waters with, insurrectionist talk and the like, and that rather than being taken seriously, we open up ourselves to national media and local media to just make a mockery of the whole exercise. And that'll be a setback, in my view. That's why another reason I'm voting no. I just think it's really bad timing.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my follow-up question. Is this one of the steps, though? I mean, would getting this, is coming to this committee and dealing with this CACR, isn't this one of the steps that would be taken?
Absolutely. I have come in my 5 years here to really believe in the process, and the committee process is critical to everything the House produces. And so your independent determination within this committee is important, and I hope that you do it with all the deliberation and discretion that is appropriate to the question. And I also want to thank you for your husband's, it's a form of service, so thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Edwards. I'm now looking at Representative Brody DeShays.
Thank you to the members of the committee for letting me speak today. So I assume many of you have seen my, I sent a letter to the committee a while back. I just distributed it again to the committee members. Sections of that letter were published in the New Hampshire Journal regarding the constitutional issues behind this. But I just want to kind of deconstruct real quick, because the letter, for the most part, I think almost everyone in the room has read the letter, right? And there are some people who are very upset with me in the room, which I can perfectly well understand. But after speaking to constitutional scholars, I didn't do this in a vacuum, right? I reached out to constitutional scholars. I'll actually cite one right now who I spoke with this week, who's an expert, one of the international experts in this kind of issue, is Dr. David Williams. He's the head of the John S. Hastings Professor of Law, Executive Director of the Center for Constitutional Democracy. Actually, sort of ironically, why I found him to be the best scholar for this is that he aids secessionist movements and revolt movements in foreign countries and how to develop constitutions. So I wanted to kind of get an understanding of how he felt that this would fit in to our constitutional process here in New Hampshire and nationally, right? Because this does have national ramifications. And that kind of, that will enter into my first point here. This is not a referendum, right? This is a constitutional process, right? We've just begun on a constitutional process with this hearing today. And it's great. It's great that we're entering into a constitutional process. It's the members of the legislature who proposed this. It's their right. The people who have come here to testify in support or against, it's their right. But we have to remember, this is a constitutional process. Every vote cast is aiding in that constitutional process. By putting this on the ballot, the process is a whole thing, right? It's not like we prepare it to get onto the ballot and then that's when we approve or disapprove of the constitutional amendment. We're approving it each time along the way, right? So this is not a mere referendum. We are embarking on a constitutional process, and every vote for it has constitutional ramifications, right? Judging by Amendment 14 of the U.S. Constitution, Section 3, right? Some scholars would argue that this is rebellion, right? You are rebelling against, even if it's peaceful, right? Rebellion can be peaceful. Children peacefully rebel against their parents every day, right? So even still, we have to get back from the 30-foot view and look at the 3,000-foot view, right? This very well could be an argument where, if voting for this, even if it's a good idea, right? And even if people believe in their heart that they should be voting for this, even if people say they don't support it, but they want to give people the choice, aiding and abetting in that process, right, could very arguably be unconstitutional. Right now, it's a pretty open-ended question still. But the next part I'll mention is there's going to be a lot of talk about the New Hampshire State Constitution, right? Specifically, Part 1, Article 7, and Part 1, Article 10. So let's address Part 1, Article 7. So New Hampshire is a sovereign state, right? We are still sovereign. Now, we are not an independent nation. We're not a sovereign nation, right? But in the way that this constitutional amendment is written, it implies it's using the word sovereignty in the modern sense. It's not using it in the original sense of the framers, right? The framers kind of viewed sovereign as that there was a number of things that an entity could be sovereign over, right? Now, it's very explicit in our federal constitution, which the state of New Hampshire ratified and joined into, right? And we were already part of a perpetual union when we ratified and entered into the Articles of Confederation and perpetual union, right? We always drop that last section. The whole name of the document is the Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union, established in 1777. But when New Hampshire entered into the Constitution, when we created our own Constitution, as the prime sponsor mentioned, we established that we are sovereign. The point of that was to establish that we are sovereign over everything within our borders, and that's within our purview, based on what's not within the purview of the federal government. Now, many people bring up a great point here, right? That the federal government has, we've ceded, right, a number of powers to the federal government that we probably shouldn't have ceded. But even still, we did that through the sovereign process, right? So specifically, you can look at Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution. That cites what powers the federal government has. And then the U.S. Constitution is very explicit with the Bill of Rights, right, the 10th Amendment. Everything else is left with the people. Everything else is left with the state governments. Amendment 9 says everything that's not in the state governments is left to the people. So we have to remember that, right? So New Hampshire is still sovereign and has control over a myriad of specific issues. And whatever the federal government doesn't have responsibility for and whatever the state government doesn't have responsibility for, that is reserved to the people. Now, New Hampshire's constitution is an agreement between New Hampshire's residents and the state government. Some will assert today maybe that Part 1, Article 10 applies, and this is the revolutionary article in our State Bill of Rights. Some will assert today that Part 1, Article 10 applies to the federal government. It does not. We have a right to revolution in specific circumstances, but the New Hampshire Constitution does not confer a right to revolution against the U.S. government or the U.S. Constitution, right? The U.S. Constitution is pretty explicit about what happens, regarding, Amendment 14, Section 3, right? We had a civil war. It kind of was de facto established, right? Revolution against the federal government isn't constitutionally allowed. So now we can revolt theoretically against our state government, right? Our state has, pretty much recognized and is securing that right through governance. But we don't have a right to revolt against our federal government, right? The state constitution is not an agreement that would include the federal government. It's separate, right? We have an agreement, the people, between the federal government with our U.S. Constitution. We have agreement, the people, between the state government with our state constitution. And one last time, because I kind of mentioned it just briefly before this, but remember, New Hampshire lost many of the powers that people are complaining about today and many of the concerns, and we lost some of that sovereignty because we accepted federal dollars and we ceded a number of responsibilities, right? Now, we're still sovereign technically over this, right? We can, through the constitutional process, freely take back those powers. It just means we're going to have to be giving up the carrots, right? We took the carrot, we get the stick. We could also vice versa, say we don't want the stick, but that means we're giving up the carrot. So I think to kind of look at that in the context, and after speaking to a number of constitutional scholars, I felt as if it would be against my oath of office. Because when I take an oath, it's not only an oath to our state constitution, it's also an oath to our federal. One last thing, I've drafted an amendment to this in case it would be necessary. I'm going to read, and I have the votes to get it passed, right? I'm pretty confident in such. I'm going to read what it would change the language. Quote, New Hampshire shall never declare independence from the United States, nor unilaterally leave the Union of States, first established by the Articles of Confederation in 1777 and superseded by the United States Constitution in 1789. This amendment, this kind of language, was very similar to what other states adopted after the Civil War, right? It's a very normal thing that states have done. It does not mean that we're giving up our sovereignty. What it means is that we're recognizing the federal government's sovereignty over specific issues that is quite clear in the U.S. Constitution, right? Our state entered into that U.S. Constitution. We entered into this perpetual union. It's just recognizing that our state would still recognize that perpetual union, right? That the U.S. Constitution is, and the U.S. government is a legitimate authority, and that we are co-sharers of sovereignty with the federal government, right? We share authority, we share agreements with the people, and we look to the consent of the governed because ultimately the power lies with the people. And with that, I'll remain open to any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Representative Shea. I'm glad. That's why I gave you a little bit of more leeway on speaking forward, and I've asked you to do some research for us, and you've done a great job on it. And one of the questions that concerns me with this here, we have refuel airplanes down in at Pease there that refuel the coast there, and they do refueling for the security of the coast. What will happen to all them aircraft there and now security on the coast?
Well, this is kind of, in my opinion, we wouldn't even get to that question because the federal government wouldn't allow us to leave.
Right.
It would be a moot question.
If I may, I'd appreciate if you let.
No, and I appreciate the sentiment. How are we? Well, the U.S. Constitution is quite clear, right? That the federal government is responsible over defenses, right? And so we wouldn't, you know, there would be absolutely no way for us to first leave the union, right? We can't rebel against the union, right? That's pretty clear, right? State lawmakers can't rebel against the union. It's in our U.S. Constitution.
Can you hold 1 second, Representative? Can you please, no signs in my committee room? Can you, I understand we have a rules and regulation, rules here. No signs. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, back to your question though, you know, how would that work? Well, the federal government would be under, if something's unconstitutional, the federal government's not going to recognize it as legitimate, right? And that's kind of what we get to the whole issue of this, right? Is that the federal government isn't going to entertain this for even a second, at least from my perspective and from what I've read, from what I've talked to with constitutional scholars, right? And I think it's quite clear just with the legal precedent that's de facto established with the Civil War, right? I mean, it was Abraham Lincoln who, you know, a Republican who quite frankly recognized that, you know, we're in a perpetual union, right? In the Civil War, before the Civil War, this was a constitutionally open, you know, question. There's no doubt about it, right? There was still a lot of legal debate. After the Civil War, and with, in my testimony, you'll read that I mentioned Texas versus White. It's pretty, you know, and this precedent has been upheld, right? It's pretty clear. The Union of States was established when we came together as colonies to rebel against the king, right? King George III and the crown. We established the Articles of Confederation, and when we all entered into that as states, it was a perpetual union. And then we made that union more perfect when we adopted the U.S. Constitution, right? A more perfect union, implying everything else that was perfect about the Articles of Confederation, plus everything that we're perfecting, and we're still perfecting, right? This issue, I think people are misguided, and they're providing an answer to an issue that isn't the right answer, that isn't the constitutional answer, right? They're trying to work outside of constitutional government to get this done. We have a set way of doing things, and you know, we should push back against a lot of this overreach, and we've seen our governor push back against a lot of the overreach from Washington too. So I think we're working as hard as we can as state lawmakers, but I understand some people, you know, we'll never see eye to eye on this issue.
No, I agree with you. I got one last question here. Of course, I've been on this committee for 15 years, and you all there laughing or whatever when we're speaking or when we're talking this here. I can tell you right now, my voting record is a Liberty rep for 15 years. So have respect for whoever's speaking up there, and I appreciate it. But anyways, under the Constitution, I've been carrying it for years. As you see, they're worn, New Hampshire and the U.S. Constitution. So that's, like I said, why I asked. Under the commerce law, under trade, and I know you've been researching this for a while now, what happens to the state of New Hampshire on our commerce?
Well, I mean, it's even outside of just the Commerce Clause. The issue is, let's say theoretically, let's entertain it that New Hampshire somehow in some way managed to convince 70% of voters and the majority of the legislature to leave the union and to give up, you know, everything that entails in the union. We'd be leaving the largest free trade bloc in the world, quite frankly. We'd be crippling our economy. The 15 to 20% of workers who cross the border every day wouldn't be able to. The federal government wouldn't recognize us. They wouldn't recognize any passports that we issue. They wouldn't let them out. New Hampshire doesn't have an international airport. There's no way to travel internationally. Not to mention the United States probably would not let any other country in the world recognize us, right? We wouldn't be recognized on the international stage. We would become a hermit republic. We'd become a hermit republic in a large and globalizing world. We would kill our economy. We'd kill the New Hampshire advantage. This is a one-way ticket to a sales tax and an income tax. In my opinion, how else are you going to support the current programs that we have in this state? And, you know, I'm not saying the federal government's perfect. Everyone in this room knows the federal government is far from perfect, right? Democrats, Republicans, libertarians, anarchists, whatever have you, right? But at the end of the day, we can't, as legislators, we can't push forward unconstitutional legislation, right? Especially something like this. And I say that in the most respect that I can have for those who have brought this forward, because I think it's a very good discussion to have about what the role is of state government within this federalist system, what the role is of, you know, how states can, you know, how they associate and how they associate with the federal government and how this issue of sovereignty works. I think it's a great learning experience, but I also think it's opening up a can of worms that we basically closed at Appomattox in 1865, right?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Representative LaBranch?
Thank you for taking my question. It's my understanding, and we've seen history in the Civil War, that if a state does secede, my question is, do you think that if we did get to that point where we did declare independence, could the United States invade and occupy us as a territory, and it would all be for nothing?
I'm gonna deny the premise of your question, because the way that we interpret the Civil War and the way that the Supreme Court has is that states never seceded, right? There were active rebellions in those states, but they never seceded. Actually, every southern state had a legitimately recognized government that was in association with the Union throughout the Civil War. And many of those lawmakers that ran those governments that were still in association with the Union, and some of them secretly, still had open conversations with the Union Army and with the federal government, right? So, Representative LaBranch, would there be people who are formerly state lawmakers that would secede and try to establish their own government in rebellion? Yes. Would the federal government probably end that rebellion? Yes. But would our state government stop existing? No. There would still be a legitimate state government because there would still be pro-unionist legislators that would stay in that government, that would still conduct their own elections, and that would be the legitimate government until the federal government was able to reestablish order in conjunction with the state, with that pro-unionist government, and with our state militia.
Thank you.
Follow-up?
Did you have a follow-up? Yep, one follow-up.
This is more another constitutional question. If we pass the CACR and it did get approved, is it correct that it would also be in direct violation of other sections of the New Hampshire Constitution, such as Article 7, which specifically state that we do delegate some powers to the American Congress? Because we would have one that says we're independent from the United States, and a different section of the same Constitution would say we delegate powers to.
It would, yeah, the subsection of the same article of, Part 1, yeah. That's 100% correct. We would have the same article would contradict itself with the subsection, right? So, then that's the other thing too. So now we're all of a sudden, we're not only establishing an extremely difficult situation with, the U.S. Constitution, right, and how we would be blatantly violating that. We'd also have two articles in the same, the same article, two parts of it in direct juxtaposition to each other, right? Where we're saying in one, we're sovereign over some issues, the federal government's sovereign over other issues, essentially just recognizing what the current constitutional agreement is between these governments and its people, and between these two governments and the federal system. We'd be adopting another amendment against the U.S. Constitution that would then say that beginning part of, recognizing sovereignty, that's, it would be very complex, and I think it would be a huge issue, and we'd have to further amend our Constitution. And I would say, again, unconstitutionally, we'd be putting forward amendments that would be going against the federal Constitution.
Well, I would have to repeal the Article 7 for sure, because I agree with you on that. Representative Massimilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Some of my constituents are concerned about what happens if this passes and New Hampshire does become a sovereign nation. What will happen to their Medicare and their Social Security?
Well, that's a good question, and those programs would they would cease to exist. Now, again, though, I'm not entirely sure. Well, they would. I know some of the people. They would cease to exist, being given by the federal government. The state government could try to adopt it, but New Hampshire, typically, we get a lot more in resources from the federal government than we get from it. Sorry, than we give to it. I think, Representative, that's kind of the logistical issue, right? But the logistical issue, that's a matter of preference of how we govern, right? And so while it's a legitimate question, while it's a legitimate concern, I'm more worried about the constitutional ramifications, right? Because theoretically, we could end our Granted Advantage program in the state of New Hampshire, end the expanded Medicare and Medicaid. We could stop, a number, we could stop giving, a certain portion of our state funds to unlock these federal funds and end these programs. Or we could end a lot of these programs and end a lot of concerns that people have, whether they're legitimate or illegitimate about maybe possible federal overreach. In some cases, I think they're very legitimate concerns, and others, I'm not too sure. But I think at the end of the day, we should really concentrate on the constitutional question of whether or not legislators can actually push this forward and support this, and whether or not it's actually going to work within our state constitution, be constitutional, or constitutional with the federal government, right? And I think so far in my research, reading, I'm not even kidding you, like 200 pages worth of scholarly documents, speaking with the writers of those documents and stuff, doing research for, multiple weeks, and sitting down even for an hour this week just to prep with a constitutional scholar who works internationally on this issue. I couldn't find any conceivable universe where we could legitimately do this.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative, and it's not a question, but for the last 15 years, the fourth graders that have been coming up here, I've been asking every one of them if they ever read the New Hampshire Constitution. I haven't come across too many kids that even know we have a New Hampshire Constitution. So you'd be surprised how the rest of New Hampshire is. Many go on the U.S. Constitution and have no clue about what's in the New Hampshire one. Even some of our reps here in the building. Representative Branch, you have another question?
Yes, a question came to me while we were listening to that response. I hate to ask this type of question, but it's a legal question. You said that if we did become independent and representatives were part of the traitorous government, that they would be treasonous. Would you believe that the people sponsoring this current legislation would be considered treasonous?
I'm not qualified to answer that question, I don't think. And I'll tell you why, though. Because it's still an open question, right? We haven't seen this in the modern context, in the modern sense. It's an open question. It's something that who would decide the answer to this question, quite frankly, would be the state legislative body, right? If another member of the House brought forward, to expel another member because of something that they felt violated Amendment 14, Section 3 of the U.S. Constitution, right? And there's that current proposal right now that would allow us to fill the vacancy if that seat became vacant. Then that would be when we have to have that debate. I hope we don't have that debate. I hope that the debate that we have is just about the feasibility of this, and that we let these lawmakers, voice their opinion, introduce what they think is the way to go forward for the state, but that we recognize that it's just not feasible, it's not constitutional, and we have a good, strong dialogue with a number of residents and U.S. citizens in the crowd today, and that we as legislators ask them good probing questions to really understand what their disdain is for the federal government, what their disdain is for overall government, and why they think this would work, and maybe find ways within constitutional government to address those concerns, right, and actually, improve government.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you again, Representative. Before we lose you, to follow up on Representative LeBranch's question, are you aware that there is a measure in a different committee that's being heard with regard to sanctioning people who propose this type of separation? Have you heard anything about that, or are you aware of that?
Are you talking about House Bill 1007?
I don't have the number off the top of my head.
Is it the one that Representative Bill Marsh Prime sponsored? Is that the one you're talking about?
That's the one, I believe, yes.
So what that bill does is it doesn't sanction people, right? The legislature already has this power to say someone's violated the Constitution or their oath of office or done something else. What the measure does is it allows that if the state legislature, right, if I can't remember what the exact process is again, because I've been so caught up with this, I didn't even want to get into that, right? And I didn't even want to kind of enter into this discussion, but I think if the committee views it as an important aspect, then we can talk about it. But it just allows us to fill the seat if someone is expelled from the House. That's all that measure does, right? Because the prime sponsor of that, and I spoke to him about it to better understand it before this, because I said it could come up, right? And he said all it does is if someone was expelled from the House for any reason at all, right, that currently in statutory law, expelling someone for treason or secessionist acts currently isn't allowed. You can't have a special election for that reason, right? So what it does is it allows the seat to be filled. It allows the state government to declare a vacancy and for a special election to happen. We can't declare a vacancy right now for someone leaving the legislature for that reason. So I don't think we should ever get to that, though, right? Because I don't think that there's entirely malice in this, right? I don't agree with it. I don't think it's constitutional. but I don't think there's malice, and I think it's starting an important conversation, right, for us to have regarding, the Constitution. So then residents of New Hampshire and members of this body, of this legislative body, and of the state government can better understand our state and federal constitution, better understand our federalist system, and better understand sovereignty in general and how that works in a federalist system.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony. You definitely did a great job in researching on stuff that I've already was aware of, being on this committee for 15 years with constitutional issues, so thank you. The chair is going to recognize Representative Tim Horrigan for 3 minutes. Welcome, Representative Horrigan.
Welcome. It's good to be back. I'm Representative Tim Horrigan from Stratford County District 6, the towns of Durham and Madbury. And even though I'm a state rep from 2 small towns in New Hampshire, I consider myself an American first. I'm proud to be a Granite Stater, but my identity as American comes first. And this proposal, aside from the practical difficulty, it does seem kind of un-American. There's sort of a constitutional conundrum. I think the members who sponsored it were protected from punishment for saying unpopular things saying or doing unpopular things. It's the scope of our duties as a legislature. On the other hand, it does kind of conflict with the oath we took to defend the U.S. Constitution. But I'm sure at least this time around, there's not much chance of it passing. I don't see how the sponsors are going to get to 240 votes, and let alone 2/3 of the people approving it. Mr. Representative Deshays made a lot of interesting points. He did a lot of research. I've sometimes researched issues like that in that much detail. I haven't been able to do it this time, but I've been thinking about it for a long time. I have just on a personal note, I have a great uncle who is a senator from Virginia, not West Virginia, but Virginia during World War II, because he was basically, that was back when senators were appointed. So he was appointed by, sort of a provisional legislature for the small parts of Virginia that weren't either controlled by the Confederacy or hadn't become part of West Virginia. So his name was Senator Lemuel Jackson Bowden, so I'm proud to be at least related, even only by marriage, to him. And it said the Representative Deshays explained the practical implications of this are just about impossible. There are some nations that are smaller than us that are doing okay, but I don't really think we could. We don't really have anything aside from the borders and certain little cultural quirky things like liquor stores, the interstate, and no income or sales tax. We're not really equipped to be an independent entity apart from the other 49 United States. That's just part of it is not going to work. Although we do have 2 international airports, one of which is right in my part of the state. The Portsmouth Airport, formerly Pease Air Force Base, could easily be converted to an international airport. We also have Manchester. We probably have to take the Boston off of Boston Regional Airport. So that's, and as for the federal government, it is pretty big. I'm not sure if it's necessarily more regressive than the state governments. A lot of the progress we've made over the last decades and centuries has actually been more driven by the federal government, which tends to be more respectful of people's rights than the individual state government. So, and certainly has very weak leadership at the moment, especially the Senate. I was watching the Senate on C-SPAN, even though most of the individuals of senators are great, and I respect our 2 senators deeply, and one of whom, Senator Shaheen, is my constituent. But certainly the Senate is a bad joke. That's what's happening there is totally not right. We've had I'm not totally satisfied even with the current president, even though I voted for him and I have my Silver's bumper sticker for my car. And as for the last one, I know there's some friends of his here, supporters, but he certainly, I think you at least have to deny that was, for whatever reason, that was a very chaotic 4 years, and that was a lot of strange things happened, and he didn't really have control over it. So that's, I don't know if the federal government is necessarily worse. I certainly, when we're sitting in committee, we're bipartisan, so this is not a partisan thing, but we'll just acknowledge I'm a Democrat, and I don't even trust my fellow Democrats to run a small independent country of 1.38 million people, let alone the proponents of this. They're even less qualified than my fellow Democrats. So I just, it'd be a very steep learning curve to us actually be an independent country. So, so I say we should we're part of the United States. There's no way we can get out unless something things really drastic change. And so I would say this CACR is a waste of time, and I will certainly be voting against it when it comes to the floor or whenever else. So
All right.
thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Will you take questions if there's any?
Sure.
Any questions for Representative Horgan? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will recognize the honorable former State Rep. Ian Kopp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee. Thank you for hearing from me today. Do you mind if I stand up?
Just make sure the mic is up so people can hear. And
I just wanted to say thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm a former representative from this biennium, 2020-2022, for a reason. In our state government, we have had our rights as citizens usurped by the highest office here. The governor had me removed from the State House on January 7th, Inauguration Day, because he called it armed protesters were at his house. So he made his inauguration private and wouldn't allow me to be sworn into office, a duly elected representative of the people. There's my constituency right there. Liberty patriots in this state have been usurped of their rights. Redress of grievance has been denied. Dan Richard has had a redress of grievance before the previous biennium in 2018 under Democratic leadership. To my utter surprise and dismay, under a Republican leadership in 2020-22, they did not hear the redress of grievance from the people. So if you remove redress of grievance from the people, what cause do the people have to let their government know they're very unhappy with what's happened? Since January 7th on April 9th, our state speaker, Speaker Packard, called me a female representative, a female slur, and never apologized for it. I took my shots and slings and arrows and stayed as a state rep. June 24th, we had a budget bill where the governor took all of our activist groups and put them and paraded them in front of the session.
okay, if I may, I hate to start. What does this have to do with the
This is
Constitution
the
Amendment?
pieces and
That's
rights.
this is New Hampshire.
This is
You're
New
talking
Hampshire.
about.
We're talking about state sovereignty and our people being
But
able
we're
to
talking about
redress our
succeeding
government.
from the United
We're
States.
talking about putting it on the ballot so the people of New Hampshire can vote for it.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say
We
is, if
don't
you
put
keep
the Paul Revere's
keep
horse
the-
before the cart.
no, I understand. I'm just asking you to keep the conversation to succeeding from the U.S.
I am explaining to you that if a state representative duly elected by the people in her town, representing my constituents, cannot be effective in government, has had the governor remove me by state police from the State House, has had our honorable state speaker, who's a Republican, I happen to be Republican, allowed a slur, a female slur on the State
It's
House
not
floor
right, right.
in a hot mic, and he never apologized. And my party told me, don't do that, we might wind up with the other party speaker. Well, excuse me, there's a certain level of integrity and decorum that that office holds, and he should have been held to account. He should have been brought up on charges for the Ethics Commission, and nobody wanted to do it. My fellow women in the Republican House said, oh, don't do that. Where's the support from the women for me as a representative and a female? Zero. So I move forward to June when we
I
have
understand,
the
but are
omnibus
we
bill.
looking to get
I'm
rid of
coming
the?
to the end.
Are we? But I'm saying is,
I'm
are we looking to
wrapping
get
it
rid of
up.
the state reps
I'm wrapping
too,
it up.
along with? Or are we
Listen.
going after the U.S.?
No, we're talking about New Hampshire and our state sovereignty and the right of the people for redress of grievance.
Okay.
We have been denied that right from our current governor. Do you agree with that? He has usurped every branch of government, from the Senate, the House, the judiciary, the AG's office. It's all ridiculous what's happened in our state. Now, you have to listen to your citizenry. You're not elite. You're not above the people. Our government has the right of redress, and we don't have that in New Hampshire, the free state, the first in the nation state. It's all BS, and we have to exercise our government. We are not minions of the federal government. We are not chargers. We are not, what would you call, prisoners of our own government? We're not. And as a result of June, okay, what I call the omnibus bill burger, it was like a wrapped poop sandwich, to be kind. What happened in that day, my fellow representatives were usurped. Their arms were twisted by the governor and his minions in the establishment Republican Party to vote against their principles. The Freedom Caucus was the knees taken out from under them. That was the last bastion these people had of their voice in the House. Gone. So now we're here to speak to you, to let you know we're very unhappy. We want your government, our government, to respect us. It's not us versus them. We're citizens, and our citizenry is being ignored. What else are we left to do? So I left the State House with dignity and became an activist because I want our liberty and our rights restored.
So are you asking us then to modify this here and maybe
I'm not.
go after the governor and the
supporting
and state rep or the
CR
speaker
32.
versus the U.S.?
I'd love to talk to you about that, Representative Baldessaro, but to be specific to the CACR 32, I would like us to pass it and let the people decide at the ballot box November 2022.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a question, Representative Branch? You'll take questions, Ian?
I'll take a few in light of people
Okay.
needing to speak.
My first question, and I have many, is how does the CACR change anything about the corruption that you accuse the state
Redress of
government
grievance.
But how does leaving the federal government change state government?
We're seceding from the federal government to become a sovereign state once again. We're called a sovereign state, but we're really not. If your government's run away and you're not listening, our governor, if you are not aware, arrested some folks at the Executive Council meeting on October 13th, I believe it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it the 13th or the 17th? The 13th, arrested a grandmother, dragged her to her knees, 72 years old. Do you know who did that? At the request of our governor, our own state police. Yes, granted, they may have been the detail officers for the governor, and they may have had a certain affinity for him, growing to learn how he has been with them, but they violated their oath.
What I'm trying to get at, and I understand what you're saying, but let's say we succeed from the U.S., but
We're
you still
putting
got...
the horse before the cart.
But you still got
please.
the governor, you
We
still got
just
the
want
legislators.
the CACR 32 on the ballot. That's it.
Right.
Am I in agreement?
Please don't. But you still, what I'm trying to say is you still have the governor and you still have the U.S. reps.
We
They're
take
still in
baby
place.
steps. Once this passes, if the citizenry of our state decide this is what they want, then we reconvene and have meetings about how to do the Commerce Clause, the Peace Air Force Clause, all of those things. Think of this. We talk about Social Security and money from the government. What if we're not sending our money to the government? We keep it in New Hampshire.
Yeah, we're going to have to if there's something like this. We moved
pay
it
for our
forward
own things, our
because
citizens
everyone's
normally.
money would be. I don't know if we could get it back from the federal government.
It's not a matter of
You know,
asking
retirements
for it.
and everything else that are because we'd be like a separate country.
It's our money. Don't forget, the money tree doesn't have a left and a right pocket. It's the same citizen.
You know, Representative, you know, I got the utmost respect for you, and I'm one of the only reps here with Paul Ingbertson, Dan Itzy, that started the Redress of Grievance Caucus in this House. And we moved forward. We got Representative Bill O'Brien to move forward with redress. So we have done this here in the House, in there, and then of course over the years they stopped it.
Took it away.
Right.
Took away the
But this
rights.
bill has nothing to do with that. This bill has nothing to do whatsoever. And I'm hoping when you come up here, you talk about the legislation
The
and not what
CACR
Joe
32.
Schmuckatelli did to you at the
Listen.
governor's office. Has nothing to do with this
It
here.
does. That's your government treating you poorly. Usurpation of our rights under the government, usurping every branch of government. This legislature is an independent branch of government, free of the executive branch, but they've
Okay.
never exercised their rights or their power.
All right, thank you. Let's give somebody else a chance to come up then.
Thank you, Representative
then-
Baldessaro.
Thank you. Okay, the chair's going to recognize Celeb Dyer. Where's he at? Caleb. I haven't seen him in a while. Welcome back. He's a good man right here.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome back.
Hello. I come before you today. It's pretty rare. I haven't been back actually since the inauguration ceremony for the post the elections in 2018. But I come before you guys today because what you see here, is a product of a lot of patience. A lot of patience. And it might be hard for many to understand, but for the entirety of my life, I've watched presidents come and go, Congresses come and go, and I have watched the rights and liberties of the people here in New Hampshire and the people across this country be severely diminished, and in ways that are very much disconnected from us, but very much important to all of us, regardless of party. My political engagement, the reason why I actually ran for the House of Representatives, had nothing to do with issues so great as this, but it had to do with a disgust of what I was seeing going on around me. I saw the federal government warring, gallivanting across the world, projecting its power, uses of force, killing people that I don't think deserve to die. I got involved because I was an anti-war activist, and some other little local things too, but that was the first reason why I got involved. And I just could not accept that this federal government that I was paying tax to, funding, I could not accept that they were committing these crimes. When I was in high school, there was a news story that broke via WikiLeaks. I'm sure many of you are aware. There was a video called Collateral Murder. That was a video of...
Can you try to keep it to 3 minutes?
Yeah,
I gotta-
absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm
We're
sorry.
almost at that time. Thanks.
There was an American Air Force pilot who killed someone who was evacuating wounded people from a war zone. And that didn't sit right with me. And that story was broadcast, and it was suppressed by the media. And the people who were responsible, Chelsea Manning is her name, she was treated as if she was a war criminal herself for exposing those crimes. And this is just one of many things that got me involved. However, this is only one of very, very many crimes that have been committed by this federal government. It's the surveillance state that has grown up around us that Edward Snowden opened our eyes to. This has been a product of great patience. And it behooves all of you, whether or not you think this is serious or not, whether you plan to vote for it or not, it behooves you to take it seriously, because there are a lot of people in this room who do take it seriously and do not want to be a party to these crimes any longer. And yeah, that's, you know, I'll leave it there. But I would greatly like to take any questions. I know there are, you know, some former friends of mine here. So.
Thank you, Celeb. Any questions for, any questions for? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair will recognize the, take that card. Jesse Rackenstrand, I hope I didn't brutalize it, opposes the bill. Where's Jesse?
With Recastraw?
Rackenstraw? Is he here? Jackie Rackenstraw, is that you? Yeah, that's me. Okay. Please keep it to 3 minutes. I've got to try so I can get you all in.
All right, 3
Make sure
minutes.
you're
It won't take long at all, sir. So I actually oppose this bill here. It is, as far as I'm concerned, we're in open rebellion against the United States federal government by doing this. But I consider myself an American citizen, but I consider myself, firstly, a citizen of the UK. I think when the colonies decided to rebel against the crown and against King James, I believe it was, but King George, yep, King George, they were in open rebellion against the crown, and I support an amendment to the bill to return the power of the of New Hampshire to the crown, to its rightful the rightful ruler. We need to swear fealty to the King and the Queen of England. We need to kiss the ring, and New Hampshire was one of the first colonies blessed by the Crown of England, and we just need to.
If I may, where are you from?
I'm from Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, the first of the colonies.
Okay. All right, you didn't put an address on here because I would have put you near the end.
Okay.
Because they let the New Hampshire residents speak. But thank you. If you can close it up, please.
Yep. Yeah, I just wanted to say that we really need to return to the United Kingdom. We need to be under one kingdom, and God save the Queen. Thank you, sir.
Well, that's not going to happen, but thank you. Have a good, seeing no questions, thank you. Okay, the chair recognize Rusan Chester. And supports the bill.
From
Am I saying it
Bedford,
wrong? From Bedford, Chester? That's you? Am I saying it, am I abusing your name?
Not
Che-
badly.
Oh, okay. I speak Italian,
But-
so I
but-
might be confusing.
Greek,
All right.
so, you know. My name, for the record, is Rusan Chester. It's spelled Russan. It's an imaginary name, so no problems with it getting incorrect. I just want to correct a couple of things that was said. First of all, as a lot of you folks probably know, because you understand, you know the New Hampshire Constitution and the United States Constitution. The New Hampshire Constitution was actually written and ratified on June 2nd of 1784. The United States Constitution was ratified on September 17th, 1787. So actually, the New Hampshire Constitution was in place before the federal Constitution.
We're well aware of
I
that. If you
figured.
can move on,
I figured.
thanks.
Okay. So what I want to do is I want to take this from a little bit of a different perspective. We've heard a lot today about the people of New Hampshire are tired. We're tired of the what we feel is tyranny at the federal level. I want to give you what the United Nations definition can be defined as a pattern of behavior that is used to gain or maintain power and control. It can manifest as emotional, economic, or psychological actions or threats of actions that influence on another person. This includes any behaviors that frighten, intimidate, terrorize, manipulate, and hurt. It can happen to anyone of any race, age, sexual orientation, religion, religious identity, or gender. It affects people of all socioeconomic backgrounds and education levels. Incidents are rarely isolated and usually escalate in a frequency and severity.
If I may, you have some of us confused. What are you talking about?
I'm reading the definition from the United Nations.
But this,
I will be getting to that in just a second.
Okay, this
It
is-
sounds familiar, though,
can you
doesn't
put-
it, folks?
Yeah, but can you stick with this here, because this is dealing with the U.S. and
Okay.
succeed, and
So-
we don't care what the UN says.
I use the United States definition because it was very, very broad. What this definition is of abuse. This is the definition of abuse. The people of New Hampshire and the people of all of our states in the Union have been abused by the federal government. It's very clear to see if you look around and you look at the statistics of suicide, of mental illness, all of that is stop treating the disease and stop treating the symptoms and treat the disease. The disease is we are being abused as a people. We have a tyrannical government and have for quite a while, long before this administration. And the bottom line is nobody, not one single human in this world deserves to be abused. We do not deserve to be intimidated and frightened and terrorized and manipulated. Are you ready to help this state? Are you ready to begin the wave of freedom against this abuse? After all, isn't that the advice that you'd give your own loving family members? Walk away before it's too late.
Well, thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Let me see, Chair. Oh, you have if you have testimony, if you can please pass it up the side there, and they'll pass it up to the clerk. The chair recognize that supports the bill, Jason Gerhard. Welcome to the committee, Jason. Where you? Okay. No, did you keep me this so that way if I got to call him again, the name, I'll see it. I'll know.
Good
Okay,
afternoon.
welcome. You 3 minutes, please.
I'm going.
Go get
So
him.
I want to, so I want to take a little different approach on this, and look at the criminal justice ramifications of what's happening with the federal government. So, as someone that spent 12 and a half years in federal prison on some bogus charges related to the federal income tax, I can say that the federal courts are completely and utterly corrupt. The state courts at least have some semblance of justice because of jury nullification, which thankfully New Hampshire passed in 2012. So for those who aren't aware, and just how important this is, because you cannot bring up jury nullification in federal court. You'll get shut down before you even get the first word out.
Yep.
So, juries now, okay. The judges, they can override the rulings of judges if they believe the judges are misinterpreting or misapplying the relevant law. So even if you are caught with a kilo of crack, you can say, listen, jury, this law is bogus, and so be it. You can't do that in federal court, and in federal court is where the most abuses occur. Decades and decades and decades are given out for the most mundane things, from growing weed to, if you file a lien against a federal official, that's a felony. You lose your rights forever, gun rights and other things. So if we were to step away from the federal government, we could then overhaul the whole corrupt federal court system as it stands, which I think is the most important thing. You have people rotting away in federal prison right now. So you want to, well, he's not here anymore because he's on to more important things, but talking to all
He'll be
these
back.
constitutional scholars, I mean, come on, you don't need a constitutional scholar to figure out the Constitution. It's supposed to apply to everyday normal people. If the average American can't understand the Constitution, we have to rewrite it. Thomas Jefferson said the Constitution should be rehauled every 19 years. So he figured it was a generation of men would be about 19 years. We had this idea that we have to follow these rules of these guys that have been dead so long, no one even knows their names. We print them on money that's created by the Federal Reserve, which is a complete fraud as it is. I mean, why do we want to stay part of this system? I don't understand it. What is so sacred about it? We're holding on to old traditions that don't exist anymore. These rights don't exist. I mean, look at the Bill of Rights. You have corporations pretending to be people. They have the rights. You know, now we have federal corporations and state corporations that operate in other states that overrule the will of the people everywhere and internationally. So I think we've just created a monster, and we can talk about, what's going to happen to our Social Security? There is no money in Social Security. We know that. Come on, the printing presses haven't stopped. Those things are smoking right now. Inflation's skyrocketing. Like, we have to just stop and focus here. You know, we'll find a way to find trade. The Canadians want our maple syrup. You know, like, just we're focusing on the wrong stuff here. There's people rotting in federal prison. Oh, and one last thing, and I'll just wrap this up. The AEDPA, the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act. 1995, after Oklahoma City, the argument was we have to start executing people faster. People are using the appeal system to the advantage of just milking it forever. Well, it turns out the AEDPA actually slows down the process of executing people, and it limits your appeals. So you get one appeal 1 year after conviction, that's it. You can't, even if the law changes to your benefit, you can't reappeal. You have to wait for a constitutional,
Overreach.
Yeah, it has to, I can't think of the right name. But anyway, point is, it's all corrupt. Just end the charade. We're not here to go burn American flags. We love this country. That's the whole reason we're here, you know? So, anyway.
All right, thank you. Seeing that there's no questions, all right. The chair recognizes Carla Garrick. How are you, Carla?
Thanks.
I can have that one. I know who she is.
I wish there was as much.
Carla, you who supports the bill, says 5 minutes, but please, if you can get it down, Mr. Reed.
It's 4 minutes when I practiced it, but he had 27 minutes, so, I think I could probably
He's
take
the legislator that I asked to research the bill and to be able to, and that's why we had him up front
I'll
there.
go as fast as I can. Let's do that.
I always have reasons for my method, madness, but go ahead.
Honorable
we don't
committee
do that.
members, thank you for your time today. My name is Carla Garrick, but my friends call me Queen Quill. So I guess if we're going to have a monarch off, I'm game. I'm an immigrant to America and became a U.S. citizen in 2000, having to take a citizen's test where, new Americans learn about the Constitution and the enumerated things that the federal government is supposed to be limited to doing, which isn't much. I'm an author, I'm an activist, and I'm an attorney. But I'm also a political refugee to New Hampshire, moving here in 2008 as part of the Free State Project. I was the Republican nominee for the New Hampshire Senate in District 20, and I received 45% of the vote in the last election. I'm not going to run again. I'm a proud Free Stater, and like many, but not all Free Staters, I support New Hampshire independence. I'm testifying today in support of CACR 32 because it should always be in the hands of the people how they are governed. The federal government has failed us. It no longer follows the Constitution. The federal government ushers in unconstitutional wars. The federal government hurts our fellow Granite Staters with its war on drugs, which just makes bad personal decisions worse. The federal government, colluding with the Federal Reserve, makes us all poorer due to the inflation caused by money printing. Face it, Granite Staters are abused by DC. What do we advise victims to do when they're abused? We tell them to leave, which means we have the right to ask for a divorce. That's all today's proposed amendment is, an opportunity, a democratic opportunity for Granite Staters to decide whether our relationship with the federal government is worth salvaging. I say it's not, and everyone should know we would all be better off if we went our separate ways. What are we taught about abusers? They will tell you you can never leave. They will tell you they will change. They might even tell you it's your fault. Abusers and the federal government are gaslighting liars who cannot be trusted. We all know the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, and it's your duty to at least create the opportunity for Granite Staters to decide their own destinies. As an independent nation, New Hampshire would be prosperous and peaceful along the lines of a small, successful country like Liechtenstein or Luxembourg or Switzerland. We'd have four times the size of Iceland's population. We'd easily be able to work with our neighbors, much like the countries in the Shenzhen area in Europe do. Many American retirees already receive their Social Security pensions in foreign countries like Mexico. No future challenge related to independence is insurmountable. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's see if there's a will. There are many compelling reasons to support national divorce, and I encourage folks who are curious to visit the Foundation for New Hampshire Independence website. I serve on this federally recognized 501c3 educational nonprofits board, and at nhindependence.org, you'll find hundreds of reasons why you should support a free and independent New Hampshire, not least of which would be that we would all be richer if we could keep our hard-earned federal income taxes. And that's about $25,000 on average for Granite Staters. So if you just want to be a little richer, ask your representatives to support this. Today, your only duty is to democracy, which every single one of you claim to support. You need to vote in favor of this opportunity because it's not up to you. It's up to individual Granite Staters. We're called the live free or die state. When we become independent, we'll also be the live free and thrive state. Afford us the opportunity to try. I want to just address briefly a couple of things that came up here today. In 2016, when Brexit happened, there were several online polls that were done. 42% of Granite Staters in two separate polls, including one done by the union leader, supported a free and independent New Hampshire, 42%. We've come a long way since then. To the point that Representative Edwards made, he said he's going to vote against it. I think that we should say, let's see what the people think. That is truly what the role should be here, is let's leave it open to the people. To Representative Brody Deshay, it's disappointing that you would try and sort of lean into the gaslighting and create this sense of fear where it's like rebellion, treason, all these things. The right of revolution is enshrined in our New Hampshire Constitution, and so these are just scare tactics. I believe it was you that said the power resides in the people. So I would say let's prove it. Let's let them vote. And then I will leave you with this, especially from my Democratic friends. If you've tweeted or mentioned the words voter rights or democracy in the past 5 years, I suggest you also support this bill. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. You know,
My mic's not on?
yeah, no, mine's
Oh.
just now.
I
You
was
know,
like,
I
I'm
didn't
loud.
know. I forgot about the free stater thing. How many out here are all free staters? Wow. Okay. Quite a bit. All right. Okay, that explains my.
What's the relevance of that question?
Well, the reason is because I'm just concerned on the free staters because I know you do a great job on liberty and how you know where you go and on freedoms and other things that you want and drugs and everything else and no regulations and I understand. So you know.
Okay, I would
So
quibble with
get-
the characterization
no,
there,
well,
but sure.
I just wanted to see how many free staters came in to testify. That's all. It's quite a bit. So that's good. Okay, thank you.
And then, sorry, I would just like to make one more note. I forgot to mention this, and I did say I would take questions. You know, to give you a sense of what the federal government is, I sent a Christmas card to Ross Ulbricht in prison. He's in jail for building a website. He has 2 life sentences. Today, my husband went to fetch the mail, and he came back, and he said, "Oh, we got a letter back from Ross." And I was like, "Oh, isn't that great?" You know, I was kind of excited. The letter is a returned Christmas card to a man who will spend the rest of his life in prison. That is your government. I say no thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Seeing, you have a question? Representative Mullis?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for taking my question. The question simply is, are you aware that we are a republic and not a democracy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing that there are no other questions, the chair's going to recognize
My husband also was in prison.
Brian, what's this here? Is that a Z? Zitsky? Zittery?
Yeah, Zaraki. That's
Zaraki,
what it looks like.
okay.
Yes, Brian Zaraki. S-Z-I-R-A-R-Y.
Hi, Brian, welcome. If you can keep it to 3 minutes, we appreciate it, so we can get everyone in.
Thank you. In my lifetime, the United States Incorporated has violently murdered approximately 1 million innocent people and caused the immeasurable suffering of many times that. This will be the first time I have had even the potential of an opportunity to vote on my consent. Vote yes on CACR 32 so that I can have that opportunity. Vote yes so that the voters of New Hampshire can have that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing that there's no questions, thank you very much. The chair recognizes Peter Ari, A-Y-R-E. Ari. Welcome, Peter. And he's in support of the bill, 1 to 2 minutes. I like that, Peter.
Okay.
This one has no name.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Appreciate your time, and thanks for everyone for coming out. I have a few prepared remarks, but like Carla did, I wanted to respond quickly to some things some other folks said. We had one speaker who referenced time and again experts, and I would just say that we here can rely on common sense and our own critical thinking. If we want to look to an expert on the Constitution, I would put forth Lysander Spooner. To talk about wars and call them civil war, I would reference the great Axl Rose when he said, "What's so civil about war anyway?" There's been talk about money going out of New Hampshire and money coming back to New Hampshire. I just want to make clear that those Federal Reserve notes are not the same. For example, what if the state of New Hampshire residents were taxed at $1 billion, but then the DC regime said, "Here's $10 billion. We're gonna put in a nuclear waste facility in the White Mountains, and we're gonna do all these super funds. We're gonna, so we have to think about what comes with these grants and how it affects folks. We also know that there's been questions: how will this policy, how will this program unfold? We don't know for sure. No one can answer that, but we know there's a lot of smart people here. There's a lot of people with passion, and we'll work to bring about the best outcomes we can. And it's better to have a less acute issue than a more acute issue. We know that, I'll get to my prepared remarks. I would say I would be content with each of you supporting this with neutrality, just to see how folks in New Hampshire respond, but I would encourage your enthusiastic support. I would say that I've been an advocate of liberty for a long time. I used to be sort of bought into the nationalism. I've since seen through some of that. Part of that was through my reading of history, the history of empires, seeing them grow and fade and what that brings. So what I see, I don't think anyone here would deny that the U.S. has been an empire and it's on the collapsing phase. Empires at their cores tend to be conformist, uniformist. They have groupthink, they stagnate, they thrive on fear and aggression, and even we see democide. On the periphery, though, is where we see creativity, diversity, critical thinking, innovation, mutual respect, and peace, and that's what I think we can do here in New Hampshire. The culture is that. It's not just freedom, it's freedom coupled with responsibility. And so I would ask you, who best governs your life? I wouldn't pretend to say, I know I can go shopping for you, I could plan your vacation for you, all these things. We each individually know our preferences, we have the tacit knowledge relevant, we know our incentives, and the same is true, I think we here can govern ourselves much better than some strangers, even if they're experts, even if they're geniuses, hundreds of miles away, who claim the ability to do this for 1/3 of a billion people. We have an opportunity today to peacefully evolve away from that, and I think it's, to speak to the gentleman, politics always lags, and there's been talk of independence movements in various states for years now, and we're seeing that become more serious, and I think for good reason, because the American empire is very clearly seen to be based on violence, and it's time we move past that, and we can do better, and it's possible to thrive while things around us are collapsing.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Aria Damizo. Boy, I butchered some names there, that's for sure. So if I butcher your name, let me apologize in advance, all right?
It's okay, I've heard worse.
All right. And he supports the bill. You got 1 minute. I like that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I had this whole prepared statement, but I'm throwing it out. It's written down, so I'll pass it up at the end. But seeing as my family first came to North America in 1620, I think I'm probably fairly qualified to answer the question of what would these people think about what we're doing today? They'd be ashamed that anyone had the audacity to stand here and act like we have to be loyal to dead people. The dead people are the ones who govern us rather than us governing ourselves. Ultimately, this is a question of who governs who. Do the people of New Hampshire govern themselves? Are they governed by Washington, D.C.? Or are they governed by people who lived more than 200 years ago? And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking that in my mind about governing. Nobody's governing me, that's for sure. But anyways, no questions?
That sounded like a question.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm a retired Marine, and I live a life of.
You don't think the federal government governs you?
No, not at all.
So they don't write the laws to which you are compelled to obey?
Well, the state of New Hampshire probably does the same thing.
Yes, but does New Hampshire govern itself, or does the federal government govern New Hampshire?
Well, New Hampshire governs themselves, but they also, over the years, taken a lot of carrots, and they've taken a lot of funding, and they agree to certain things, which I totally disagreed for many years.
I didn't agree to any of that, did you?
No, then you need to run for state rep then.
I have run for state rep. Also ran for sheriff.
Okay, well.
Most of the people in this room have run for something.
Okay, and of course you all know that the state is not a home rule state. We're a Dillon state, where the legislators make the decisions on behalf of the people. You know that, right?
Do you truly believe the federal government doesn't govern you?
Well, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to sit here and keep going back and forth.
That's a really simple question.
It is. I don't think the federal government runs my life. I travel.
Then I'm sorry for you. You don't see the boot on your neck.
Nope, I don't. Nope, thank you. Who's next is Chris Reitman. Welcome, Chris. Appreciate if you can get it down to 3 minutes. I got about 20 cards here that I want to get through.
I read very fast.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Reitman, and I'm from Alstead. I'm a small business owner and employer, a veteran, a planning board member, and former selectman. I come here today to express my support for CACR 32. Most citizens may not realize that this is not our first rodeo. We spent 7 years in open rebellion against the Crown before we gained our independence. 7 years. At issue is whether the citizens of New Hampshire are better served by special interests in Washington or by you and Concord. New Hampshire no longer has a seat at the national table. Since the passage of the 17th Amendment in 1913, no state has any representation any longer at the national level. The three-legged stool envisioned by the framers is mutated. Now the central government has its president. The people still have their congressperson, who represents, on average, 708,000 people. But the Senate now represents the special interest groups. $75 million campaigns for a Senate seat. Really? That change is significant. It strategically altered, it completely altered what we signed up for when New Hampshire joined the Union. It's not the same country that we agreed to sign onto. It altered the structure. My question is this: if New Hampshire was independent right now, let this be your mindset. We are in an independent New Hampshire, and a bunch of guys come from DC, and they're going to pitch us on joining their government. What would the pitch be? Do you like huge monolithic bureaucracies? We have to borrow just to do what we do, but we still choose to do more. How about decisions made by special interest groups and corrupt politicians? Do you like that? We're going to have wars, and we're going to send your sons and daughters into wars that we can't even afford or pay for. We're not even going to follow the Constitution when we do send those in. But you are going to have to follow what our regulatory behemoth says you must do, and you're going to pay for it. We're going to tax you and send all that money to D.C. What do you say? It's insane. The people of New Hampshire would never take it. If you look at the state of the United States today, you couldn't sell it to the very people we're talking to. Do any of you seriously think that this whole talk of national divorce that's occurring across the country, not a day goes by in my news feed when it doesn't pop up, when another article written or another editorial doesn't pop up, where people are wondering whether people are best served by DC? This is a question. It's not a question that we're just asking here in New Hampshire. A bunch of crazy free staters and people are just asking. It's asked all across the country. Besides the failings of government, our country has devolved into political parties always at war over power, oligarchs who paid the price to play, and those who are forced to pay the bills, and that's you and me. There is bipartisan support for a national divorce, and I suspect we have the same bipartisan support in the people of New Hampshire. I think you need to give them the right to see that question. And that's what's that's all right.
If you can close it up.
That's what the question is. Can they see the question? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions?
Is that written testimony?
Do you have written testimony you want to turn in?
Yeah,
for the
but I'm
record?
really old and I can't see well, so I screwed up most of it. But I'm happy to send it.
That's all right.
Yeah.
We're old too, and we same thing, so don't worry about it.
Speak for yourself.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I'm only 39, so. Okay, Barney Cruz. I want to welcome Barney. And 2 minutes. Thank you. Hi, go ahead.
You said you were a Marine, and you don't believe the federal government...
Excuse me, I'm not, if anyone served in the Marines, we were, we are, but go ahead.
All right, you said you are, and somehow you still are, but the federal government doesn't run your life. So
No.
this must mean that you're just okay with things that I'm not okay with. War is all across the world, every day, people dying. My dad was in the Army for 26 years. By the way, that's why I'm a free stater. I don't have a state that I'm from. I moved every 3 years of my life, and I chose New Hampshire because when COVID happened and I lived in Texas at the time, Texans just rolled over, and I heard on the radio about people in New Hampshire, free staters, who were deciding we're not going to just roll over and take it. We're going to not listen to the rules that are going on, ruining people's lives and businesses and livelihoods. And that's why I moved here. I haven't had to change my life a bit since I moved here, because there are people here who are moving to New Hampshire because New Hampshire is supposed to be the live free or die state where we don't just take crap from people who decide that they can control our lives. That includes the federal government. The federal government was never, I've never voted. Never voted for the federal government to exist. Well, I was just born into it. I didn't get to sign a contract. There's no implicit contract. That's why free staters are choosing New Hampshire to move to, because there's already a culture here of peaceful, just leave me aloneism. Live free or die. That's what it is. And I really resent the fact that you are acting like you're going to be against us. You're characterizing us in a bad way. You are. You said, oh, with your drugs. What is that supposed to mean? With your drugs?
No, I never said that. I never said do. I just said they support open drugs. So just to correct that.
So
never said they do drugs.
Does that mean that you're going to go
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. I agree with the Free State, a lot of this stuff. So, I mean, I don't... So you're arguing with the wrong guy, and So, continue, please.
That was basically my point. My dad was in the Army, and he had to go through a lot of crap and do a lot of bad things. My grandpa was in the Marines, and he was in Vietnam, and he had to kill school children because of the federal government, and it's ruined his life. He's in absolute shambles. He's, a ruined human being because of what the federal government is making New Hampshire people pay for every day and fund. And we just don't want that anymore. We're just asking you to allow us to vote, to have the opportunity to not fund that.
Okay. Thank you. And I want to thank your father for his service here, for making sure we fought him over there.
Well, my dad wants,
in their own
my dad
country.
wouldn't agree with the way you're treating people.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Have a nice day. You had a question?
Yeah, quick question, are you opposed, you checked opposed to the bill, I'm assuming.
I changed my stance. I was going to make a point. I don't like the things this guy's been doing and saying.
So you oppose the bill?
No, I support the bill. I just said I want you to vote to pass the bill.
Since I'm not a bad guy, we'll change it for you.
You didn't want him originally, right? You didn't want to support this originally, but now you do?
I had a point I was going to make in opposing the bill.
I lost the point.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you. All
I
right.
amended it.
The chair will recognize Elliot Axelman. All right, where's he at? How are you, Elliot? All right. Welcome. I'm going to try not to treat you too bad, okay?
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, committee, for letting me speak. I have some remarks. A few representatives made some points I wanted to clear up. I believe Representative DeShays said we wouldn't have Medicare or Social Security anymore. Medicare is federal, Medicaid is state federal, but Social Security, if you move to any other country, pretty much any other country, you will still get Social Security. So that wasn't totally accurate. But more important, though, if we left, we'd all be saving 20, 30, 40% on federal income taxes, federal corporate taxes, and 100 other taxes or so. We'd all have $20, $30, $40,000 more in our pockets. We could afford insurance. As for those who paid into Medicare and they're already 70 and can't necessarily work and save up anymore or buy private insurance, we will arrange. During secession, no one's going to say, we leave and the next day we're gone and, no negotiations. Like Brexit, there will be months or years of negotiations. Those who are 70 and worked hard, like some people in this body, will get Medicare because they paid into it. So it's not that simple. We're not going to let them die on the streets. I believe Jess Edwards said he agrees with some of our points, but at this point he thinks he would vote no. But it seems like he's coming along, so I think in a few months he might support secession. He said, if you don't agree with it, just run for office or vote harder. Again, with all due respect, obviously I respect Representative Edwards, but he said just run for Congress. We've tried that exact method, run for Congress and support those running for 240 years every day. So me, I'm not that old. My father's father. Yeah, my father's father was an Army judge, plenty of family in the military. They served the federal government. Right now, I think they would, they wouldn't support the federal government anymore. My grandfather, I don't think, he just passed away. But we've tried that exact method for 240 years. The definition of insanity is literally trying the same thing every day, again and again for 240 years and expecting a different result. Does anyone in this body, I haven't heard from any person in the world who has explained to me a proper actual methodology for how we're going to change the trend of the federal government. The federal government every day for 240 years has become bigger, expanded, and minimized our liberties, crushed our natural human rights. What is the reason to believe that it's going to change? In 2020, it'll change. In 2024, it'll change. We'll win back Congress. Both parties have had full control. Nothing has changed. It either grows extremely fast or it grows super fast. There's no big difference. It's always growing super fast or extremely fast. Again, I've asked Representative DeShays to debate me. He declined. He does not want to debate me. I've asked any legislator or anyone else to debate me on independence. Nobody. One person debated me a few weeks ago. I technically won the debate. It was a great debate. We need to have this discussion. Any legislator in this body or anywhere.
You did buy me a cup of coffee, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the record.
Yeah, anyone who wants to debate me, I'm very happy to debate. I think we should have a public debate. As for the Constitution, Representative DeShays brought up the Constitution a few times, and I think that's a very interesting point. Number one, as I'm sure some will mention about Lysander Spooner, I never signed the contract. The theory that my great-great-grandfather, theoretically, assuming they lived in the United States and weren't immigrants, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, 240 years ago, signed a contract binding me. All contract law in the world would deny that that is legitimate. I cannot bind my son, let alone my grandson, in perpetuity to be a slave to anyone else, right? I can sign a contract for me, and I have limited custodial powers over my son if they're 5 years old. But I can't say my grandson will be a slave to you in 200 years. So the fact that anyone says the Constitution is a contract is total bogus. All contract law would agree with that in the world. Look at any contract law in the universe. You can't if you didn't sign the contract under informed consent, if someone 240 years ago signed a contract, to say that that applies to you. But even let's say the Constitution is legitimate, and just full disclosure, full openly to the federal government, I withdraw my consent. I never consented to the federal government ruling over me. I don't want you. I don't want your money. I don't want your laws. But if we're going to talk about the Constitution, and I think DeShays mentioned a few times, it's unconstitutional on its face, even though it's not. Okay, if we are going to absolutely obey and enforce the Constitution, who has violated the Constitution? If it's a contract, who has violated it, us or them? Well, let's list the violations of the U.S. Constitution by the D.C. tyrants. They've violated the First Amendment many times. I've written books about it. Violated the Second Amendment many times. I've written a book about it. Violated the Fourth and Fifth Amendments due process. I'm finishing up a book on massive amounts of violations of due process by the federal government. If you don't like civil asset forfeiture, eminent domain, acquitted conduct sentencing, felony murder rules, almost every single federal law, warrantless checkpoints, CBP, surveillance, almost all of it comes from D.C. They have violated the Constitution. So Representative DeShays is saying they are the traitors. He is saying they are the traitors. You say you want to enforce the Constitution, the letter of the law. Everyone in D.C., I'm not going to say the word, but what happens to traitors? That's what Representative DeShays is saying. He's saying we're traitors. We want to leave peacefully. This is an abusive relationship. Even if we entered into it voluntarily, which nobody here signed any constitution, nobody joined the union. If we had to join the union today, we would vote no. If all of you were independent now and had to vote whether to join the union or stay independent, I'm sure all of you would not want to join that terrible cluster of what the union is, for 29 trillion reasons, obviously. We would want to remain independent. Now, we are saying we want to peacefully leave. Imagine there's a woman being abused, beaten viciously, beaten and abused in every way by her husband, and she wants to leave peacefully. Whose side would you be on? You're saying we can't leave peacefully, and in fact, what Representative DeShays just said to people like me, if we want to leave, we're committing rebellion. And also, we'll come in with tanks, the federal government, and kill you. So what they're saying is, we want to leave peacefully. They're saying you're a traitor for wanting to leave. In fact, we're going to use violence against you. So we're saying we want to leave peacefully, and the opponents of this legislation are saying that violence solves the question. Also, they were saying the Civil War. A lot of people say the Civil War settled this. Literally, that is saying might makes right. They tried to leave. They killed you, so don't try again. Again, they are the ones. We are the peaceful ones over here. You see all the peace signs over here. We're all anti-war. We're all pro-peace, non-violent voluntarists. They are the ones supporting violence. They said the Civil War settled this. So again, go back to your friend Mary. She's being abused by her husband. She tried to leave once. Her husband caught her, unfortunately, beat her, tied her up, beat her to near death, and it didn't work out. Would you tell her to never try again because her husband settled that issue because might makes right? Never try to leave again? That's ridiculous, of course,
Can I
obviously.
ask you to close it up?
Yes, sir.
We're
I'm wrapping
over
up.
6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thanks for allowing me that. All right. If secession is illegal, as somebody mentioned, we should still be part of the British government. That was a secession. Clear and simple. We seceded from the British government, and I mean, people who say it's illegal, they're right. It was illegal. It was treason, and they understood that. But if I'm in the company of Thomas Jefferson or George Washington, so be it. Call me a traitor and kill me if you will. That's all right. Let me see if I have anything else here. I'm happy to take questions as well.
All right. Thank you, Axel.
Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, you had a
I'm going to
question?
approach you and ask you a question before we move on to the next witness.
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The chair recognizes Justin O'Donnell, and he supports the bill. 2 minutes. I like you, Justin, already. 2 minutes. For the good of my committee, we've been sitting here since 9 this morning. Me, 7, 8 o'clock. But go ahead. But
Honorable members of the committee, thank you for hearing testimony from myself and others today. My name is Justin O'Donnell. I'm from Manchester. And some of you may know me. I've worked with some of you. I've worked with many members of this House on legislation and activism in the past. I've also worked against some of you and against many members of this House. Some of you on both different sides, depending on the issue. I come to you here today on an issue, not on partisanship, not on a side. I came today not knowing what I wanted to say, just where I stood. And Representative Baldessaro has asked us not to be repetitive, so I just want to take a moment to comment on Representative DeShay's remarks earlier regarding the Constitution. He spoke a lot about the U.S. Constitution and its ramifications. However, I feel compelled to agree with and speak to what Lysander Spooner wrote in No Treason, Constitution of No Authority. And he says, "But whether the Constitution really be one thing or another, this much is certain, that it has either authorized such a government as we have had, or it has been powerless to prevent it. In either case, it is unfit to exist. What we are discussing is a measure to allow the people of New Hampshire a voice in whether or not they would reject subservience to a document that has failed to protect their rights." He also insinuated that you could be considered to be in rebellion simply by voting in favor of putting this question on the ballot. Well, to be frank, the line between sedition and patriotism is fine and often blurry. It is the duty of those people who call themselves patriots to oppose the expansion of overreach of tyrannical governments at every step. And when standing up for your individual sovereignty crosses the line between patriotism and treason, it's not you that's gone too far, it's the government that you're opposing that has overstepped its bounds. I urge you to pass this measure and allow the decision to be made not by this body, but by the people of this state directly. And to address a question Representative LaBranch had asked earlier in the day, why don't we pursue a measure to allow people to simply have a referendum on the ballot? We've tried, and this body refused. And state reps in this body testified against a constitutional amendment 2 years ago that would allow citizens of New Hampshire to petition a referendum onto the ballot, and the arguments made were that the people were too stupid and uninformed to be that directly involved in the legislative process, and that this body was loath to cede that authority back to the people. So it was this body and this House of Representatives that kept that power from the people, and that's why we pursue it now as a constitutional amendment. Thank you. I want to wrap up if anyone
all right,
has
thank you,
questions.
Justin. You have a question?
Well, can I have that testimony? Have you sent that? I'm sorry, thank you.
I've been writing it as we've been going. I'll
Okay,
send you an email.
can you take that and email
Yes.
that to our committee?
Yes.
That would really be great. Thank you.
Question. Representative Moffett has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you for taking my question, and I'll preface it by just saying this has been very, very interesting for me to get a better sense of how a lot of folks are looking at things. So the wheels are turning in my head, but I want to ask you, and maybe somebody else can speak to this, if New Hampshire were to become independent, what other countries in Europe, who would you see this new sovereign in New Hampshire aligning with or connecting with, or allying, or not necessarily allying, who would this new entity connect with outside of the United States? Is there a country that would have a similar type of political philosophy that this new sovereign New Hampshire would connect to? I'm just wondering.
Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Monaco. There are small nations scattered across Europe that have governed themselves independently for centuries. without a larger empire to protect them. There is no sense to an argument that secession or the breakup of the United States need be a violent breakup or anything other than an amicable national divorce. Should the United States break up and sever, whether it's just New Hampshire or New Hampshire, Texas, California, Alaska, any of the other states considering secession as part of the national divorce, there's nothing to say that a compact between those states and a mutual defense treaty and mutual trade treaties couldn't be reached in an amicable and peaceful manner as part of the discussion process and negotiation process afterward. We saw with Brexit that when the United Kingdom wanted to leave the European Union, a union very similar to the United States, where sovereign states joined in an economic and defense pact, that those negotiations were approached peacefully, while contentiously, peacefully, and the United Kingdom was allowed to leave. And even when the United Kingdom left, one of their own provinces, Scotland, decided they wanted to have their own referendum to leave the United Kingdom and go back, which failed. But it showed that a peaceful process can occur. And those processes happened through negotiation and talks and public involvement, not through backdoor deals and closed room bureaucratic processes.
Follow-up comment real quick. Yeah, so again, the wheels are turning. I'm thinking about borders and tariffs and what if other entities, countries put tariffs on our products, or would we put tariffs? I mean, there's no answer tonight. You just got us thinking about this in ways we haven't thought about it before, and we'll have more questions later. But anyway, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Justin. I don't see any other question. Thank you. No, that was a good question there, because I look at the ports, the waterway, the security of the New Hampshire. It's a lot involved in just saying get rid of the federal government. Okay, the chair recognizes that supports the bill. John Coffin?
Josh.
Oh, Josh. Okay, I'm sorry, Josh. I should get my glasses. Did he?
No, I'm right here.
Oh, he's right there. Hi, Josh. I appreciate it. Let me see. Where's this guy right here?
Yeah.
Unsure? I'm going to try. Please keep it under 3 minutes.
I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak here today.
It's your privilege.
One thing that hasn't really been talked about is the perspective of some of the history here. So when when America first started, each state was an individual country, and we were a confederation of states. I didn't write anything down, obviously, here. I normally don't speak, so I'm going to try my best here.
Take your time. We're
Okay.
3 minutes.
Yeah, no pressure. So I guess, I pretty much I decided to speak because I heard other people that were representatives, they kept citing the 14th Amendment as some form of authority. Now, if we look at how that happened through history, it's no form of authority at all. Calling the United States a country is like calling Europe a country. We don't call Europe a country, we know better. So the idea of the states is they're all supposed to be individual nations. And the federal government, their role was they met like maybe a couple of times a year. The farmers left their farms, the businessmen left their businesses, and they'd meet for a couple of times a year, settle some stuff, and go back home. They weren't career politicians. We're not seeing exactly what we're seeing today. And then we had what was called the Civil War, which I preferred to call it the war against the states. And it was totally about state sovereignty. You had a federal government who wanted to do something that they're not supposed to or that they don't have authority to. If that sounds familiar today, that's what's happening. And the states had the authority to leave that union because the federal government wasn't doing what they were supposed to be doing. They wanted to do more. They wanted more power. Well, we know who won. Again, somebody else had said might wins. And so we saw, a big war machine win. Now, the federal government is supposed to only meet a couple of times a year, and that's it. They're not supposed to live in D.C. and hang out and get paid by a bunch of corporations. What we're seeing is an abuse of power, and this isn't the first time in history we've seen this, obviously. And I'm not really sure what else to say. I guess if anybody has any questions, I do know a lot about this history, and I guess I should have came with something written down.
Well, you did a great job there for your first time speaking, so,
Okay,
are there any
thanks.
questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
The chair recognizes Alex Weed. Did I say that right? Weed? Okay. Hmm? Yeah, they have it on there. I don't have it, but they. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you.
Let me see. You said how many minutes? 7 minutes,
Yeah,
please? 3 minutes, thank
yeah,
you.
you got it. My name is Alex Weed. I reside in Manchester. I am not a constitutional scholar. I want to speak on financial matters. There are logistics involved with that. You made this, Mr. Speaker, you made the statement today, we don't care what the UN says. I say to you, the IMF does not care what you say.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a conversation about New Hampshire versus the United States. It's about the state versus you. It's about the individual versus the collective. The federal government is bankrupt. Social Security, Medicare, they print money into existence out of thin air. What good is federal funding if the money has no purchasing power? In Zimbabwe, they printed $100 trillion notes. It was better to burn the money for its intrinsic heat content. If people want to do further research on this, they can go to fred.stlouisfed.org. Look at the M1, look at the M2, look at how much money they are printing. Democrats, if you really, truly wanted to help people, you would advocate for honest and sound money. We're not getting that from the United States. The chickens are coming home to roost. You will not be able to stop the financial crisis which is about to beset the world. The death of the dollar will be the second largest event in human history, next to the birth of Jesus Christ. It literally does not matter how you vote on this issue. The United States government is collapsing. This goose is cooked, and you cannot save it. Out of this chaos, a new world order will be formed. Your vote will decide whether we submit to globalist tyranny or whether we embrace individual sovereignty. What sort of order do you wish to create? I don't know about you, but I've already voted in my heart.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Branch?
In your testimony today, you talked about the collapse of the United States and a new world order. We increasingly see a rise in Chinese and the Chinese Communist Party and its influence in the world. How do you see us fighting against that if we're not the United States and we're all divided, the 50 states ourselves? How are we supposed to stand against China and the Chinese Communist Party and its influence?
I think we're united, right?
Who's we? Okay, that's a small.
Yeah.
That's a small group in New Hampshire.
Oh,
compared-
there's a lot of people who are not
Right, but
present right
they're
now.
not here, but go ahead.
So, ultimately, this is a spiritual battle, and it's a spiritual battle of sovereign individuals. Ultimately, China is the testing bed for the collectivist social credit score system. Australia also. That is the testing ground where they are perfecting their technology, and it will come here. This is a spiritual battle. It's the battle is within. Further questions?
Thank you. I agree on the spiritual thing. I've been in many countries all around the world, and religious is a dangerous thing in other countries, that's for sure. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
The
Thank you.
chair- I have a card here for somebody that said nobody, so that tells me that's getting
But it
thrown
says-
out.
But it says, it's got a phone number and it's got a, it's,
Oh, that's your legal name?
oh,
Oh,
that's right.
oh, I apologize. Okay. Hey, nobody. It's what do you got on? Is that a Marine Corps emblem?
No.
Oh, okay. But hey, welcome, nobody.
I am nobody, hear me roar.
I like that.
I changed my name to Nobody when I ran for governor. I ran against John Sununu, and nobody knew it because he ignored me. but my slogan was, nobody knows how to run your life better than you do, and nobody deserves that kind of power. And that's really what this comes down to today. I was told when I was a child that we had a government by consent in the United States, and that was the basis of the justice of our system. Well, nobody ever asked my consent. My consent has been neither requested nor required. What has been done is that I have had decrees imposed upon me all of my life, regardless of my choice, regardless of my rights as a human being, and regardless of my consent. The United States government has no more interest in consent than a serial rapist. The problem with the Constitution is that it has been soaked in centuries and oceans of blood. It has been the excuse for murder, for torture, for rape, for doing medical experiments on people against their will, for slavery, for mass imprisonment, for destruction of human beings for the sake of doing it. And the basic problem is that the United States government is a corporation. Now, what is a corporation? A corporation is a person without a soul, without a conscience, that is able to act independently. In Jewish mythology, they called this a golem. And the problem with golems is they always turn from their intended purpose and start doing mischief. And our government, the government that claims to own us, is doing a lot of mischief. There is absolutely no way to justify forcing people to pay for wars to which they are morally opposed. There is absolutely nothing that could possibly justify forcing me to pay for the imprisonment of my fellow citizens when I think they have done nothing wrong. There is absolutely nothing morally that can justify forcing me at gunpoint to pay to fund the lab in Wuhan that may well have developed the coronavirus and released it either accidentally or intentionally, with or without the cooperation of the sainted Dr. Fauci. There is absolutely nothing that can justify forcing me to put a drug in my body that I don't want.
Can I get you to close it up? We're over almost 4 minutes.
I'm getting there. So that is basically the problem here. When you force your will on other people against their consent, you are doing something wrong, and nothing but evil will ever come from that. And when you look at the rising hatred between Democrats and Republicans, and it is hatred. I have never seen this country so hateful as I have during the Trump years and during the Biden years. And, partially one of them was a malignant narcissist and the other one is a senile child molester. So I guess that has some understanding. But the thing is, when you seek to control people and to force your will on them, yes, you are inviting and you deserve the hatred and the violence that you receive in response.
I appreciate. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. I don't mean to cut you off, but I got other people. Anyone have any questions? Seeing that there's no questions, thank you. The chair recognizes. Just move that from this. Will Kelly. Hi, Will Kelly. Welcome. And it says Will and then
Yes.
Kelly.
Yes, Hillsborough.
Yeah, Hillsborough, yeah. In 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
And I should be able to keep it much shorter than that.
We appreciate it.
So a lot of people have gotten up here and talked about the logistics of what happens if New Hampshire succeeds. There's, of course, issues that have to be worked out, things like that. And really, I think that misses the heart of what this is right here. Right now, we're not talking about whether anyone on this committee thinks that New Hampshire should succeed. I think there are some very good questions and reasons people should be skeptical of that. What this here is asking if this bill should be ITL'd or put to a vote. My representative is not here on this committee. What I'm asking for those here who are considering ITLing this vote is to give me a voice. We're not asking for whether you think this should or should not happen. What we're asking is if this gets put to the legislative body so that people can provide the vote, or people can provide their input and work through their system and have their voices heard. And I believe a vote to ITL this today is a vote saying that people like me are not intelligent enough and should not have the right to voice our opinion through our reps to make this happen. So I'm asking each of you here today to give me a voice, let me talk to my rep, and let this come to a vote. Don't kill this in committee. And that is all.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. By the way, whether it comes out of here ITL, just for your own information, or to pass, it goes to the floor, and it needs 2/3 of, the vote or so. I think yeah. So one way or another, it's going to go to the floor of everybody that's going to vote. I think it's 2/3. 3/5. Yeah, it's a constitution. Yeah. It's a constitution amendment. Yeah, it'd be 3. Okay, the chair recognizes. Let me see. We already did Will Kelly.
Yes,
right?
we did.
Yeah. Okay. Christopher. What is that? An N or a I?
Christopher looks almost like wind from Emerald Street in Keene.
Is he here?
Christopher from Keene. Here he comes. What's your? Can
Yeah,
you?
what
what's
is
your
it?
last name?
Oh, wait. Is that an A? Wade?
Yeah, Wade.
Oh.
Okay. Yes. All right. Hi. Welcome.
Hi.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Christopher Wade from Keene, New Hampshire. There's a lot I want to talk about, but I'll try and keep it short. The New Hampshire Advantage died. The Supreme Court recently ruled, a couple years ago now, that basically you have to collect tax for 10,000 different or more than 10,000 different taxing jurisdictions in the United States. It doesn't matter that you're in New Hampshire, and New Hampshire doesn't have a sales tax. There's a 25% tariff on goods coming into the United States, which basically reduces your effective income by about 13%. There's a lot of problems, and these are just some examples of what we can't solve without independence. New Hampshire's population would be wealthier if independent and one of the wealthiest countries in the world. 71 to 78% of the population in New Hampshire supports independence, according to a Union Leader poll. That's 4 times more than any other independence movement in the United States. That's, I believe, even more or basically around what Canada independence in Quebec, I believe, was. So there's actually a good chance that this could pass if those numbers are accurate. And obviously it's not a scientific poll, so it is hard to tell, but I'm also comparing against unscientific polls. So if New Hampshire's constitution authorized joining the United States, it must be the case that it can authorize leaving the United States. This is the peaceful solution to independence, not the violent version. And I would encourage you to vote for this amendment, else we risk things getting out of control. You can only repress the population for so long. If independence is impossible, that is all the more reason to declare it. That sends the message to DC that we will not sit idly by and do nothing. If the DC invades, we will gain economic prosperity. That's exactly what happened in Afghanistan. explicitly because this is not a war, and troops on our streets would help us economically. They would contribute to our economy. Nobody has proposed a war. Nobody is suggesting war. What we're suggesting is that we declare independence. At some point, the United States will leave. They will take their troops and go home, just like they did in Afghanistan. It might take 20 years, but it can happen. An independent New Hampshire does not mean anyone will lose their U.S. citizenship, as this is the way of, this is done through birth, okay? You are born a U.S. citizen. Well, I mean, generally speaking, most of us anyway. And you wouldn't lose it just because you are now also a New Hampshire citizenship. Now, people born after independence would only have New Hampshire citizenship, but again, that's not really too much of a problem. Nobody would lose their Social Security because it's not where you live that determines that. It's based on having paid into the system. And I know many people who live in different countries who legally collect on their Social Security. This amendment does not solve every issue. This is just to ask reps to let the citizenry vote on independence, and the details are left to the courts and the legislature to decide through law to resolve any conflicts that remain. Certainly there will be issues. Independence is messy. Those who support, I'm almost done. Those who support independence are still supporting democracy, or we wouldn't be here right now. Those who are violent aren't here, but they exist already. And peaceful people can also become violent if things continue down this terrible path. And we have been heading that way. I ask you not to create a situation that would move peaceful people to violent revolution. The U.S. waging war against New Hampshire would result in significant economic harm to the U.S., just as it would harm New Hampshire. This is not Afghanistan, but even those with few arms are successful at winning a war against the United States. Many countries have divided without war. We can do the same in New Hampshire.
Well, thank you. One thing that you said about Social Security won't lose. So you're saying there that we'll keep our ties if this passes, keep our ties with the U.S. and to Social Security?
Social Security doesn't go away because it's not based on where you live. So if you paid into it, you would still get it.
Let me rephrase that question. Will people be required to still pay into Social Security?
No.
Okay,
It's
what
only
would
if you
happen?
paid into it that you would
then
get it.
answer me in real quick if you can. What would happen to all them people that are 55, 50, 40, 60, that aren't 65 yet or whatever, that paid into the system? What happens to them?
They would still get it up until the point in which they stopped paying it.
They will get it.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and we have such strong economic ties to the United States. The United States would be crazy. This isn't Afghanistan that they're invading. They're actually hurting themselves because we're so closely tied economically to Boston, to the United States, even after independence.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Sean Faber. Hi, Sean. 3 minutes. We appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you. I wasn't going to originally talk, but after hearing all of this and just sitting back and thinking about it, I just thought I've grown up in this.
Excuse me 1 second. I can't hear. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I grew up in this country like everybody else, just thinking, well, most people thinking, America is a really, a place where we do things different. We embrace democracy. And I think everybody, Republican or Democrat, can say we really, we believe in democracy. What that form of democracy is varies. You do the right things, everything's going to work out. We're the greatest country in the world and all those things. Over the course of my adulthood, and especially in the last 8 years, you kind of lose some of that luster on those things. And being in New Hampshire, I've seen that things can really work at this level and are doing well, and it's kind of restored my faith in systems. But just thinking about it, it's if we don't get a chance to use our voice, if we can't even speak and say through a vote on a ballot that we don't agree with what's going on in DC and we want something else. I mean, in the end of the day, that's all we're asking for here. I mean, I'm not going to bore you with, definitions of why we should legislatively do this or not do this. I just want a voice. I just want a chance. I just want to be able to say like I've been taught all along why America is so great. I should be able to say things by doing the right things and going through it and getting this done the right way. So, thank you.
Well, thank you, Sean. Yeah, I noticed you're from Londonderry.
Yes, you're
And, you could always voice. I never had a problem voicing with me or anybody. And I, been kicking in doors for people down there in Londonderry. So
Thank you.
freedom's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the chair recognize Jonah Wheeler. Oh, by the way, of course, you won't get a chance to vote for me anymore. It's my last term.
Oh, is it your last term? Oh, no.
Yeah, but go ahead.
You're such an exciting state rep. It'll be sad to see you go.
I'm done.
All right, well.
I'm going to work on my tan.
I know, if you agree with him or not, I mean, he's exciting. Thank you, Rep. Baldessaro, for having me here today. I mean, I oppose this legislation for a number of reasons. One of most is I love this country. And I heard that a lot from the other side. We love this country so much that we want to leave. I love this country so much that I want to fight to make it better. I know, as a black person, I don't identify, but as someone who has faced the worst of this country.
You look like American to me.
That's what I was going to say, right? Thank you, Mr. Baldessaro.
Thank you.
But as someone who has faced the worst of this country, as someone who has been homeless, who rents, who has had a house fall through, who doesn't have health care, who has gotten the short end of the stick in terms of this country and what it has given me, I can tell you that my passion for the country and fixing it only grows the greater my struggle is. The more struggle that I have, the more I want to fight and be here and say, look, we should focus on those poor people who are actually, the lifeblood of this country. We should focus on the people who, a lot of these people here today, who are angry and upset about the situation that we are in. Inflation, all of these things, the wars. I think we agree on those situations. So why wouldn't we be here today condemning those wars, trying to pass legislation to affect change in terms of how we could reduce inflation or something like that? Why wouldn't we focus on the issues that are making people angry and not try to create a whole other divisive issue like seceding from the Union? And it just seems like a waste of time to me when there are serious issues that could be addressed not by the federal government, but right here in the state legislature. We could be focusing on those issues, condemning the federal government for what it needs to be. There are things that we can do. We have the power here in the State House. We have the power as people. I agree, the federal government is quite tyrannical. It's leaning towards dictatorship. That is a scary thing. That is a terribly scary thing. But I don't want to leave the United States of America just because some people who are at the head of the United States of America are twisting and manipulating what the message of that country is. We've lost our country. This is not our country. We've lost it. But we can bring it back. Seceding is not how we bring it back. Fighting for it is how we bring it back. Honoring what the people who died in 1776. You were a Marine. You signed up and fought. We have to honor those people by fighting for what this country stands for and restoring the soul of this country, restoring the liberty, life, and pursuit of happiness that is entitled and guaranteed to every person in it. Thank you, Mr. Baldessaro.
Well, I'm impressed. Thank you. I appreciate that on your conversation there with the committee. I agree with you on that we fight for what's right. And like I said, somebody's been all around the world and seen how people want to, religious groups in other countries want to kill Americans, whether you like it or not. But unless you've been there, done that, you have no clue. So I kiss the ground I walk on in this country and appreciate every day on what I got because I worked for it. And nothing's given to me. And
really quickly, you love.
So I thank you for your testimony.
And really quickly, if you have a drug addict son, you don't throw him out on the street.
Mhm.
You take him in and you take care of him.
Right.
You love him.
Yep.
That's unconditional love, and we need to
Thank you.
unconditionally love our country. Thank you, Mr. Wells.
No questions? Yep. All right. Okay, the chair recognizes Patrick Binder. 1 minute, supports the bill. Hi, Patrick. From Manchester. All right.
I'll do my best. It might be a little over. Patrick Binder, Manchester, father, free stater, small business owner. I moved here 5 years ago. I've lived in other countries. I've traveled the world. And I agree with these statements that there's something special here. turn red, right? All right. Is it there? All right. So I recently went back to California for the first time in 3 years, and you know, one of the reasons why I moved here was because I see the decline there. It's almost I mean, it's just sad. It's sad to see. So I found myself on the beach, feet in the sand, watching a bunch of people walk by in their mask on the beach, and watching all these mandates. I mean, I went to a park and it said that you had to wear a mask in the park. It's insane what's happening around the U.S. today, and we'd be delusional if we ignored it and said this is happening in some vacuum or you know that's not going on. We have to recognize the greater situation there. So when I heard about this bill coming up, I wasn't sure whether the time was right until I just got back from a trip in to San Diego, because it's not good what's going on in the U.S. and all the other reasons, you know, is that everyone in the U.S. is very delusional about the wars, about what's happening in D.C. It's easy with our prosperity to ignore all of it and just say, oh, we'll get by on the fact that we're doing so well economically, but that's going to come back. So when I saw this law, this CACR come up, I started walking myself through the process of what it would mean. And ultimately, this is just a question. Can the people answer it? That's all we're talking about. And this is the democratic process. This is the process. This is the peaceful process. Is getting people to answer that question. Because I've been following this kind of stuff around the world for a long time. This usually ends in violence. And the way it happened in the U.S., they said, we're going to be independent. And the king said, no, I'm going to come send soldiers there, right? It goes violent if it doesn't go peaceful, right? So we're trying to, everyone wants this to go peaceful. Everyone does. But it's untenable. It's already violent. They're already attacking us. It's already that bad. And they're not our friends. People in California they don't give a crap about you and New Hampshire. And that's my impression, you know, not just California, everywhere I've been. They care about themselves. They think their state's number one. They would love to exert all their control over you. And I think it's an abusive relationship that we need to get out of while we can do it peacefully. I don't think this will, even if it went to the people, I think it's a big iffy thing whether it would actually pass there, but we gotta let the question be asked, because if we don't, we're shutting down the peaceful option. And we can't do that, because then that's already saying that's giving into the violence. And so we need to stick with peace.
Thank you very much. Questions? If not, the chair is back, and thank you. We'll be looking for Aaron Lyons of Derry.
Okay, that one there's the one that just got done, right? Yeah. There you go. Okay, the chair will recognize Kyle R.
Wait a minute, we want Aaron.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aaron.
Aaron Lyons.
Yeah, Lyons.
Sorry about that. It took me a second.
Yeah, no problem. 3 minutes, and before you get started here, I have 3 cards left, so that's telling my committee that we're going to be going home soon. So I appreciate it. If you're going to submit a card, you get it in right now. I'm cutting. That's it. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I can trace my lineage back to the Mayflower and back to England, right? My family is very, very proud of that. I have a ton of military in my family. I have a ton of friends in my family that are current and former military. I see the rot every day from the federal government and how it affects our soldiers and their mental health, all of that. I see the federal government playing mind games with us, their people. They're attacking their own people. Why would you keep on dealing with somebody that plays mind games with you? Why wouldn't you just cut the cord like an abusive boyfriend? I can fix him. I can fix him. He's not that bad. I can fix him. I had a friend commit suicide because of that. And then look at the suicide rate in the U.S. Like, it's untenable. I don't see a point in dealing with people that don't care about you, don't seek your consent for these edicts that they're foisting upon you. So why are we still in this abusive relationship? That's the question I would like to pose to you. And I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I mean, you know, it's a good question why we're in an abusive relationship. But, you know, the question I have is this abusive relationship has thrown so many carrots to the state. It bought probably about 90% of our military is paid through the federal government. Our equipment and everything that we have here in the state, I wonder what happens to all that. Our airplanes, it's all owned by the federal government. And how we would protect the sovereignty of New Hampshire. Real quick, in 30 seconds, could you answer that? The sovereignty of New Hampshire?
By our own.
By our own? What,
By
with,
our own.
With pistol?
What?
So you're saying maybe raise taxes on everybody and just...
Not necessarily.
How would you buy
can,
your
you
own?
can ask for you can ask the citizenry for donations.
Is that-
For like you don't have you can look at back when we had what was it? Back when we had militias, right? State militias, citizen militias, right? So it was the community who bought and bought our weaponry. Look at what are they? Look at the barracks, all the armories, right? Those were community owned. The people owned those weapons. The people own the
Okay.
U.S. government's weapons.
All right, thank you. I
Technically.
appreciate your answer there, Don.
Thank you.
I mean, I own a lot of guns, but my guns don't stand up to a lot of the other weapons that would come in. What's that?
I do have a response for that one.
Oh, you're going to teach me, huh?
Well, no,
Thank you.
not that.
Thank you.
Well, so
Yeah.
what happens? So what happens if the federal government nukes New Hampshire? Right? Just play ball with me here.
All right. I'd rather not get into a he said, she said back
No,
and
no, no,
forth.
no, no,
I'm just asking a question on militia because the militia, if you brought that up, and I didn't want to go into it even more because if you read the U.S. Constitution, the Section 2, the duties of the Commander-in-Chief, that he has the authority to call on the militias to in the 7 colonies or the 9 colonies or whatever it was, the 7, I think it
Yep.
was. That's why I carry the Constitution, because I'm not perfect. I got to go
Nobody's
back in and
perfect.
pull
You're
it
human,
out.
just like the rest of us.
Right. So I'm saying is that it's already in that Constitution, U.S. Constitution, about the militia. So our militia could be pulled. Very simple.
Not
per
if we
that
cut the
United
cord.
States.
Not if we cut the cord. We have no. We
Okay.
Have
All right.
no,
There's no sense in us beating this. I just want to let you know what it says in the U.S. Constitution under Section 2, Commander-in-Chief's responsibility. You had a question?
Yes, thank you. Are you aware that I believe that in the New Hampshire State Constitution that the militia is at the behest of the governor? So even if we were to secede from the Union successfully and have our own sovereign state, that our governor actually,
Yes.
if we were to follow this Constitution and not
Correct.
this Constitution, we'd still be at the behest of the governor. And
Yes,
so
but
it
we
would
have a
still
more
be-
direct line of communication with our governor, and
We do have a more direct. You're correct.
and we don't have to vie with 49 other states and territories for the attention of our governor.
Okay, thank you. We want to
Thank
move
you.
on. Appreciate it.
Thank you for taking my
Yeah.
question.
Okay. Chair recognizes Kyle, what's your last name? Okay. Don't worry about it. 1 minute. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, can I get a spelling on that, Kyle, please?
Roucis.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I'll try to be
Welcome.
as quick as I can. I want to take the opportunity to be the needless pedant everyone, well, not everyone, I suppose, but I often get the reputation of having, which is to directly try to ask why we're here for CACR 32, which is about adding the option for voting for the citizenry of New Hampshire to secede from the Union. And it's up to you fine folks to decide whether that option even ends up on the ballot in November. Am I correct in that? Yes, okay. So given that, there are a lot of reasons for seceding, there are a lot of reasons for not seceding, and all these abuses and all the information that we can bring out is unfortunately, I think, not material for what we're trying to do here today. We're trying to convince you guys to let the New Hampshire residents have our own voice in that position. And we get to then come forward and debate with each other and the rest of the world and the rest of the union to figure out where we're going to end up at the end of all of that. So I want to appeal to this council to ask you why you might vote against this. If now is not the time, then when is? If the timing is bad, then why is California moving forward with their own? I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
No, we're just trying to organize so we get cards. Who's
Oh,
speaking,
yeah, okay,
that's
okay.
all.
So sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. That's all
Go
right.
ahead, we apologize.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So if not now, then when? If not us, the people of New Hampshire, making this decision, then who? Exactly what should be our goals in trying to add this or not add this to the ballot? I believe there is no better time because honestly, I'll have to ask you guys how many times you want to do this, because just because we shut down CACR 32 this year for this ballot, almost guaranteed we're going to be back and we're going to try again because we really, really doubt that things are going to get that much better in 2 years. So give us the opportunity to voice our opinions as soon as possible, and we can work towards how that's going to work out in the future. Putting this measure onto the ballot allows us to have a say over our own future. And there's a lot of valid questions about, like, what do we do about the carrots? How do we avoid the sticks? But the question is, what are we trying to do? Are you trying to grab for carrots? Are you trying to avoid the sticks? Or are we trying to have our own moral position on being able to give the voice to the people of New Hampshire, one way or another? If they vote against it, then I'm sure all of us here would do our best to try to convince them that this is the right path. But if there's not enough people to carry it, so be it. But CACR 32 is about giving us that voice and allowing us that option to move into the future.
Okay, you're over 3 minutes.
Oh,
now,
am I?
but
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
that 1 minute went fast. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
it did. Sorry.
Yeah. If you can close up.
Yeah, I'm done. That's
You're
fine.
done? Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? No, not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognize Melissa.
Wait a minute, what about was that?
Oh,
not
wait,
Chase?
is that? No.
No, we want Chase.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That was just
Is that
Chase Kelly?
Kelly?
Is that right?
My friend. How are you? And you support the bill?
Yes. Thank you so much for being here all day. I know you guys work so hard. I just came across this today. I didn't come here purposely for this, so I'm not in like any, planning for all this. In fact, one of my friends asked me earlier, what do I think? And I was like, I believe in united we stand as one nation, as a strong nation. But after listening to all these testimonies, and I can relate to myself, I came from Vietnam, a communist country, and my father spent 7 years in a communist prison as a political prisoner, a POW. And, I can tell you right now, I'm living in China, not in America, right here, right now. In the past few years, both on and offline, everything happened here. Monitoring speech freedom of speech is almost gone. And since I was in DC on January 6th, and on and offline, I have been persecuted. And October 13, when the 9 people got arrested, I was right there with my camera. I witnessed 7 of those arrests, which is totally uncalled for, ridiculous. And I felt like I'm in the Nazi time, the Jews in the Nazi time. It's that scary. Like, if you breathe a bit strong, you get arrested. It's that scary. And right now, I'm scared for my own life because these things that they call vaccine that nobody responsible for, they inject into your body, which is to weaken the immune system of the people, that leading to stuff to kill us. And the ivermectin, whatever the name, the medicine is, if you mention it on Facebook or any social media, you get banned. Why is that? You know, and they already have this new technology that is as thick as a hair. They can inject into our body. It's a chip that is controlled. It's like the 666 thing that's going around. It's going to be implemented. We're going to be tracked and traced like rats. And right now, I'm worried. Where am I going to be able to go shopping for food? Where can I get on to travel to do things that I need to do? I'm worrying about that because I'm not going to get on that called vaccine, which is not a vaccine. And a lot of my friends lost their job, persecuted, all kinds of stuff, abuse on and offline. So, and in the Bible, I'm a Christian, and in the Bible, Jesus said that the temple to serve God is our body. Our body is a temple to serve God, and nobody can trespass that. Nobody.
If I can get you to stay with,
real quick, so New Hampshire, a Pine Tree riot started in 1772. 1776, we liberated this country. So this idea of getting divorced from the federal government, starting from New Hampshire too, it's a live free or die spirit, and I'm thankful to be living here. And you heard a lot today about the word peaceful resolution, peaceful solution. This is the way that we need to give an opportunity for the people to voice up their opinion, yes or no. At least they have a chance to say it. And then we rest with that. If we don't give the people that chance, then you know violence gonna come. Because you hear a lot of peaceful today. Translation, without peaceful process, there will be violation. And I'm all for peace. And I'm here almost the last weeks and this week for election law and all that stuff in a peaceful way to try to keep our state, our country together. But in the airplane, when the airplane go down, they have the thing to eject so you can get out safe. You don't want to die with the whole plane, right? The whole country is dying right now, so why do we want to die together? So let's save ourselves. Thank you. So I'm asking you to please support this bill.
All right,
thank you.
Okay, the chair recognizes Ian Freeman. I haven't seen Ian in a while. Oh, there he is, right there. How are you, Ian?
Hey, thanks for having me. One reason might be because the federal government raided my house earlier in 2021 over Bitcoin, of all things. But that's not why I'm here. I've been in favor of independence for New Hampshire for multiple administrations. This doesn't have to do with Joe Biden or Trump or any of these people. New Hampshire said goodbye to one tyrant back in the 1700s, and we can do it again today. You know, I came in on Mr. Deshays' analysis of this particular situation, and I have to wonder, did he even read CACR 32? Because we addressed pretty clear, he brought up Article 7 of the New Hampshire State Constitution's Bill of Rights, and acted as though there was some sort of a conflict. It's 2 sentences. I'm just going to read it for the record. The people of this state have the sole and exclusive right of governing themselves as a free, sovereign, and independent state, and do forever hereafter shall exercise and enjoy every power, jurisdiction, and right pertaining thereto, which is not, or may not hereafter be by them expressly delegated to the United States of America in Congress assembled. That's a state sovereignty provision that says we're sovereigns. And when New Hampshire joined the Union, why would we have joined something that we couldn't leave if we decided we'd had enough? In fact, that brings me to a different article in the U.S. Constitution, Amendment number 10, which says, and I'm just paraphrasing this one, it says, unless something has been expressly delegated to the U.S. government, some sort of right, then they are retained by the states. The U.S. Constitution has rules for joining the Union, which makes sense. You wouldn't want to just allow anybody to jump into a union. They have to have a process. But the U.S. Constitution does not have anything about leaving. That means, Mr. Deshays, that that is left to the states to decide. So if this state decides, by voting more than 2/3, that it's time to say goodbye, and peacefully, that's also in this proposed amendment, that it will be peaceful, then we can do that. And it doesn't matter what some Supreme Court justices said, who Lincoln, by the way, put into place in the 1800s. So we can do this, and there's very little that they can do about it. If we're ready to go, what are they going to do to stop us? So we have both Article 7 in our New Hampshire Constitution, which is all about our state sovereignty, and then, of course, there's Article 10, which is the right to revolution. It is clear by the New Hampshire Constitution that we have the right to say goodbye and break up with this abuser. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please. If I,
Happy to take any questions. I helped write the amendment.
Are there any questions for Eon? Yeah, that's right. Okay. No, I know you'd have some good ones there, but okay.
I would love to hear his question.
No, I can't.
Can we waive the rules?
He testified. No, I'm not going to break the rule.
All right.
I mean, I could break the rule, but I'm not going to.
I have a question for you, Mr. Baldessaro, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Is there a chance that this could be continued to another hearing in a morning session where the full committee will be here?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, this is it for us. We'll exec tomorrow, and I have one more hearing tomorrow in the morning. Then we'll start execing what I have left there to finish up for crossover and everything else.
Well,
My committee will be done with 19 bills.
Well, I appreciate you. When you do exec this, just keep in mind, even if you're against independence, even if you're in favor of the empire, in favor of continuing the Union, you should vote in favor to ought to pass this bill to let the people of New Hampshire decide. Because if you think it's a terrible idea to leave, surely you think the people of New Hampshire agree with you. And so therefore they would vote it down if it came to their vote in November. What's to be afraid of?
No, we're not afraid of nothing.
Right.
But thank you.
That's what I like to hear.
At least I'm not anyways.
Good.
Representative, another Marine here. He's not afraid either.
Just a quick comment. It sounds like the chair is planning to exec this, and some of you know the process. We have hearings, and then we get all this testimony, then we exec, and we discuss the testimony and all kinds of perspectives. So I do not know what's going to happen in exec session. I just don't know how all the folks are going to vote. We'll talk about it. But in terms of the process, however it comes out of committee, if it goes to it will go to the full House, and sometimes it goes on to what we call consent. That may or may not happen. We'll find out tomorrow. The consent calendar occurs when
this can't go on in consent.
A measure. This is CACR.
Interesting. Good to know.
But
Thank you.
When just understand that the full House will have a chance to speak to this or people at the full House. So I anticipate that there'll be representatives who will take this to the floor.
I expect so.
And give expression to the whole House, their perspectives, and pass on your perspectives. So we have a hearing, we have exec session tomorrow. It will go to the full floor, and there will people I suspect will give voice to your perspectives to the whole House. So just so you know that's in the works and will happen.
Question on the process. Is it true that because it's a constitutional amendment that there has to be a roll call vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, that'll be interesting because then we'll get to see
Right,
who
you'll
supports.
get to see who there.
Right.
And I can
who
tell you
supports
straight-
people being able to speak on this? Because if you vote against it, that means you don't.
Well,
think that
Ian,
people
you
should
know
be
me a
able to
long
speak.
time, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm on the fence on this. I don't know, you know. I'm
Well,
gonna
let me
tell
know
you-
what it's gonna take to get your
well,
support.
No,
We'll
it's
see
not
what
gonna,
we can do.
It's not going to take anything. I mean, I'm a Liberty guy myself, but I also know in my mind, if I was sleeping and dreaming, this is a great concept. This is awesome. I would love to see it. But when I wake up in the morning and realize it just can't happen. You know
If
what I
you
mean?
believe it, it can.
Yeah, and there's too many ifs and whats and all that, and raising taxes. It's not like back in the 1700s. You're raising taxes and then services that got to be supported, and money that how do we figure out to make up for that federal money that's coming in because we've been eating the carrot for many, many years. The same thing with our militia. So there's a lot involved here that most people don't look at the whole puzzle. Okay, you know, what's that?
May all your dreams be.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm a reality type of guy. I mean, you know. Right.
The question is,
But I
should
happen
the
to be
people,
in the seat to vote.
The
Okay.
question is, should the people decide? That's all you have to
Right.
figure out, and I think they should. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, Ian. Okay. Melissa, is there Melissa Econom? Max Makis Newton? Hi, Melissa. Welcome. 1 minute, please. So,
Please bear with me because I'm not.
wait. Oh, I can't hear. You said what?
I said, please bear with me because I'm not a speaker.
Oh, don't worry about it. Take your time. I'm not either.
Can I get a spelling on her name?
Yeah,
Is
can
that
you-
E-C-O-N?
Yep.
It is.
Economakis.
Economacus?
Economacus.
Economacus, thank you.
Some of us are just as nervous as you are, so don't worry about it. Go ahead.
I don't know. First of all, I want to say to you that I liked everything that you said, and I wish we could fix our government. I wish we could fix our federal government. I really do. I just don't see it happening. I honestly see the United States going in a direction where we will no longer be free, and we will no longer be free citizens, and this should concern all of us. It's really scary what's going to go down if we just keep going in this direction. It's scary for me and my kids. This isn't even really mostly about me. It's about the children. I'm so scared for our children. What kind of society are they going to grow up in? That's what really, really concerns me. Our federal government has never had our best interests at heart, and they never will. Let's just face it, they never will. We could have the opportunity for our children to grow up in a free society if we could become our own sovereign nation. And if you look at history, you can clearly see that the elites of this world have been slowly taking away all of our freedoms that our veterans have fought and died for. Collectively, we can make this happen. We can work together. We can make this happen. We can do it. We can do it. I know there's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of different things, like you're not thinking about this or you're not thinking about that, you know, and I get that. I feel the same way. But we could make this happen as a community. We really, really could. Buckminster Fuller said, "You don't change a system by fighting it. You change a system by creating something new that makes the existing system obsolete." And we can create something new. And I just want to say, please support CR 32, so at least it can be on the November ballot, so at least the people can decide. Thank you for listening to me.
You did a great job, Melissa.
No.
I can tell you.
I was really nervous.
You know, I was glad to see somebody come up here from Londonderry, because I can tell you, I've got all the emails I got were from me all around, the state or around the country on this issue here. Not only one from my district in Londonderry. So apparently, you know what I mean, it's not that important, or they're well working because it's a conservative district. I don't know what happened, why, but at the polls, I'm going to ask you here. The last 6, 7 years, we've elected people that are voting against Second Amendment issues, First Amendment, want to take over control voting issues for the whole state instead of and going against New Hampshire Constitution. Shouldn't we be making a difference at the polls? We're voting in the same people over and over that are sticking it to us.
I think that what's happening at the polls is we don't have many choices. They give us these choices, you know, and if you want to run for something, you either have to have like a lot of money or you have to have.
I
Like,
don't
all
have a
these-
lot of money.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe at a local level, yeah, you don't have to. But I'm talking about, like, say, the governor. You know, somebody that's high up, huh?
State representatives don't have a lot of money. Run for office.
Yeah, I would love to. I just don't. I don't know enough people. That's the thing. Like me, I'm just this little person here, and I'm a strong person. Don't get me wrong, but I don't have a large following, and I feel like you might have to have a large following, you know, and I don't have that. So I don't know that a lot of people would even vote for me. But anyway, I just think that a lot of the voting is set up, and it's set up for us to feel. You're either, you know, you have the left, you have the right, you have the libertarian in the middle, and people are like, well, I'm not going to vote for the libertarian because one of the other, I'm just going to vote for the worst of the less evils. The best of the less evils. And so that's what happens, and it's going to happen over and over and over again. It's never going to change. And if we want our kids to grow up in a free society, if we don't want our kids to be chipped or transhumanized or anything like that, we really, really need to take a look at this in our souls and our hearts. Everybody here, you all have to know that you can feel it in your heart and your soul that something is going wrong. Something is going in a direction that we won't be able to fight. We won't. It's the
Okay.
elites.
Well, I thank you very much.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry I went on. I didn't mean to ramble
wait.
like that.
No, you're not. You're doing great. Good.
We have our processes here, and I have to ask you a question to be able to say anything.
Sure.
Representative Deshays knows the process. That's why he can't really engage. So my question to you, so to speak,
If I can,
is,
I'll answer it if I can.
did you know that a CACR is a heavy left? You need 60%. It's very difficult to do. I put one in last year, came out of committee 15-3 against, although I thought it was a great idea. I have one in this year at another committee. I know it's a very heavy lift, and I'm not going to hold my breath on it. I'm asking if you knew these things.
I do. I 2/3, right? Of the
60%.
Yeah, 60%.
And, but also to finish my question to you,
sorry.
because it has to be a question. Did you know that your movement, so to speak, the folks who think like you, the liberty folk types of people, have had a very significant impact on numerous bills over the last few years? And did you know that you should not be discouraged or angry, overly angry, I hope, if this doesn't work out this particular time? Well, we'll know soon, but did you know that you folks have had a lot of influence on a lot of measures?
I didn't know that we had a lot of influence on a lot of measures. However, I do know that we do need 2/3 of the votes. I don't think a lot of people even know about this, and I say that because I've talked to so many people, like, because I'll just go up to someone random. I know I'm shy, but I'll go up to someone random at the grocery store and be like, what do you think about this and this, and you know what I mean? And people are very concerned. They're like, well, what does this look like? What does that look like if we do that? A lot of people do not know that this even exists, that they do not even know. You'd be surprised. They don't know that New Hampshire is trying to secede. So we would, if we could like make it more known and shout out on the rooftops, hey, everybody, like, and put something in place too, not just say, okay, we're just going to do this. We need something in place to replace this system. We need, like, okay, a plan for healthcare, a plan for, like you said, Social Security, we need those plans in place. But we can do it. We can definitely do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I
No,
rambling
no,
again.
don't be sorry. We got another
Did I answer
question
your
for
question,
you.
though? Did I
I'm just
answer your
trying to move it
question?
along because I have one more card left and we have another question. Sit down, don't. One more question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. Would you mind hanging around until this is done and we are adjourned?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. You did a great job. Okay, the last speaker, Clarence Gardner. Welcome, Clarence. I missed lunch today, so I'm hopefully I'll be able to catch dinner tonight.
Thank you. I'm Clarence Gardner from Ware. Glad to be represented by Ms. Leah Cushman. I did run for State House several years ago. Did not win, but in my fantasy of winning, one of my things I wanted to do was be on this committee because this is important work.
Because of me, right? Okay, but go ahead.
I would have been glad to be under your wing. I wanted to object to three things that I've heard here today, according to my understanding. One is the term perpetual union was brought up. If you look in the dictionary under perpetual, it means lasting forever. You can't write something down on paper and say it's going to last forever. Perpetual at that time, or in that meaning, according to my understanding, is that it meant there was no fixed end to it. That doesn't mean it can't end. Another is the word treason was brought up, and that word's been thrown around a lot in the last few years. The United States Constitution defines treason. If I recall correctly, there's two things: making war against the United States and counterfeiting its money. Nobody's suggesting doing either of those. The word rebellion was used, comparing it to children rebelling against their parents. I'm pretty sure every time, if you look in a constitution or statutes or whatever, when they talk about rebellion against the United States, the word armed is always in front of that word. And beyond that, this is an important question we're talking about. And I want to point out that when the question of leaving Britain, peacefully or otherwise, was brought up, or even after that, when they were debating what kind of government we should have, those debates took place over the course of months, and the people got involved. As people have said, the point here is not to debate whether we should do this or whether we shouldn't, is whether to vote on it. And if the vote does get on the ballot, I would hope that a lot of public debate happens. We have a lot more capability to do that than they did back then, you know, when they were hoping every little newspaper in town might print the latest pamphlet. We've got Facebook, we've got Twitter, et cetera, and those are good platforms for debate if they will allow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Clarence? Seeing no questions, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else before I close this out that wanted to speak and didn't sign up? No, I don't see anyone. Thank you. Okay, so that was yes.
The only thing I would like to do is I would like to be on the record that I'm not a free stater. There were a lot of people here that are not free staters.
Oh, I know that.
Okay.
All right.
I was born in Concord, New Hampshire.
Mhm.
I've lived here my entire
Right.
life. My family was in New Hampshire government as long ago as the 1800s.
Mhm.
So I just want you to know that there is a lot that this represents. I never thought about resigning from the United States, but it's come time.
Mhm.
Our federal government has crossed the line for so many years. It's time to give us the opportunity to at least demonstrate to them that we're done.
Mhm.
I just wanted to be on the record.
Well, I would think that we would give them the opportunity to demonstrate it on the floor of the House, whether it comes out of this committee, ITL, or ought to pass. Because, like I said, it's going to take a large vote in the House, depending on how many people show up for the hearings. you know, at the House. So
Mr.
I'm going to go ahead and close out Constitution Amendment 32. And I'll listen. Say again, we'll close the committee, by the way. But who just had something to say?
That was me, right here, Mr. To your right.
Oh, Brody, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank everyone for coming, and I will say,
That's what I was
I will
getting at.
say the many constitutional scholars that I called about this, they found this fascinating because this is kind of the first time any state has tried to, or any entity has tried to amend its constitution, probably since, I'm not sure, when I discussed it, they weren't sure if any states, when trying to secede from the Union back during the Civil War, had actually tried to do it through amendment. And so this is it's a very unique thing. One scholar, actually, the one who I cited, Dr. David Williams, he said that he actually wants to have a number of scholars maybe look more into this kind of concept and write some papers on it. So I thought it was a really interesting intellectual conversation that people brought to the committee today. I was very happy that I got the opportunity to look into this, and I appreciate everyone coming today.
Yeah, I definitely want to thank everyone speaking. Hey, one last thing here. This committee, I've been on this committee in 15 years. I'm going on my 16th on dealing with constitutional issues. If many people come in here want a constitution amendment, and they want Article 5 or or there's two ways on that. But if you read the Federalist Papers, why I don't support that stuff is because nowhere does it give the rules. Many people don't realize the two from New York walked out and never got to vote. And there was many silent votes on a change in the Constitution that I myself do not want to happen again. So keep that in mind. I mean, that's why I voted against a lot of this over the years.
I just want to say to you guys,
Thank you.
my husband was in federal prison for 5.5 years. We started the Rochester 912 group in Rochester, New Hampshire. We started it in 2009, and I want you to know that this is the fruit of what we've been doing. You guys are right to do what you're doing, and you keep it up. If this doesn't come to where you want it to go, don't stop. We're going to reinstate the Rochester 912. We'd like to have you all go and get the opportunity to schedule the meeting. And you've got to keep fighting. And God bless the free states.
Thank you.
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
I don't like to speak in I had to